Hi, Recom. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening! Thank you, Recom, for joining me today for another tip the stream. And today we are featuring, I know, very sneaking, what? What was I gonna say? Very sneaky of me! I had to squeeze in the office outfit. There was no official debut. This was just a really fun gimmick that I did. If you cubs were, what do you call it? Hanging out with Big Ham and I Saturday, you would have saw that we did a co-working collab together, which was actually super duper cute. Let me go ahead and give her a shout out. But it was so cute, so funny, and I actually got some work done. So, you know, honestly, forever super duper grateful for that opportunity. Unfortunately, there's more work to be done. So, we are going to politely read through some notes. Thankfully, there isn't actually so much. There's only, well, the whole document's 200 pages. But what I'm gonna only read to you, cubs, is, what do you call it? Only 40 pages. So, and a lot of these are images. So it's gonna be so easy. So smooth. And then you're gonna be like, well, Tippa, what do you do with the rest of the stream? Well, I have until 7:30 for my exam. So we're probably gonna convert it over to a pomodoro. Yay! So we get double the studying in, because I don't know how I feel about the exam. Let me say my highs and hellos first, and I'll talk to you, cubs, about my woes, and then we'll get right into it. It'll be so easy, I think, I hope. But today is my last exam ever! So we're gonna put all that I can to it. I wanted to study, like, I don't know, 2 hours ago, but then I got, like, bullied into grabbing milk or something, and I was like, ah, sure, whatever. There's more of a story to that too, but my hawals. Hi gamer, welcome on in, welcome. I hope your Overwatch games went super duper well. Oh, and you got the silent co-working stream in. Let's go! I hope you also had a super duper productive session. Welcome on in, gamer, welcome. And hi Bobo, hi, let's go! Go. Hi Pi, hi, Ayo. Ayo, welcome on in, welcome. Hi Dr. Justice, hi, welcome. I hope you had a good weekend at your convention, gamer. I hope you brought a bunch of merch to, like, show off from the artist alley. That's my favorite thing to do at cons, so tee. Hi Sunny as well, hi, welcome. Hi Tip, I like condensed milk, but I would use it for my protein shake. I've never used condensed milk on the protein shake, and look, before anyone, like, harasses me more, I want you to know, apparently condensed milk is that they remove the water from it and add sugar, okay? So it wouldn't have been, like, weird if I watered down condensed milk for, like, my cereal or something. Because I just don't understand the vision, and my very stubborn will of, like, if I don't need to go out, like, if I don't have to, I won't. So yeah, that was my morning. Hi Nona, hi, welcome on in, welcome, and oh, Bass! Hi gamer, thank you so very much for the tier 1 sub for 57. Oh, hecky moves, I appreciate it. Go, Nya, gamer, welcome. Gamer, I hope you're so proud of me. I'm almost done with school, but they might still send me back to you, so mentally and physically prepare for that, okay? That's only if they hate me. I don't know where my third rotation is. They might send me back. Or they may send me to the other side of Bearcat Mountain, which I feel like is worse. Imagine being like 5 hours away from your home just because they couldn't find anything. Insane. Hi sir, hi, welcome. Thank you so much for the Cub Club check-in. Welcome, and Marathon, hi, good morning to you, gamer. Welcome. Hi Squall, hi, hello. And Rebel says the office outfit, yeah. Here, let me ignore the hands that are glued. I don't remember, how far can I go off in the scene? Oh, I have full range. Let's go! So yeah, this is my, I have to dress formal at my hitman job anyway, so this is basically what I have to wear, business to business casual. So this isn't too far off. So I'm happy to bring that to life quotation marks question mark asterisk. But yeah, let me show you the full outfit. Oh, this is my face. This is my outfit. Blazer. Ooh, 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 ooh. Blazer with the necklace because we gotta accessorize. I mean, we got glasses, a band-aid, a necklace. Come on, come on. It's a skirt because I'm cute. Okay, I like pants too, but I think if I could get away with a skirt, I will. I don't think. I'm trying to think. Is there a Tippa outfit with pants? I'm not a hater of pants. I wear pants all the time, but on stream, maybe not. Yeah, I don't think anything has pants. That's crazy. Anyway. Wait, Tactical. Wait, Tactical has. Oh gosh darn it, Tactical has pants. Gosh darn it, you're right. Anyway. But yeah, you got tights, yay! And those are my very large, comically large ankles. Thank you so much for coming to my tip talk. Anyway, yay! So happy to have this as a redeem. Oh, the bunny suit doesn't have a skirt either. Yeah, but I wouldn't count that as pants either. It's just a bodysuit basically. So I'm like, anyway. But yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I'm like deciding what size I want to be. What looks more proportional suffers. Ooh. Anyway, but yeah, that's it. That's the outfit. Teehee. I'll have it as a redeem eventually. Don't ask me now or tomorrow. Ask me the next day and be like, Tippo, where's the redeem? And I'll be like, oh, Cups, you're so right. I forgot. Ooh. Ooh, sad. Ooh. Anyway, sorry, let me catch up really quick. Luna, hi, welcome. Robo says the milk bullies are relentless. They really are. As soon as I saw yikes, I felt like my self-esteem go down. Like, am I doing something wrong? I wasn't doing anything wrong. I was just being lazy. Artist says, I love artist alleys. Me too. It's my favorite thing. I have to go through them like several times because I feel like I always miss something. But it's like my go-to. That's why like I'm really excited for Offkite because I'm like, oh my gosh, there's gonna be so much VTuber merch. Where do I put them? Don't ask, but I still buy. I mean, for the past few artist alleys, I've been like hoarding for Moko merch to put into my Itai bag. But now it's full, so now I'm like, Hi, come on, hi, welcome on in, welcome. Oh my goodness. But yeah, very professional. Thank you. Good face. Yes, thank you. I think my mama bearcat, my papa bearcat. Very formal, very professional. Thank you. Hi, FTW. Thank you so very much for the, Thank you so much for the self-care checks. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the posture check. Squeeze the shoulder blades. Thank you so much for the inhalation of air redeem. In through the nose, out through the mouth. And thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate it. Let me open this up. Are you still jet lagged? I'm just curious. I would still be jet lagged. Let me take a quick sip. Hold on. Thank you. Let me get this back on. And life is good. Dr. Justice says, do you have unique messages for users in your pre-broadcast scene? Do I have unique messages? Every message is unique because it's different, because it's a different day, and it's only so unique because it's gonna be the only April 21st, 2025 in our lives. I hope that helped. As for, what do you mean? Do you mean the little chat box that pops up if it's different in between, how do you call it? The starting soon and like when I actually start? No. Sorry. That's okay. Smiley face emoji. But WeebCon was super fun. I'm glad! Let's go! You picked up a wallet! I hope it was not someone else's wallet! Let's go! Rebel says time to pick up a second E-type bag? You're so right. Oh my goodness. Nice. Hi, welcome. Thank you for politely looking. I appreciate it. Hi, Briggles. Hi. So professional looking. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, you got the one with the cowboy hat? Oh, yeah. Sorry. The cowboy hat, I have like a little redeem, and it became very, like, I don't know, one of like the more prominent early redeems almost 5 years ago. But you need a new wallet? You got a metal wallet with Dad Naruto on it? Let's hecking go. I hear metal wallets are all the rage now. I don't know if I could. I don't think I'm strong enough to have a metal wallet, but I appreciate those who have. That sounds really cool. But I'm glad you found your dream wallet at anime convention. But it sounds like you had a lot of fun. I'm so glad everything worked out, and hopefully everything went really smooth. Yeah? Yeah. But anyway, gamers, so today, as mentioned in the title, as mentioned way before, and it is my last exam. I say parentheses, question mark, asterisk, because I technically still have more exams, quotation marks, which are my boards, but this is going to be my last academic semester, hopefully ever. But knowing my dumb butt, I'll probably go back to school and be like, I want to be a professor. Anyway, but basically what I'm trying to say is that I probably won't have to take a like formal examination like ever. So really happy to say that this is it. The only thing is that I'm actually worried. And I had this whole like thought process yesterday where when I miscalculated my grades, because keep in mind, I need to get a C average or higher on cumulative on all my exams, and so this is my third exam, and I'm going to be very transparent with the grades with you cubs. So my first exam I got a 71, and I was devastated. I was like, oh, I thought that exam was easy. What do you mean I got a 71? And it was just me being stupid, and some things I just completely did not know. So I was like, oh, sorry, I actually forgot how to read during the exam. Must have been the stress. And the second thing was in the second exam I got an 86. So if I do the math with you cubs again, let me see. 71 plus, what did I say, 86? So right now I have a 78.5 average, which does not sound great. Not necessarily, but it's passing, so who the heck cares? So now with this third exam, I have to be like, what do you call it? I was trying to calculate, and I was just miscalculating. Because I'm not good at math. I was just like, oh my gosh, I think I might need a higher grade than I thought to like pass. So I'm getting sweaty last night, and not because I was just getting so nervous. I was like, oh, I should have studied more and because I didn't really do anything yesterday. Yesterday I decided like I'm gonna finish all of Severance. I deserve this day off, and I did, and I finished Severance season 2, by the way. Anyone wants to talk to me about it in the most spoiler-free possible way, I am more than happy to invite that conversation. I was not mad. I was not mad at the end of the season. I know other people were. I'm like, guys, there's a third season. Give it a break. It's okay. It's fine. Anyway. Anyway, so that's what I decided to do. So, but when I calculated, it turns out, let me see. Sorry, what was the map I decided? If I'm doing the math right, okay? So the two grades combined, the first exam and the second exam, plus let's say I straight up fail it. Let's say I get like a 50. So that divided by 3, that brings my average to a 69. And I know that's a nice number, but I've never bombed an exam so hard that I got a 50, like a 50 on an exam in grad school. So I have pretty high hopes that I'm gonna get like, I don't know how much of a difference it will make. What if it's a 51? I don't think I'm doing the math right. Hello? Tippa do math? No, I don't think I'm doing the math right at all. Anyway, so I hope I'm doing the math right, because it just basically says if I fail this exam, then of course then I fail. But it has to be like a 50 app. And I'm like, I'm not planning to do that. Normally his exams are much shorter in length. So it would be like 30 questions or something. So it's very easy, like, how do you call it? To like miss one and then you're like down in the dumps. And that's kind of what happened with my first grade. If I'm like, oh, this exam was easy. And it's like, well, you got like 5 wrong. So you got to see. Sorry. And it's like, ah! Ow! But it turns out that this exam is actually 50 questions. So as long as I don't get 25 questions wrong, which sounds absolutely horrendous, I think I should be okay. So I'm taking in any copium I can right now to make sure that yeah, I am gonna pass, you know? The only issue is just, so what we're gonna be covering today is that this is going to be based off his review that he provided us, but then he's like, oh, by the way, this is also cumulative. And I'm not gonna lie, so how the exam or the course is broken up is that each week we kind of worked our way from the top to bottom. So we did head, neck stuff, shoulder, elbows, hands, wrists, and that was all the content for the second exam. And the third exam, you would assume oh, maybe you have more lower extremities, you have lumbar, the lower back, you have hips, you have knees, ankles, feet. Yeah, in his exam review, none of that really showed up. So I'm smiley face emoji. What the heck do I study? So today, the plan is simple, cubs. I'm gonna go over the review of what he did, and then basically for the remainder, when we go ahead and convert this to a pomodoro, we'll go ahead and I'll study the lower extremity stuff basically. And if I'm shooting myself in the foot for doing that, then so be it. But I feel pretty okay with the upper extremity stuff. I know I crammed that stuff in. Pretty heavily, and I scored really high on the second exam, so I'm not worried. It's the lower extremity stuff that gets me ooh. But we'll see. But anyway, let me catch up and then we'll get started in just one moment, okay? Oh, and I'm again, as the title says, simultaneously nervous and excited. I'm on the brink of vomiting. I'm not a nervous vomiter, but I feel that's always the best way to describe my feelings. But yeah. Justice says as well, it's super light. I was impressed. It's gonna take some time to get used to. Yeah, it probably feel oh my gosh, hope I don't lose it. Not in a sense of I'm hoping and manifesting that. I'm just saying oh, is it in my pocket? Oh yeah, it is. It's just so light. Teehee. My tentacle, hey, welcome. Yeah, who would do that? Yeah, who would go back to school for higher education? Isn't a doctorate enough? Come on. Oh, PhD now. Oh, okay. Anyway. That's what Justice says. What do you call the med grad student who ranked last in their class? A doctor? This is so true. As long as he passed, it's fine. But I'm but yeah, Sunny, high B. If I can, I would be even okay with a C. But that's assuming I'm doing my math right. But high B, I'm aiming for a B. Always B. B for bearcat. But yeah, Chandu, hi, you do math always right? Tell that to 5th grade Tippa when she got her first F on an exam and felt like a failure. Tell her that! No, I'm just kidding. My Golly, hi, welcome on in, welcome. Ah, yes, a little nervous-sighted, yeah, just a little bit, because I'm nervous because I don't want to fail, and I'm excited that I'm oh my gosh, I finally got to here. I'm not gonna lie to you, cubs, I think I've been straight up disassociating for the past month. I say that with the most love in my heart. What do you mean? I was writing in the stream title, 30 more days until school ends, and now we're on day 2. Where did it go? I am well aware where it went, but I felt I blinked and it's oh, that was quick. But it must be the nerves and the stress and all the other things in between, because we did have other exams and presentations and But yeah, let's go ahead and get started. So I was gonna organize this exam in a weird wacky way that I would go back on my notes that I have linked here. I'm not wasting our time with that. I'm sorry. So we're gonna just focus on what he gave us, okay? So there's not really any order, smiley face emoji, to the stuff that he gave us. It's a little bit weird because it even has content that was never included in the curriculum, like surgery, smiley face emoji. But I'm gonna smile and nod at that information, be ah yes, and absorb it like a sponge, and then squeeze that sponge out on the time of my exam, which is again in 7.5 hours. So there's no theme. I literally even wrote on my schedule body hurty because I really, there's not really a theme for this. So Please just bear with me. But a lot of this is very general and generalized, so I will try my best to provide any background knowledge if necessary, but I don't really think so. But, you know, just in case. Dennis says, hi gamer, my favorite Smarty Pants streamer. Hi gamer. It was so funny. Can I tell you the background of how I ran into you? So I was on Twitch last night because there was a lot of people streaming. Like, oh my gosh, like Nelly was streaming, and Nelly, oh my gosh, hold on, Nelly and Grit. She was doing some co-working last night. I was like, what the heck? I was like, oh my gosh. And then there was a few other friends streaming, and then what had happened was I saw someone play. I was just so curious because, you know, when someone has a very general title of games and demo, I'm like, what are they playing? I'm so nosy. So I click it, and then I see two of my cubs there. Sorry, I shouldn't be possessive. Viewers of Twitch.tv that I am familiar with, which is Metal Deer and Sinisters. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And it's one of those things where I was just like, okay. If they're here, I'll probably like this streamer. And I liked her voice. And I liked that she was playing Bugs Bunny, like a Bugs Bunny game. So it's just like, I'm gonna give her a follow. And then this hacker right here. Welcome back, cheater. Yeah! How dare you? Just because I don't stream at 10 p.m. doesn't mean that you can be watching other people. Hi, Big M. Hi. Anyway, I think you should just wait till my next stream. I stream pretty frequently. Like, am I not good enough for you, first of all? But no, in all seriousness, it was just so funny. So I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna drop a follow, and streamer said my name, so that's always a positive sign. I'm parasocial to that regard. I will literally unfollow if streamer does not say my name. And I don't care if they say, you know, if they don't know how to pronounce my name, they're forgiven. I don't even know how to pronounce my name sometimes. It's fine. Or, you know, they'll say thanks for the follow. I'm like, that's fine too. But if they say nothing, I'm like, they hate my guts. I'm unfollowing and closing out this tab. So when streamer said my name, I'm so happy. And it just says I was lurking and not paying attention to stream. I heard your name and you're like, huh? Huh? I know. I was like, and then this hacker gifted me a sub. You gave me your first channel sub to them. I don't know how to explain that. You've never gifted a sub to them, but when you gifted a sub to me, it felt very special. So thank you. I appreciate it. But thank you. Nice to see you, gamer. Good morning. Good morning. Anyway, also hold on. Let me. And then also I'll grab the streamer's name, by the way. Let me do that really quick. Sorry, that was me again. The name is Reinachu. Da-da. I think they're cute. They're like the right amount of energy that I needed at like 10 p.m. So I appreciate them. But they're playing Bugs Bunny. Does that say Bust in Time? No, Lost in Time. Sorry, I'm reading the very tiny thumbnail. I'm like, I don't think they would say that, but I mean. Anyway. No, you have to see this. Hold on. Look, if you see it on the size that I'm seeing it. Let me see. Oh my goodness. What is this image? Oh, that's the streamer that we rated into. I'm like, I like their feet. I just like the straight up honesty of like, yeah, I'm not rigging or drawing my feet because who's really gonna see it? And I was like, I respect that. Anyway, you try to read this. At that size. Anyway. I like their feet. Put it in the quotes channel. I don't have their names. I don't have their name in the screenshot, so I was like so sad. Yeah, I know they're playing a lot of. See, no, I'll put it. What do you call it? Higher resolution quotation marks. But yeah, they had Billy Hatcher. They were just playing demos, and it was really cute because, you know, ooh egg, ooh Easter theme. Like it's cute, endearing. I like that. Anyway. Huh? Oh, I was studying. Anyway. I was like, what were we doing before this? How did we get on this? Anyway, hi Sinisters, hi. That's it. Anyway, it's always very fun to see Cubs in other channels, and not in, again, very possessive way, but I'm like, oh, okay, if they watch this person, I probably will like them too, so I always get really excited, and then I get nervous, and then I get out as soon as I can, because sometimes I want to have conversations with Cubs, but then I'm like, wait, we should focus on the streamer? Please ignore me now! Anyway, let me take one quick sip of water really quick. Alright, so, blah blah blah, study guide not organized, it's organized in regards to the structure I was given, but it's not really organized, blah blah blah, we'll give background, blah blah blah, let's yap, blah 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 blah, let's talk about stuff. So the first thing we're going to talk about is a thing called systems review versus review of systems. First of all, whoever created this, I'm ending them in Minecraft. Because why do you have basically the same words, but like you arrange them and you're like, yeah, let's put a different word. Yeah, they'll get it. They'll understand. Like, I don't know why, but this was like one of the not hardest. Let's not exaggerate. But it was very difficult for me because I kept switching them up for some reason at the beginning, and I was mad. I was like, whoever named this, I'm ending you. But let's go ahead and go in specifics. This right here is basically what's in the table. So let's go ahead and see colorful tables so our brain could be like, ooh, color happy. So a review of systems is a subjective examination. Subjective meaning that this is not necessarily factual. This is just in a sense of, if I ask your opinion, like it's more of an opinion based, basically, of like, how are you feeling and this and that. So the subjective exam of the reviews of system is basically like a structured series of questions about symptoms, organized by body systems to uncover potential issues. So you can pretty much ask the first 10 questions of this image I'll show you down below, or the full 23, and it's questions such as like asking if they're lightheaded, difficulty with smell, taste, or swallowing. Those kind of things is like, yeah, I'm here for my elbow, but yeah, I've been feeling really lightheaded lately. Sometimes with these subjective exams, you can identify clusters of signs and symptoms that indicate systemic conditions. So you basically get to uncover something because it's really wacky in the field of physical rehab, where now we have something called direct access. And so sometimes an individual doesn't get to see their doctor first, or they hadn't seen their doctor in years, and they're like, well, I'm here for my elbow, my doctor was just going to refer me back to you, so I just decided to do direct access. Great, thanks for using your resources, I guess. Hold on. Never mind, I got scared. Peace is just having zoomies. Anyway, so basically here's some of the questions you would ask them. So if you ask them the first 10, I think the stats are like you asked like 96% of the questions and identified a possible red flag. Let me go ahead and zoom in a little bit. But it's asking questions, and hey, you know, this would be really good for you Cubs to also look over. So I'll ask you the first 10, and if you say yes, you might want to go see a doctor. Maybe it's not like a guarantee. Like, you have headaches, go to a doctor. But if you have like a few of these, you know, But you ask about, have you recently experienced any abnormal sensations like numbness and pins and needles? Like, yeah, my arm likes to go numb. Like, oh, okay, quirky. Have you recently experienced headaches? What about night pains? Sustained morning stiffness, and this can go more in line with like osteoarthritis or any kind of arthritis, where typically when they wake up, they feel very stiff in the morning, but after the hour, once they get up and moving, they feel pretty okay by the afternoon. Lightheadedness, trauma, like motor vehicle accidents, or maybe you recently had a fall, night sweats, constipation, or easy bruising. And then the last one is change in visions. Then 11's like menstrual patterns, gait or balance disturbances, chest pain or rest, shortness of breath, muscle weakness. The list goes on to about 25 questions. But asking those questions are going to be super duper duper important. Whoa! Super duper important because sometimes, have you Cubs heard of something called referred pain? It's a very quirky thing that I can't really speak off the top of my head, unfortunately, so I'm going to speak about it very vague, because I haven't touched referred pain in like a year and a half, smiley face emoji. But basically, sometimes when someone has shoulder pain, let's say for example, maybe something I actually know. If someone says they have low back pain, and you're doing the test and they're not able to, what do you call it, get those symptoms replicated by you doing your test and measures and examination, hey, this might be more systemic. Actually, it might be something wrong with your kidneys, which is crazy. Yeah, this is not like your muscles or your back or anything. It's your kidneys that have some kind of defect, and they're having this referred pain, which is getting to your low back, basically. And same things can happen with different organs to different other body parts. Like, I know the shoulder is very common for, I think, that like spleen. But don't quote me on that one. The kidney one I know. The spleen one, it's still up in the air, you know? Squall says if I say no to most of them, that's fine, right? Yeah, it's fine. Because don't get me wrong. Headaches happen. I wouldn't send someone to the ER for headaches, but you know your body better than anyone else, basically. So if you feel like you need any medical attention, then please do seek the appropriate parties to do so. Smiley face emoji. But so that's a review of systems. But systems review, how I like to memorize it is basically like, oh, it's short to the point. It is a systems review. And so this is going to be more objective. This is going to be more like looking at the facts, and like we're talking about facts, like someone can't lie about this. Like if I take your vital signs and I say, hey, I'm going to go check your blood pressure, and it's like, yeah, your blood pressure is this. That's an objective measure. You can't just be like, yeah, my blood pressure is like 120/80. Like, no. I took the measurement and this is what it says. So it's a very brief examination of specific systems. They often involve hands-on tests and basically measures to guide further examination. So if we're having some vital issues, someone's like, yeah, I feel lightheaded, and their blood pressure's up, it's gonna be like, yeah, buddy, your blood pressure's up. Is this your normal? No? Do you take medications? Yes, you haven't been taking them? Okay, bucko. You know, stuff like that. And it does the same thing. We're going to help identify clusters of signs and symptoms that are going to indicate systemic conditions. And it's going to identify impairments not verbalized by the patient. So kind of same thing of like patient reports shoulder pain, but then you find leg weakness during the screening, and then you have to decide like, okay, I know they're here for their shoulder, but now their leg is also doing this. Is this something that requires further examination? It's pretty much up to you to decide. But yeah, from there we'll go to histories and screenings for red flags. This is more specifically to the hip, so smiley face emoji. Squall says, should people measure their blood pressure regularly? I don't think I've tested mine myself. I mean, it's up to you. Some people have a family history of low or high blood pressure. Like my mama bearcat had high blood pressure, so I'd always worry about my blood pressure. I have low blood pressure. I've never had abnormally high blood pressure in my life. I was pretty normal. I was below. So I'm glad, I guess I did inherit that smiley face emoji, but there's just some things you just have to be careful for. I'm not gonna lie to you, and this is kind of a little embarrassing, but it wasn't until recently, and I'm talking about a few months ago, of like, hey, why is high blood pressure bad? And I learned this in my neuro course, basically, because my professor asked me, and I was like, huh? It's bad because it's bad? And they're like, well, the person is likely to have a stroke, basically, if they have a high blood pressure. And I'm like, oh, yeah, okay. And as you know, strokes are not that fun. You basically lose half of your body on one side, depending on what side gets affected. And yes, you could recover from it, and people do, but you know, you're never really the same, unfortunately. But yeah. Anyway, but that's not like, oh, high blood pressure, stroke. I'm just saying like, oh, that's one of the complications that could arise from that, you know? But I think it'd be good to check. I don't know where you live exactly. And if you want me to learn, I'll put it in my little memory bank of like stalker information. But in America, I feel like a lot of supermarkets have and grocery stores have like a blood pressure machine right by the door. And yeah, I feel like it's very easy to check your blood pressure. You don't need to buy like a blood pressure cuff. I feel like they're always available at the door, or like, you know, a lot of grocery stores have like a mixed-in pharmacy, and so you can always check by like the pharmacy area, and you can go ahead and check your blood pressure there, or you could just go to a pharmacy and they typically have a machine there as well. Or you could go to your doctor, I guess, too, but I feel like that's obviously more expensive. Thank you for checking out the Discord, gamer. But yeah, moving on. So yeah, history is a screening for red flags. So again, this is more focused on the hip. This is like one of the only few things I know that's lower extremity related in the study guide. But basically, you have to understand that if someone has a traumatic onset, whether that's going to be through a fall, a direct blow, or an MVA, a motor vehicle accident, you might want to warrant immediate medical attention to rule out a fracture or a hip of the pelvic ring. So your pelvis or hip, anything of the sort, might be affected depending on how hard you fell. Because imagine like falling on your butt and you're like, I'm okay. Oh, maybe you're not. Or, you know, you actually like trip and fell and then you hit like the, how do you call it? I was gonna say the iliac crest, but I can't just say that. You know when you put your hands on your hip? Hey, maybe you fractured that area, which is referred to as like the iliac crest. So we want to be careful and make sure we rule out any kind of fractures with that. This is an increased concern, especially for older adults with a history of osteopenia or osteoporosis. Oh, sorry, I forgot I can show you the colorful one, but give me one moment. Sorry, I was like dying a little bit. Anyway. So sorry, let me go back before the history. So if someone, let's say, not you, because I would not manifest that, someone you know, okay, someone we don't know actually, someone we don't know, had a traumatic onset and it was a fall, direct blow, MVA, and we want to rule out a fracture, some things that could kind of like throw up some red flags or ring some bells for us to be like, ooh, this person actually needs medical attention, is that if they're not willing to put weight on the lower extremity, they have apprehension or they're scared to move, or they're just having straight up severe pain, we want to refer to their primary care physician or take them to the emergency room to get some kind of imaging to confirm or rule out that, hey, they do or they don't have a fracture. Traumatic onset is going to be very oof for those with older adults. As you would imagine, I feel like you hear very common, oh no, this older individual fell and they broke their hip. Like I feel like that's relatively common news, and it's not because, oh, they're old, well, but some of the signs and some of the things that happen with aging, unfortunately, might be in play here. So like, oh, they're older, so their bone density is a little bit lower, and oh, maybe they're having some balance impairments because they're a little bit older because of XYZ reasons. It's just things to consider. But specifically, and there's going to be increased risk of fracture for older adults with a history of osteopenia, which is lower than average bone density. So this is bone loss, and it's increasing the risk for fractures, but it's not as severe as osteoporosis. Osteoporosis, this is when the person has weak and brittle bones and their bone mineral density or mass decreases, or the structure and the strength changes of the bones. So they're very likely, if they fell, they're you know, their bones are made of glass basically. Also, someone had a prior hip fracture that can also put them in an increased risk of getting, well, another fracture, which quirky, but it is what the facts say apparently. Dr. Justice says, you want to take me to my PCP? I'm not sure my angel dust will help with this situation, brother. Anyway, so in addition to some red flags, we want to go ahead and screen for avascular necrosis. So A meaning none, vascular talking about, well, our vascular system. Avascular necrosis, and necrosis are referring to bone death. This is a loss of blood supply to tissues, which can lead to pain, joint collapse, and disability. So avascular necrosis can happen due to a traumatic event, and the trauma actually being surgery. There are some pretty invasive procedures that get in there, and as you'd imagine, if something gets like, well, impacted when it shouldn't be, that can technically be the trauma. So this trauma can lead to a loss of blood supply to the head of the hip, and this is typically, again, post-surgically, which can lead to some blood flow abnormalities. But for atraumatic avascular necrosis, you want to look for several things. You want to look for insidious onset lasting greater than 6 weeks. So they're like, hey, I have this pain in my hip, and it's been like over a month now. It's been 6 weeks. You want to check up on someone who's about the ages 30 to 50 years old with a history of corticosteroid use, which makes me really sweaty sometimes because I know of a cub, smiley face emoji, who's taking corticosteroids right now. So I'm like, you know, if it's helping you now, sure, but And then really the third thing you want to look at is hip pain and signs and symptoms over a 6-week period. That hasn't really changed much at all. Nothing's really making it better or worse. It's pretty much been the same throughout the 6 weeks, which gives you the suspicion of, this may be avascular or atraumatic avascular necrosis. So, Hi, Zeke. Hi, welcome. You didn't know insidious was used as medical terminology? It is! It's so cool. We also use idiopathic when we just don't know. We're like, idiot. No, I'm just kidding. Idiopathic. We don't know, but it happens. At least we know that. Yay! Anyway, so avascular necrosis can... But, oh gosh, hold on. Avascular necrosis in the early stage, the hip is typically not limited, but when we get to later or, you know, the advanced stages, this is going to start mimicking osteoarthritis. So that morning stiffness that I was just talking to you about when we were doing the review of systems and asking those questions, that could be like, hey, I have sustained morning stiffness. It's like, where? In my hip. And if you're not as familiar with osteoarthritis, I did add a little thing here. Osteoarthritis occurs when the flexible protective tissue at the end of bones, which are our cartilage, wears down. And this gradually happens and worsens over time. And this can happen for the joints in the hands, the neck, the lower back, the knees, and the hips. Those are the most commonly affected joints in our hands where they could suffer from some osteoarthritis. I feel like a very common one that Cubs tend to hear is like with the hands, especially. I feel like a lot of people are maybe more familiar with the term RA or rheumatoid arthritis, so something along those lines. So now, yeah, that was cool that we talked about that. Now we're gonna go to a completely different area. Welcome to Canada. So we're gonna go ahead and talk about the Ottawa knee rules. So we talked about history, this can be the very loose connection. We talked about history and screening for red flags, etc. The Ottawa knee rules are going to help us indicate if an individual needs x-rays, basically. And we'll talk about for their knee, their ankle, and their foot. Swell says, is corticosteroid something that's ingested as a drug in this scenario? I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I have no idea. I'm more familiar with corticosteroids as like injections, basically. I don't know if there's a medicated drug pill. Medical or medication stuff is like completely out of my field. Sorry. I took one course in pharmacology, that's it. But I feel like they're commonly used again as injections for people who are like, I have low back pain, and they're like, let's see if the corticosteroid shot helps you, and it's like, oh, okay. And for most people, it does relieve a lot of their symptoms for like a few days or a few weeks. But Dr. Justice says, my buddy learned he had arthritis in his early 20s, and he's a DDR streamer. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I think DDR is so cool, and I obviously did not live near an arcade, nor had the money to become like gamer in it. But imagine the amount of like force, basically, that they use to like step and move around, which sounds like really weirdly counterproductive. It's like, but they're moving and grooving, isn't that okay? Yeah, but I don't know. I've seen some DDR players stomp. So imagine you're stomping like 8 hours a day. Yeah, that's gonna wear down the body pretty fast, unfortunately. But yeah. So Ottawa knee rules, going back. So here are some basically indicators. Whoops. Here's some indicators to determine, and it's right here too. It's rewritten. I have no idea. I wanted to be quirky with it because I feel like if I type it, it's like simultaneously writing it and being like, okay, I know. So if I know, I'm gonna close my eyes and try to see if I can recite it. Ooh. Okay, so the person should be 55 years or older. There should be isolated tenderness to the patella or the kneecap, which I'll show you once I open my eyes, and tenderness to the fibular head. And they should be unable to weight bear. Oh, and inability to flex any past 90. Tee! Ta-da! So easy. Oh my goodness. Everyone's going to work now? No, I'm just kidding. Hi, welcome! Howdy, gamer. Welcome. Howdy, I'm clocking into the office. I hope you have a good day, gamer. And Justice heading to work. Catch you later. Have a good day, gamer. Good luck at the office. Stay strong. Don't overwork yourself. Ah! But yeah, so the patella again is your kneecap. This is the one where who was it? Oh my gosh. I forget their name, but if I see them, I'll remember them. But one of the Cubs, I know them from Ryan's stream, and they had redeemed the bearcat school fact, basically, and they asked about the kneecaps, and I was like, yeah, your patella, you can move, you can wiggle around. It's very uncomfortable to me, but you can do it. And then here's the head of the fibula. So below your thigh bone, basically, your femur, you have two bones, the tibia and the fibula. And the fibula is on the outer side or the lateral side. And it's always crazy thing. I have two bones down here? Yeah, isn't it quirky? When I first learned it, I don't know why, I was like amazed. But yeah, your fibula is lateral. That's how I always remember it too. Fibula ends with LA, lateral starts to LA, so it's off to the side. So this tenderness here and here are going to go ahead and give suspicion of, hey, maybe you need an x-ray. If you're older than 55, inability to flex the knee past 90 degrees, and inability to bear weight. So if they could get only maybe 4 steps, thank you for that, but thank you. Oh, there's 2! Wow! Double-handed head pads. Let's go. Thank you, gamer. Hi, Apple. Hi, welcome. Good morning to you and happy Monday. Welcome. But yeah, all that basically to say, get an x-ray. 2 for the price of 1? It is! That's crazy! Alright. Oh, yeah, this is fine. So the Ottawa ankle rules. So this one is pretty straightforward. It's 3 things, basically. It's, can they bear weight? No? Ooh, okay. You might need to get an x-ray, gamer. Or they have tenderness in the malleolar zone. So the malleolar zone can be seen laterally or medially. So basically the malleolar zone is a very fancy way to say ankle. It's your literal ankle. You know, if you reach for your ankle, you have 2. Nice. You have 1 on each side, 1 on the outside, 1 on the inside. If you have some kind of tenderness there and it's hurting and you're unable to bear weight, yeah, brother, you need to go ahead and see a hacking your PCP to get some imaging, okay? Now for the foot is quirky. So the foot is that you have bone tenderness, and I don't think I have a good picture. But for the foot, you're gonna have pain in the midfoot area. So we won't be talking about this, unfortunately, but the foot is broken up into several pieces. We have the hind foot, which is your talus and your calcaneus, so the 2 bones right here. We have your midfoot, which is right here, that has your navicular and your cuboids. I mean cuboids right here, and then your, wait, hold on. Oh, I lied. Navicular, cuboid, and cuneiforms. Smiley face emoji. I hope I marked those. If I see it in a different image, I'd be like, oh yeah. But it should be, because yeah, the cuneiforms are on top of the navicular. Yeah. So this area is your midfoot, and then the rest of it, your toesies or your metatarsals, that's gonna be your forefoot. So yeah. You dropped out now! What class is this for? This is for like musculoskeletal conditions. Brother, you're a kinesiology major? Were you gonna go into like some kind of like a physical or occupational therapy? Don't worry, I make good money in IT. That was my backup plan. Here are my backup plans in listed order. 1, I become the assistant. and I just forget everything. 2, I get into coding and get into IT. 3, I do graphic design. 4, I completely change majors yet again. 5, something. And I think I had several others. Selfie pics. Like, I don't know. I kept going down. I think the last thing on my list was like join the military. Join the military. Yep. I think I was like slightly envious. No, I was not envious. I was only envious in this regard, where I ran into a guy in middle school. Not middle school. I saw him in high school, and I was retaking courses for like my gap year when I was applying to grad school because I needed quote unquote better grades. Smiley face emoji. I got a C in basically a course, and to be more competitive, I tried to get like an A or B by retaking the course. Smiley face emoji. Paying that all out of pocket, and I ran into him. He's like, "Yeah, I was in the military for a while. Da 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 da. And yeah, the military is paying for my schooling." And I'm like, free money. Yeah, don't do the military unless you have to. Yeah, exactly. I will not do it. I have family members, like my brother ended up pretty okay in the military, while my nephews got discharged for mental reasons. So smiley face emoji. That's why it's last on my list. What's your major? My major in my bachelor's was like a very general like health science thing. I'm not gonna lie to you, Cubs. That's actually one of the reasons why I was so fixated on getting my career or getting to my grad program, because my bachelor's actually meant dog duty. Like literally, I could do nothing with my bachelor's alone. It was like a stepping stone into like a some type of grad program. So if this didn't work out, I literally would have like what is the cool word people use now? Crash out. I would have crashed out so hard. What do you mean the past 4 years of my school meant nothing? You know what I mean? Would have lost it. What am I doing now? Physical rehab. Smiley face emoji. Can I say it now? I'm basically at the end. Anyway. Double says fight for honor in the Cubs. I will! I'm fighting every day. Making sure I get this knowledge in, you know? And if you do the military, do the Air Force? I will, in an alternate timeline, I will consider it. Smiley face emoji. I don't know. I feel like the Air Force. I know this sounds silly. I'm not that interested in flying. I think the idea of flight is so cool, but I definitely can't join the Navy. I can't swim. So I'm like, damn, they would put me in the Army. Damn. Oh my goodness. But yeah, you can't swim? I know, it's very unfortunate. I know. They teach you to swim? Oh boy, I bet they do. Oh my goodness. Military isekai, brother. Not everyone in the Air Force flies? Oh, thank goodness, you know? And I think jumping out of planes, I guess the Army kind of does that too. I don't know. I'm kind of scared of heights. But it's not the heights that scare me, it's the idea of falling. Right, I need to get you back on the swimming program? Brother, it's so funny because I passed by a swimming school the other day and I was like, they probably don't teach people like me. It's like for kids or babies. I'm like, ooh. Yeah, swimming arc after cooking arc. Yeah. There are literally desk jobs in the very branch. Good. That's where I am. At my desk. Smiling. Happy. Hee. But yeah. You know, summer's coming up. It's April. Then I don't know when summer actually starts, but it's gonna be pool season again soon, so I might finally decide to learn how to swim. We'll see. Excuse me. You're not allowed near water unless you learn how to swim. Yeah. You sound like my mom. No, I'm just kidding. My mom, a bearcat, was actually really funny with it because she would tell me basically like if I go onto like the beach or something, she's like, only hip height only. Or dip your feet. You could just put your toes. You don't even have to go in the water. You just put your ankles in and that's it. And I'm like, Mama Bearcat, what? But yeah, I did have, I think I shared this a while back though, that I did have like a near drowning experience. It was just so funny because it was not funny. Sorry. Let me correct that. But in hindsight, as someone many years later, I just thought it was so funny because I'm like, oh wow, I probably could have died then. But for some reason, I was able to open my eyes in the water, in the salt water. And I'm like, oh, I see where I am. And then my mom waved out to me and I was just able to get back to shore. So that was quirky. I think when you're scared, things just happen. You just ignore everything else. So that was quirky. It wasn't like a scary situation, but I just remember being like, oh, I'm too far away from the shore. What the heck? But you gotta get on that grind for the beach. I know. It was so funny because we had a gym subs. Oh my gosh. We had a gym instructor substitute the other day, and our class was really full for some reason. She's like, guys, it's a little bit too late if you want that beach body, if you're just joining it now, but okay, whatever. Happy to have all of you here. But yeah, I think even ironic, I don't know. Maybe I'm just taking out the words from my vocabulary now. Beep, boop, beep. Gotta get that crop top physique? Nah, brother. I just need to learn how to float. You know, it's very unfortunate. I know how to float on my back, but I have to be in peace. And I haven't learned peace, or I haven't known peace in quite some time. So, yikes. It's just so funny because I can float on my back, but as soon as I'm like, you're gonna drown or die or someone's going to do something to you, I freak out. So I'm like, oh. Skull says in Germany we have the German Life Saving Association that teaches adults how to swim. There's probably some American equivalent. That's what I hope, but I have no idea. It's something I will definitely look into and look forward to, you know? Definitely on the bucket list, you know? Double says I love water, but drowning is scary. Yeah. It brings me back to a not spoilery thing of Severance when they asked, like, if you were in a mudslide, what would you be more scared of? Suffocating or drowning? I was like, huh? Anyway. Never too late? Yeah, no, I know it's not too late. I just gotta do it. But look, listen, I'm gonna have hobbies again, kind of. I don't know what I'm doing actually, but I'm gonna have hobbies again once I start working for free 8 to 5 for the next 12 weeks of my life. So very excited to explore different things, you know? The moment Tippa gets out of school, she could float effortlessly. No stress, no panic, no nothing. Peace. Maybe, we'll see. But anyway, gamers, would you believe that I've been yapping for an hour and now that Spuds is here, I have to play an ad? That's crazy. Oh my gosh! Oh my gee! It's the Tippa! It's me! Hi, Gamer! Gamer, I'm so sorry. What the Sorry, Gamer. You came in on stream at a time where you have to play a 3-minute ad break. You're the ad bringer? Brother! That's okay. You're bringing me cash monies. I don't make that much off ads, sorry cuz, but I do need to go ahead and do what do you call it, the Twitch ad break anyway, because it's gonna play regardless of whether I wanted to or not. Hee haha ho ho. And so when we come back, we'll go ahead and we'll keep going through the list of stuff. I don't think I finished the Ottawa foot rolls, so tee or maybe I did. Ooh. Basically, foot rolls. If you have tenderness in your navicular, which is the middle bone in the green area, or the base of your 5th metatarsal, so like your pinky bone down here, if you have pain with that, imaging. Alright, when we come back, we'll talk about the Canadian C-spine rolls, okay? Caleb! No! Okay, I'm snoozing the ad. You're welcome. I'm just kidding. Caleb! Hi, gamer! Thank you so very much for the raid! Welcome, raiders! Welcome, welcome, welcome! My name is Tipanya. Nice to meet ya! I'm a bearcat VTuber. I do the Galga, I do the Nyanya, and it's very nice to meet ya! I hope you had a good time with Borderlands 3. I hope you saved your progress this time and didn't lose anything, and you had a great time with the quirky desert adventures. Office lady, yeah, it's me! I'm sorry, it's me! It's me! I had this with Big Cam. We had a co-working collab and we're in an office together. And my what do you call it? My normal outfit wouldn't do. Sorry. I feel like I'm jerking? Wow, that's crazy. Anyway. What? Where is my smooth movement? No! Anyway. Welcome. We're just studying because I have my last final today. So I'm sweating it. I'm nervous. I'm scared. I'm excited. I'm feeling many emotions right now. I hope you're well, gamer. I hope also you got reorganized with your testing stuff, point left, point right emoji, and how excited all of us will be to celebrate that you got it rescheduled and you passed and life is so good, and that you're so filled with knowledge because you got so much to study, or so much time to study. You're gonna get through it easily, dude. Gamer, I'm hoping, but I'm scared because he literally gave us this guide, and then he was like, yeah, and the test is cumulative, by the way. Peace! I'm like, what? No! So, we'll see, but thank you for the well wishes. I appreciate it. Look, listen, I have to, like, absolutely fail. I have to get, like, 25 questions wrong to actually, like, fail my exam and fail my course. So, I'm hoping that's not a thing that's gonna happen. I think everything will be daijou booty, and, yeah, just breathe in, breathe out, and just dissociate until the time comes. So easy. And then take it, and then it's free. But if somehow, oh my god, I think I would actually start sobbing, crying if I somehow failed it, because that means I would get left back, and I can't do that. I can't do it. They can't keep me. I want to be free. But we'll see. But yeah, gamer, I'm so sorry. What had happened was I was gonna go BRB really quick because I had an ad break coming up, and unfortunately, you know, Twitch, haha, he's so quirky. So I'm gonna use this time to, like, I don't know, chug some water because we still have a lot to read, and go from there. So let's use this time to stand up and stretch, hydrate, and eat and drink something super duper yummy. I'll be back, and we'll be back to talking about some quirky stuff like, hey, if I hurt my neck, do I need imaging? Yes or no, depending on these circumstances. Here, let's read through this fun, wacky table together, smiley face emoji. Yet another thing that Canada has given to us, the Canadian C-spine rules. Yay! I'm leaving. Goodbye! Bye, I'll be back! No! Oh my goodness, guys, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to be away for that long. I just thought, wow, the ad's gonna play any moment now. Any moment now. Oh, it's been like 3 minutes and it still hasn't played. Oh, it's about to play. Oh, well, a well-deserved 6-minute break. For all, and to all, a good night. Z. But, excuse me, I hope you guys had a really good break. Thank you so much for the welcome backs. Thank you! Oh, thank you! No pre-roll for 60 minutes now. Exactly! So easy! So easy. Hi, pals. Hi, welcome. Hi, gamer. Nice to see you. Welcome. Alright, for the gamers who are just coming on, welcome. We are talking about my notes for my final exam of tonight, of forever, of, again, parentheses, I keep trying to say apostrophe, not parentheses, but I feel like parentheses is just easier to say. But anyway, apostrophe, yes, I do have to take my boards at the end, in January, but that's a later feature tip, a problem. For now, this is my last academic semester exam, and I'm so excited and nervous. Freedom on the horizon. I can taste it, and it's gonna taste so good. Tomorrow's gonna be crazy, because it's like, Tippa, shouldn't you be worried about this? And I'm like, nah. Anyway, so let's talk about Canadian C-spine rolls. So C-spine rolls basically are going to help indicate, hey, if I hurt my neck, do I need a radiograph? So if you have high risk factors, yes, you will need a radiograph. So what are some high risk factors? We have ages that are 65 and up, a dangerous mechanism, or paresthesia on the extremity. So you're having that pins and needles sensation, or the arm going numb. Or I guess legs too, sure, but most likely in the arms you're experiencing that pins and needles sensation. Yeah, you need a radiograph. So if you're kind of like, well, Tippo, what's the dangerous mechanism? The dangerous mechanism could be a fall from an elevation that's more than 3 feet or 5 stairs. Sorry, that's small to read. There you go. Caleb says, so like after this exam, would study streams be gone forever? No! So I might do a little weird hybrid thing, basically, where I still have Spanish club that I have to catch up with because I'm actually several chapters behind now, smiley face emoji, because school got a little bit overwhelming and I had to drop all my remaining hobbies except going to the gym apparently and streaming. So I definitely have to catch up with that. But I probably won't do co-working. What do you call it? At least for the next several weeks. Smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji. Because on May 12th is actually when I start my clinical rotation. So I'm only actually like free for like only 2 weeks, and I'd like to fill it with as much gaming as I can. End of an era? No, but the consistency is not going to be there. It's definitely going to be back in December though, smiley face emoji. So in December, that's when I actually have to start cramming for my boards, and I know a lot of people are like, but New Year's, Tipanya, and Christmas. Yeah, heck those. I'm sorry, I had to study for my boards until my actual exam on January, or in January, so we'll see. So they're gonna take a small hiatus for 8 months, but they need the rest, so it's fine. But I might bring them up just for funsies of like, oh, well, we could squeeze in like a 2-hour pomodoro and then like do gaming or something, you know? Maybe like on a weekend or something. Yeah. Dangerous mechanism again. Fall from elevation 3 feet or 5 stairs. Axial load to the head, so like diving. So basically you get hit on the top of the head and it loads through the head and neck. Motor vehicle collision at a high speed. I don't know kilometers per hour. I'm sorry, I'm really painfully American. I don't know what that means. Miles per hour, 62. So either 100 kilometers per hour or about 62 miles per hour, you had a motor vehicle accident. Yeah, it's fast. A rollover, ejection. So basically you get hit on a highway. Motorized recreational vehicles, like motorcycle, dirt bike, etc., or bicycle struck or collision. This is where you have to be like, okay. So in addition to this, we want to assess for any low risk factors which allow for safe assessment or range of motion. So if it's not a simple vehicle accident, radiograph. If they're not in a sitting position in the emergency department, like they're not able to hold their head up, they're laying down, they feel like sitting up hurts or whatnot, radiograph. If they are not able to walk, radiograph. If they don't have a delayed onset of neck pain and it's pretty immediate, radiograph. An absence of midline tenderness spine or the cervical spine. So they're having tenderness in the middle of their neck, radiograph. Squall says if you're in an accident at that speed, you're lucky to be alive. Yeah, no, you are 100%. But there's some things that might be worth considering if you're still alive. So smiley face emoji like your head. The other last thing is that are they able to actively rotate their neck about 45 degrees? So if you bring your head off to the side and you're looking like at your shoulder or like your chin, you could like touch your chin to your shoulder basically. That's about 90 degrees, smiley face emoji, about. So if you could do about half of that smiley face emoji, then that's half of that 90. If you're able to get that 45 both on the left and the right, then no radiograph is needed. But if you're not able to do that, radiograph. So this is just a really cool flow chart to basically determine if a radiograph is needed for the cervical spine. Yeah. I think it's pretty straightforward. Basically, if they seem okay, but somehow they're unable to, rotate their head left or right 45 degrees, then yeah, radiograph. But generally, again, older than 65, dangerous mechanism, and tingling in extremities. Yep, send them into a radiograph. This image is the same thing, but it's not as cute and colorful, so don't worry about it. Alright, this is a brand new thing, which it's fine, it's okay, but still. So let's learn about the difference between osteosarcomas versus how can I say the cartilage one? I'm getting it how to pronounce. And Hi Findo, hi, welcome on in, welcome. Thank you for the like and politely checking in. Alright, how do I say this word?
Enchondroma.
Enchondroma! Thank you, Caleb!
Enchondroma.
Enchondroma! I don't know, I'm gonna start rolling my R's. Anyway, so this isn't something that has not been discussed in any of our lectures. These are one of those wacky things that he decided to put in, so it's fine, it's okay, because it's straightforward, but still, it's like, gosh darn it. So, what is the difference? So, osteosarcomas are, well, osteobone sarcoma cancer. It's primarily a bone cancer that affects pretty much people of all ages, children, young adults, or older adults. These are typically going to affect long bones, like the femur, or the humerus. And what happens is that when you're palpating for bone, you might feel like this palpable, sharp, angulated mass, which is not supposed to be there. If I'm feeling this, I'm supposed to be feeling for a bony prominence, but if I start feeling something like a mass, yikes, that's awful. That is literally osteosarcoma. When you palpate here, you're gonna feel, or the patient may complain about bone pain, and then you would feel that squishiness or that swelling in that area. Enchondromas. These are actually non-cancerous bone tumors that begin at the cartilage, and this could typically be in the hands and feet, and they're more inside the bone. So again, benign, meaning that they're harmless, but still a tumor. This typically occurs with individuals who are ages 10 to 40, and the tumor is located inside the bone. When you palpate, there should be no sharp angulated mass like you'd see in osteosarcoma, and then again, this is the image of a mass, or what you would see. So we have to know some special tests, and my classmate did a really good job at that, so I'm gonna go ahead and I think I have some of the my notes and his notes combined in here with the special tests, so we'll go through those. But special tests are super duper important because sometimes they could help us rule in or rule out a diagnosis, and so this helps us kind of guide our reasoning, our logic, and our evaluation to see, you might have this. The likelihood of you having this is pretty high. In my career, we can never give a medical diagnosis because we are not medical doctors. But we can say the signs and symptoms are relating to said so-and-so. Or we can go ahead and say, oh, this is some kind of mobility deficit, movement coordination issue, blah, 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 blah. So how do we decide and how do we determine what is what? So there's some clinical prediction rules or clusters that he would like us to know. And what clusters are basically a set amount of special tests or procedures you could do during the evaluation to determine, hey, this person most likely has XYZ. So there's 5 of them he wants us to know. So let's go ahead and talk about the first one. And I do have them, and so we'll just rinse and repeat because repetition's pretty good. It helps us with memorization. Okay. But from the top of my head though, so we have something called cervical radiculopathy. So basically, this happens when someone has pain and in the head neck region, basically, and this pain can radiate down the arm. They have that tingling and numbness and pins and needles sensation. And so to help identify this, there's I think 4. Again, I'm gonna look away. I'll close my eyes. So we could do an upper limb tension testing. So if you recall that nerve flossing presentation that I had to show off for some reason, smiley face emoji on social media, I went ahead and did that, and that's basically the same thing, but we're going to be flossing the median nerve. And sorry, I can open my eyes for this one. The median nerve is pretty important. It is a nerve that goes down our arm, smiley face emoji, innervates a good chunk of our flexor muscles, so not the biceps, but it actually innervates below the elbow and all those other flexor muscles and hands in our muscles in our hand. Thank you, brain. And so with this, I feel like median nerve gets really, more popularized with our kind of audience when we talk about carpal tunnel syndrome. So when people complain that they have carpal tunnel syndrome or, oh, my wrists are kind of hurting, it's usually due to some kind of compression of the median nerve at that region of the carpal tunnel. And that's why sometimes you have that like vague pain, numbness, or even like the tingling of the hands or wherever basically the median nerve is going to innervate, because you have this, what do you call it, compression. For whatever reason, the median nerve though, the thumb is spared, but the other fingers are not. So that's very quirky. But anyway, if you were to do tension testing, basically you would replicate some of the symptoms of the median nerve, and you would feel that like, oh yep, it's a positive sign because I'm getting this like very active tinglingness while trying to stretch this nerve specifically. Hi user, hi, welcome on in, welcome. Tippa looking nice to see. Thank you. This is my little celebratory outfit for the last exam, you know? Wrist can hurt too much of, yeah, I mean, overuse of your wrist in general can really get anyone. So if you're straight up, no, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna say that. But if you do have it's mostly compression. So I feel like a lot of people who use like mouse, like obviously us on the keyboard and mouse, a lot of that time our like wrists are being pressed down. And actually, I've been experiencing some vague symptoms of carpal tunnel on my right hand, which is kind of a given because it's my dominant hand, but it's just been a lot of studying, so I'm like, ooh. Kumis says, luckily I don't have that. It's just my ulnar nerve that gets entrapped or inflamed. Oh, you can't do pronated grip pull-ups anymore, but it's fine. I wonder why. I'll give you some nerve flossing. Here, hold on. Here you go. I love nerve flossing. I'm just gonna prescribe you this as a student. Here, try this if you're ever bored. Let me know how that goes for you, okay? Hold on, let me make sure this video is okay. Yeah, sure. Good luck. No, actually, wait, they have Dr. Joe. I like her. Hold on. Here. If you want more of an explanation, second video. If you want something a little bit straight to the point, but he's not really as straight as it could be, but it's a minute, that first video. Nerve flossing sounds horrible and painful? No, it's just sometimes the nerves can get entrapped, you know? And so it's just like a little eater, and hopefully that can really use something. Typically, I think people do this, I think like 10-20 times. And get to do it daily. So easy. Anyway. Sorry, going back. Cervical... Oh god, okay. What are the 4 special tests off the top of my head? I believe for cervical radiculopathy, it is... upper limb nerve tension testing. That's going to be for the median nerve. We're also going to have a positive distraction test, positive spurling, and they can't turn their head more than 60 degrees. Let's go! So this will all be explained, or actually I could just kind of show you, because they have this really cool thing about like opening a preview. But I wish I could move it, or I guess I could do that. But basically median nerve flossing looks something like this. So he's stretching the nerve as much as he can, so he's going to be folding the fingers, flexing the wrist, and extending. You see his face? You saw how he winced? It's not comfortable. But flex fingers, flex wrist, extend elbow. And so sometimes they're provoked. He's like, yep, that's a little uncomfortable. And what you could do to kind of confirm this is that you can lighten up on the patient a little bit. And then you could ask them to flex to the opposite side and ask them, hey, does that, like, what do you call it? Does that aggravate some of the symptoms? Because then you're stretching their nerve a little bit more. And it's like, okay, now bring your head towards the opposite ear or closer towards being stretched. And it's like, does that make it feel better? And that's when you know you have a positive, like, median or radial or ulnar nerve tension testing. And in this case, what do you call it? It's how do you call it? Median nerve specifically. You promise it wasn't painful? It's not that it's not painful. It's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable, but many things are in life. But it's fist shouldn't hurt. How about that? Yeah, fist? Brother, you here? First time chatter? You're here bringing up your fist? You wanna fight? You wanna fight? Hi, gamer. Hi, welcome, welcome, welcome. You got a call as soon as you wrapped up nerve flossing? That's your sign. But yeah, so that's the positive median nerve. And honestly, hold on. If you are curious about median nerve flossing and you do want to try it out yourself, you're like, hey, I'm getting some signs of carpal tunnel. Again, I love Ask Dr. Joe. She's so sweet. Sorry. I was not gonna be able to reach out for the what do you call it, the mute button for that. But yeah, Dr. Joe for the first one if you want more of an explanation. The second one, oh no, I like the third guy first. He's my favorite. Sorry, now I'm just showing you different things. But if you ever want to do at-home exercises and you're like, yeah, my median nerve, or I am getting some of that carpal tunnel compression, feel free to look up median nerve glide sliding exercises or nerve glide exercise, carpal tunnel, or blah 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 blah. You're actually in the croc family? Brother, my fellow animal? Well, welcome, welcome on in, welcome, welcome. Alright, the Sperling's test is actually really quirky. But thank you for the danke. Thank you for the bless yous. Thank you. Good tights. Thank you. Anyway, so this is Sperling's test. So this one is very quirky because basically, let's say this is very aggravating. Let's just say that. It's a very aggravating test because I think it's you put their head in the affected direction. So they're like, yeah, it's my right arm. You bring their head to the right. You bring it slightly in extension, and then you push down on their head because you hate them or something. Sorry, I'm trying to see if I could do it at like a slightly faster speed. Yeah, neck and extension. Yeah, bend to the lateral side and put axial compression. Brother, I don't even have nerve pain, but I feel like that particular position would cause so much pain to me. But if they're like, yeah, this replicates my symptoms, then oh brother, you're so good. Congratulations, you got a positive Sperling test. Yay! Now distraction is also really nice because this is actually something that you can do to help relieve some of those symptoms. I don't know if you cubs are familiar with traction. But basically there's a machine that they use in rehab clinics where you strap someone into a machine and it like pulls on their neck or their back. And this is basically it, but with human contact. Wow. So basically you grab under their skull or their occiput and you just stretch. And I know it's very hard to see, but I don't know if you saw his neck extend basically with that or get longer. But that's a distraction test. So if he's like, oh yeah, those symptoms that just occurred, that numbness, that tingling, the pain, yeah, that's no longer the case, and my symptoms are relieved, then that's a positive distraction test. So in addition to these 3 tests and having less than 60 degrees of cervical rotation to the affected side, this is called our Wiener cluster, and this is going to determine like, yeah, that person has neck pain with radiating pain, or yes, this person has cervical radiculopathy. Yeah, let me just pull on your head, bro. Yeah, exactly. But don't let anyone do it. You need someone who's trained. Because if not, you're gonna end up hurting someone for no reason, you know? Okay. Did I just go down the list? Okay. I'm gonna go down my list right now. Well, no, because I said repetition's important. Let's go through all of them and then we'll go through all of them, what do you call it, down below. So, lumbar thrust. This is basically to see if this person is okay to get an intervention of, in very layman's terms, is it okay to crack their back? So if they say, hey, I've been experiencing this pain for less than 16 days. No, I lied. Alright, so if they had this pain for less than 16 days, at least one of the hips, whether you're left or right, has a range of motion with more than 35 degrees internal rotation. So how that looks like is, if I ask you to, with one leg, to bring your knee in and kick your foot out, kind of like you're trying to do knock knees, or be like, I'm a cute little schoolgirl. I'm trying to close my legs and I gotta put my knees together to my thighs and kick my legs out. That's like the internal rotation motion I'm talking about. If they feel hypomobile meaning that they don't have as much motion when you're pressing down on their back, and you feel like, hey, that segment of the spine is not moving that well. And what is this? This is an outcome measure called Fear Avoidance Behavior Questionnaire. If it's less than 19, then it's okay, because I'm not gonna lie, when people are scared, they are scared. So what's gonna happen here is that you want their score to be less, because if they're already fearful about their back condition, I think pressing on their back is probably a no-go. They probably would not feel comfortable with it. So it's important to establish this outcome measure and see if they're even comfortable with the procedure. And then they have to have no symptoms distal to the knee. So again, this is a clinical prediction rule for improvement of acute, because less than 16 days, low back pain with spinal manipulation. So is it okay to crack your back, basically? Is it okay to give a little thrust manipulation? This is only okay for people who have lumbar mobility deficits. So these are people who have with or without leg pain that does not travel past the knee. The back pain cannot radiate past the knee, basically. They have limited lumbar range of motion, so if you tell them to lean in forward to flex their back, to extend their back, to side bend one side to the other, and they're just not having that, really might be a good candidate for this. Hypomobility again, and any kind of myofascial restriction or muscle guarding. So remember, Cubs, when we talked about myofascia many semesters ago, I guess at this point, I compared myofascia of our body basically to being like the white layer that we see in like oranges, you know, when we peel the skin. When we peel the skin of an orange, smiley face emoji, the orange skin is similar to like our skin. So when you peel it out and you kind of see that white layer, that's like the equivalent of the myofascia. And then muscle guarding, just sometimes people are just not comfortable. Like they do not want to be touched there, basically, or like they don't want to be moved because they feel like, hey, this movement's gonna aggravate my pain. Hi, Zeph. Hi, welcome. So let me go ahead. No, I'll keep going. Alright, so external impingement syndrome. Oh, this was so fun because one of the PT channels that I follow on social media, they had posted like, oh, this would be a really good way to practice. So they put like a fake patient scenario and they're like, hey, what do you think it is? And literally I was like, oh my gosh, I think it's a rotator cuff thing. Oh my goodness, I'm learning. Oh my goodness, I'm so cool. Yay! But let me see if I can bring it in a little bit. Alright. So, external impingement syndrome. So, So the best way to describe external impingement syndrome or subacromial pain syndrome, which can include rotator cuff stuff, is that this is really just like a general term that's used to describe shoulder pain that can radiate from the neck or into the neck or arm, basically. So they're like, hey, my shoulder, my arm hurts and I'm having this radiating pain. It's like, yes. Okay, how can we test this? So these are more special tests. So the first one's not necessarily a thing we do, but we have the patient do, and it's called the painful arc sign. So, do I have a picture? Yeah. Let me. So this is really quirky with someone who has this. So if we ask them, hey, can you bring your arm over your head? And they're like, oh, okay, there's no pain here. They have pain here around that 45, 60 to 120. But once they pass 120, they're like, no pain, but they bring it overhead, it's painful again. They have this positive arc sign test. So that's going to be like, I think there's something wrong here. I think there's something wrong, well, with various stuff, actually. But that's just one determining factor of like, okay, it's definitely some kind of like impingement syndrome. Something is getting pinched when it shouldn't be, and it's getting pinched at these angles. Again, 45 to 60 degrees up to 120, and then below or past that is pretty normal or okay until you get near range, the end of range of motion. The last one is, that's not how you spell Kennedy. Kennedy? Anyway, Hawkins-Kennedy's test, which is very quirky. I'll show you in just a moment. And a positive external MSTT, so muscle selective tension testing. So this is basically you have the patient match your resistance with like 2 fingers, and you have them try to externally rotate, matching the strength of your 2 fingers. And it shouldn't be anything like difficult or hard, but if they're like, hey, I'm having some pain, and let's say it's strong and painful, then that might indicate they have some kind of inflammation of the muscle tendon, or what we call a tendinopathy. So let's get over here to the test. So typically when someone has a subacromial pain syndrome, here's actually all the clusters. So they can have a positive near sign, a positive Hawkins-Kennedy, a positive Job, that painful arc that we talked about, and the pain and weak resisted external rotation. Let me go ahead and show you what the near sign looks like. So basically they have their hand internally rotated and they have like abduction. Or sorry, not abduction, flexion. My bad, I'm sorry. And then if there's any pain with that, then tee-hee, positive near test, their shoulder might be hacked. Tee-hee, haha. Hi Julie, hi, welcome! This drip? Yeah, it's my office lady drip. I'm official, I'm official! Whoops. 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 Anyway. Welcome, thank you so much for the Club check-in, and thank you for politely lurking, I appreciate it. Hawkins-Kennedy, this is quirky. So, elevate the arm to 90 degrees of forward flexion, have it rest on one of your arms so you're like crossing with them, and then perform passive internal rotation. And if they're like, owie, this hurts, congratulations, that's a positive Hawking-Kennedy, let's go! And again, this is also to determine some kind of shoulder impingement that the person may be having. So the nears again is with the thumb down, and they're doing that forward flexion, bringing the arm up almost overhead. And then this is, well, I don't really know how to explain this other than show you, Cubs. So enjoy! Now the Job's test, this is also really quirky too. This one you have to use your imagination a little bit, but the Job's test is also called the empty can test. So you basically have them externally rotate or internally rotate with their thumbs down. You have them like in this wide position. Oh, sorry, they're combining it? Okay, cool, never mind. Job's test, so internally rotate, thumbs down, and then the person presses down. And if the person's like, owie! With the resistance, then also a positive Job or empty can test. Welcome on, welcome back, gamer. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope the phone call was okay. So all those tests are cool, right? But the main cluster of what we find the most research on that helps us rule in or rule out is 3 things, and that's going to be the Hawkins-Kennedy, the one where you have the arm in such a weird wacky position. No, this one is the most specific, the spin, the one that we can rule in. If they have pain, it's like, oh, okay, you definitely had this. The painful arc that we talked about, and the weak external rotation. Alright, moving on. So pelvic girdle pain provocation test. So this is actually really quirky. Ooh, this is quirky because sometimes when someone has low back pain, is it really low back pain? You're gonna find out the human body can get really funky with it, and it turns out that, hey, maybe this person is not experiencing low back pain. This person is actually having some hip pain. So it's really important to be able to screen for the pelvis when you're assessing low back pain, to assess what is the actual source. So to assess, to assess the hips, you would do these 6 tests, and if you have 3 or more, then it's most likely that, hey, this person, though they are coming in with low back pain, the pain is actually coming from their hips or their pelvis or the pelvic girdle, all the same thing. So you have to do 6 tests. We have the Faber test, which I'll explain, the sacral and the thigh thrust test, a sacral compression distractions test, and then the Gainsland test, which I'll explain in just a moment. So, the Faber test. So the Faber's test, is actually an abbreviation. It's also known as Patrick's, but Faber is F for flexion, AB for abduction and external rotation. So basically you place that person in that position. You have their hips flexed, their knee or their leg abducted, and then you do a little bit of external rotation, applying some pressure there. And so if this is like, ow, this reproduces some of the pain that I'm having in my hip, my groin, or my SI joint, or the lumbar spine, then they have a positive sign of like, okay, at least we're in the right area that's replicating this pain. Otherwise, this doesn't really tell us much, to be honest. Kuma says, I found that most people who I've helped, oh my gosh, I found that most people who I helped previously with lower back pain benefited from getting their glutes massaged. Huh. I feel like that might be something related to like more sciatica maybe. Because we'll get there when we get there, but I'll explain in just a bit. Not the groin. Yeah, it's always really awkward. I remember I had a patient who was like male and they're like, my groin hurts, and I'm like, oh, I don't know what to do with that, buddy. Oh, that's interesting. Hey, physical therapist. what do I do here? Anyway, that's why there's like specialties. I mean, obviously groin pain does happen, and we'll talk about that also in a little bit. Like, just our muscles in that medial thigh area are adductors. Maybe there could be some kind of compression of like the nerve or like the obturator nerve, and that's giving that kind of pain, or this and that. But we never truly know until we get our hands on them and basically be like, oh, let's see if we can replicate this pain somehow, and then go from there. Smiley face emoji. But yeah, Steph, thank you so much for the holy amount times 3 exchange streaks. Thank you for the 15. I appreciate it very, 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 very much. Thank you. So, unfortunately, these are not in order of the list, so I apologize. So that's a favor. There's a distraction test. So what happens is that you put their hands on like the iliac crest, on the iliac spine, the anterior iliac spine, and then you just basically pull the hips away or push the hips away. And if they're like, owie, pain on my back, then it's like, oh, okay. But I was pushing on your hips, and you're saying this is replicating pain on your back. Thinking emoji. We also have the compression, so you do the same thing, but you're pressing the hips in, and they're like, owie! So this is going to determine that there's some kind of SI or sacroiliac or hip joint involvement. The thigh thrust is as shown. So basically you bend the knee of the patient, you place your hand here as like a, what do you call it, like a cushion, have the hips flexed to 90 degrees, and then you slowly push down onto the onto the table, and this is going to replicate some of that pain as well. That can be indicative of the SI joint thing. And then with a thigh thrust, we also have a sacral thrust, where we just push directly onto their back. Or not their back, we push on their SI joint. So, I'm sure you guys are familiar with bones enough to know what the sacrum is. We're basically just pushing down on the sacrum, not on the low back, on the sacrum, which is the little middle bone part that connects our two little hip crests, okay? Okay. And the last one's the Gainsland. We didn't talk about this, so... Gainsland is... Oh, I forgot I did get like a thing. Never mind. Yeah, Gainsland can indicate the idea... Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, I'm blanking. I can indicate the presence or absence of the SI joint lesion. So basically, you bring their leg off. Sorry about the person's legs. Anyway, so you bring their legs off, you apply a little bit of pressure, but you have the patient also hold this knee. And if they're like, hey, this is reproducing some of my pain, then it's like, oh, okay. Thinking emoji. Then it might be that as well. So any of those 6 tests that we just talked about, the Faber, the Gainsland, the compression, the distraction, the thigh, and sacral thrust test, if they have 3 or more of those, we're good. We're so good. So what about the meniscus, you know? So the meniscus, this is really quirky. I feel like this one actually deserves like a YouTube video. Oh, no, we have, oh, thank goodness we have a GIF, because I'm like, this is really weird to explain, you know? Michima, hi, welcome in, gamer, welcome. I was excited and nervous a lot just yesterday. Oh, gamer, I'm sorry. There's a lot of emotions happening that Easter, apparently, but welcome on in. Welcome. Your first kiss? Cute. And look at you with a persona icon. Look at you. You're straight up winning. Congratulations, gamer. Oh, welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. I'm studying for my finals, so don't mind me. But yeah, so the meniscus. So how do I explain the meniscus, Cubs? Your jelly-filled donut knee. Yeah, would you take that answer? Or is that not a good answer? Okay, so this is your knee. Yes, your knee. I took it. I got an x-ray. Does it look quirky? It's very unique. Anyway, so here's your patella, or that kneecap we were talking about, and here's the meniscus. So if we want to assess if maybe there's a meniscus involvement, we could do one of these 3 tests basically. Meniscus is really important for joint loading basically, and so it deals a lot with compression. That's why when Justice was talking about their DDR friend, imagine all the pressure that you're putting onto your knee and your feet and your legs, becoming like a DDR streamer. And it's like, yeah, you have arthritis. It's like, yeah, that's a lot of weight bearing and loading. Unfortunately, for some people, that can affect this area. So one of the tests we could do to positively assess if, like, hey, this is meniscus related, we could do the McMurray's test. So this one I'm going to read out. So the patient is supine, so they're laying on their back with their knees flexed. The patient is then going to externally rotate, so they're going to bring the knee out. Or they should. Oh, are they externally rotating at the ankle? I have no idea. Or no, I guess it doesn't matter because you have to do both. So you have to either bring like the ankle or the foot in or out basically. And you're going to apply a valgus force, and the valgus coming out from the side laterally. So you're going to have press, oh my gosh. Let me read it. So patient is going to externally rotate the tibia and apply a valgus stress at the knee while bringing the patient's leg into extension. Then they're going to bring back the leg into flexion, and then they do it again, but now they do it with internal rotation. So the internal external rotation is to help indicate whether it's a medial or lateral meniscus, and that's going to be the positive McMurray's. They should be able to say if the patient does have this meniscus involvement, they should be able to say, yes, that does reproduce my pain, or there might be some kind of audible clicking, which is very quirky. Another thing about meniscus is that there could be pain on full knee extent or flexion, and also pain on hyperextension of the knee. If you palpate it, there should be some joint line tenderness, and there's a history of catching and locking. So when they extend the knee, it's kind of like a kind of thing, because it's getting caught. The meniscus is getting caught on something, hence there's really not like that smooth motion. So the next thing is a little bit quirky, and we're not approaching the end, but this one, I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm not a fan of reading it. I did make this chart, but I think I might rely on my classmates, but give me one moment to double check something. Oh, and I forgot, my classmate did a really good job with the other stuff. I just have to check something though. One moment. I don't know, I feel like because we're on the topic of special tests, that maybe I should talk a little bit about it, smiley face emoji, and then I'll steal his chat about the inflammation stuff. Let me also check something else too. Okay, I think we should be good. Let me go ahead and switch as soon as I find. Okay. Alright. So unfortunately, this isn't like, I don't really have images or videos. Some of these are GIFs and some of these are not, but my professor said that we might have videos on the exam, and he's like, yeah, you have to know your special tests and you have to identify what special tests you're doing. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I think it'd be important to at least talk about this and get as much as we can. And then from my classmates' notes, we'll talk about the stages of healing, basically, and how there's 3. There's like an inflammation phase, proliferation phase, and what's the last one? I don't remember the last one. Oh, remodeling phase. I made this table, and I like my table. I love looking at color, bring go happy sort of thing. But I think my classmates' notes are basically, again, like the transcription of the thing. So I'd rather read that than my own made up notes, basically. So let's talk about more special tests. So these are going to be still more for the shoulder, and I'm going to break them down. They're color coded to each kind of wacky condition. So the subacromial impingement, remember we talked about that cluster of the external impingement being the Hawkins-Kennedy, positive external rotation MSTT, and the painful arc. So Hawkins-Kennedy is right here, and then the near impingement is also pretty vital as well, but not as cool. This is still part of the cluster, but not with the external cluster that we were just mentioning earlier with just the 3 exams. So the near impingement sign again is with the thumb down, and you have their arm coming up, and that should reproduce some of their pain, and that's for subacromial impingement syndrome. So again, at the shoulder, Hawkins-Kennedy is that like you can have your arm here, and the arm could be supported, and you basically crank on their arm in this like internal rotated position. Supraspinous pathology is that empty can test. So we saw the video just recently of them doing with both hands, but you could do one hand at a time or thumb down basically, and you apply pressure, and if there's some weakness or they say hey there's some pain, then positive test. The sulcus sign is really interesting because you like pull down at their arm, and this is to help determine inferior glenoid humeral instability due to some laxity. So the bone here is the humerus, and our glenoid fossa is basically a part of our shoulder blade that kind of cups. If you ever heard the term for joints like ball and socket, the glenoid fossa is like the socket, while the ball is like the end bone of the humerus right here. So what happens is that if you stabilize the top of the shoulder and you grasp down and you pull down and you notice, hey, there's like a significant like distance between the head of the humerus to this structure, then hey, there might be some laxity or some other wacky things going around. They're gonna have a positive sulcus sign. O'Brien's test is very quirky because you ask the patient to put there's a lot of like finger down or thumb down sort of things. So you ask them to bring their thumb down and then you push on them, and that's what you see here. But then you have them with their arms up, palm facing up to the ceiling, and you do it again. And the whole idea with this one is this is for a slap lesion. A slap lesion is a superior labrum. It's basically a bicep tear. Your slap lesion is basically the tendon of the bicep, and that upper shoulder area basically has teared. How can we fix this basically, or how can we identify this and then seek how can we fix it? So what happens here with the first test is that, hey, yes, this actually hurts. I don't really like this position. Sorry, let me also do that. No, it didn't work the way I wanted. Ooh, never mind, back to 100. Anyway, they're like, yeah, this hurts. But when it's put in this position and we apply the same amount of force, they're like, hey, this actually doesn't hurt. The pain is actually decreased when you have me in this position. That's a positive O'Brien's test. For bicep load test 2, don't ask me what happened to 1. This was also for a slap lesion. And basically, you're having them do whatever you normally would have the bicep do. So remember, the bicep can help with shoulder and elbow flexion. And it can also help with supination, or bringing that palm up, or holding that cup of soup. So what you're going to go ahead and do is that you're going to have the patient in supine laying on their back. You're going to bring the shoulders to about 120 degrees of abduction, max external rotation, 90 degrees of flexion, so like right here, that right angle, and then have the arm supinated. So you're going to ask, or the examiner is going to hold the patient's wrist into one hand and stabilize the elbow in the second. And then the patient is then instructed to perform elbow flexion against the examiner's resistance. So basically, the examiner is going to try to straighten out your arm, so your arm could, be straight out, not bent. while you're going to keep your arm in this bent position as best as you can. And if they're like, yeah, pain is increasing during that test, then okay, they might have a slap lesion. This one is a little bit wonky. We've never really done this one, but they wrote it in here, the anterior slide test. You're doing an anterior slide onto the arm. Okay, the clunk test we'll never probably be able to do because I don't think the patient will let us. But basically, I'm not going to read this because, again, these are 2 tests we didn't do. It's on the test and heck me. But clunk test basically is very painful. It's so painful. I think someone who's in the actual condition will not let you do this test because you will hear the clunk. And it's just like the bone, like something like that. It's not pleasant whatsoever. Or you hear some grinding. They're not going to let you do that. Compression rotation test, it's also for slap lesion. So basically similar to the, what do you call it? The bicep load test, except you're applying a resistance at the elbow into the main torso, into that glenoid fossa, because you're adding that compression and then you offer that rotation. And if you're like, owie, pain, then yeah, a slap lesion. That does sound incredibly painful. Wait, the clunk test or just the idea of like slap or the mnemonic of slap? Huh? So another condition that we have for the upper extremities is the anterior glenohumeral instability. And so this is really quirky because we would there's another test. What is the other test? He's missing one because there's 3. Hold on. One moment. Yeah, he's missing the apprehension test. That's all. So, the apprehension test is... Sorry, I have gifts. I have the technology in my guide. But apprehension test, this is also for anterior instability or Bankart lesions. So, Bankart lesions and slap lesions are pretty similar. It's just kind of the location of where the tear is and what things are actually involved. Slap, again, is bicep, while Bankart is not. So what's happening here is for apprehension, you have the patient with their arm externally rotated and you're bringing their arm back. And pretty much what happens is that if the patient's like, hey, I'm scared, aka apprehension, then what do you call it? Then it's a positive test. So from the apprehension, you move on to the relocation test. And basically, you do the same thing, but you reposition the head of the humerus down into the glenoid fossa. And if they say, hey, that alleviates pain and you're able to go a little bit more with the motion, they don't feel as apprehensive, then that's a positive relocation test. And then the last one is a surprise shoulder release test. So you're doing that and they're like, wow, I'm feeling so good. Thank you so much. This is really helping out. But you're like, surprise, mother hecker. And you let out the hand and they're like, oh, my arm. It's going to feel like it's going to come out the socket. Then that's a positive surprise shoulder release test. It seems really stupid, but I promise this is what we learn. But yeah, I was like, oh, he's missing one. So apprehension, relocation, surprise. There's a posterior apprehension test, and this is when you bring the arm down, basically applying that downward force. And if they're like, hey, I don't like that, then there you go. There's other tests too. Let me see. Do I not have it? That's crazy. So we'll continue on with this. So for the lift-off sign, this is interesting. So now this is for subscapularis tears. Our subscapular muscle is a part of our rotator cuff. More specifically, this helps us with internal rotation. So it helps us bring our arm in, or in this situation or scenario, like if I wanted to scratch my back and there's no one to scratch it with me, I would normally put my hand behind my back, like, you know, like same position if like you're getting arrested or something. And then, you know, I would wiggle my hand because I'm like, in between my shoulder blades, it's so itchy. So I had to get my hand in internal rotation. This So having the same person in this position, arm behind the back, you're going to ask them basically to lift their arm off behind their back and we're going to provide a little bit of resistance. And if they're unable to lift their arm off from the back, that's a positive lift off sign. Internal rotation lag sign is very similar, but basically what happens is that we keep them into this position. We tell them to hold said position, but if their hand touches their back, it's a positive sign. And if they're unable, like some people are not able to put their hands behind their back, you could do a belly press test, which sounds also fake. I don't know if I have a... Yeah, I have a image. But basically, they don't have to be shirtless. But basically, you place your hand between the patient's tummy and their hand, and then you ask them to press into your hand. Simple, right? But the issue is, if their elbow starts flaring out, then it's a positive sign, because their elbow flaring out, it's like compensation, basically. So that's fun, quirky, teehee. Drop arm test is also for rotator cuff, but instead of subscapularis, this is going to be for supraspinatus. And supraspinatus helps you with the abduction, or basically T-posing. So that's really cool. So for this, we're going to have the arm abducted, we're going to T-pose. But if you're unable to hold that T-pose, ooh, positive drop arm test, ooh. Alright, and so we have just a few more for the arm. So we have the internal rotation lag sign. So basically you have their arm kind of out like a pitcher. And so they're doing that external rotation, but if they're unable to maintain that position, then there might be some infraspinatus rotator cuff weakness. Set up at work? You forgot your earbuds? You got me on speaker? No! No! Well, I'm glad you made it to work safely and got to clock in safely and got your setup safely. I'm so sorry. At least you're gonna hear some really cool BRB music in just a moment. Anyway. I'm gonna skip these last two. And the next ones we'll move on to is for the elbow, which I was like, oh, there isn't much. There still technically isn't much. But we'll talk about that when we... Actually, I could squeeze in one. Hi, Dr. Justice's work. Hi. Anyway. So for elbow special tests, we'll get one before we have our ad break. So, Tunnel sign. Tunnel sign can actually be used also for median nerve. Tunnel sign sounds really silly, but it is what it is, where you tap on the nerve. So in this case, for the ulnar nerve, we would tap at the elbow, specifically at the cubital tunnel, which is located medially, and we just tap there for 30 to 60 seconds and see if it creates that tingling that the person's complaining about. And because it is, because it's affecting the ulnar nerve specifically, it would affect only the 4th or 5th finger. So you tap the middle, tap that cubital tunnel, tap for 30 to 60 seconds. If you're like, yep, I'm experiencing those symptoms, bam! Positive tunnels. Mic drop. Alright, Cubs, so it's been another hour somehow. I'm gonna go ahead and politely BRB, which means be right back. We're gonna get this dream and an ad break out of the way. So use this time to stand up and stretch, hydrate, and eat and drink something super duper yummy, yeah? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Dr. Justice says I'm pretty isolated. You have to have good timing to attract any attention. Wait, what? And no, I'm good. Alright, have fun, gamer. Alright, gamers, let's go ahead and BRB. I will see you in 3 minutes. 3 whole hecky minutes, and we'll be back to talk more about elbows. Why did I lose my voice there for a moment? Heck. I didn't come that came on in. Brothers, what the heck? Hi, welcome. Hi, Button, hi, welcome. And thank you for the welcome back. Thank you, thank you. Hold on, I'm gonna catch up. Hold on, let me look with my special eyes. You're done stretching? You got back from the Cairo? Let's go! Welcome back, gamer, and hi, welcome. Lurker, hi, welcome. Belgian, of course, hi, welcome. Would you ever have a break screen like those with covers by you in the future? You know, I have to get out at least one cover. Only at least before making a firm statement on this, yes or no. I don't know. Sorry, I came out too honestly. I like the original a lot. I don't think if I were to cover it, I don't think I'd make what do you call it? Give it the justice that it deserves. I don't feel like a strong singer, unfortunately. So, wham wham. Again, I'm telling you, cause if I was more delusional when I was younger and decided I wanted to go the idol route, I would have been having like releasing like 20 covers already. But for now, ugh. Hi, thank you for the welcome, of course. And hi, Zombie. Hi, welcome. Raphael's like, do it. I'm sure you know it's practice that makes perfect. Yeah, but look, listen. When I have my big girl career, and I'll release a cover before I actually get licensed. That I promise that at least, because it's overdue. I've been literally it kills me because I think it's been like 2 years. I've been sitting on this art of like my first cover, and I'm like, please, I just need to release it. But I'm like, oh, I haven't even sung it. And I haven't sung it in like months now, so I'm like, I think the art came out, it's like, hey Cubs, can you guess what song I'm gonna sing? Here's the smallest screenshot, you know? No, it's not even indie rock this time, to anyone and every Cub's surprise. It's actually a Vocaloid song. I'm sure you weren't a strong PT before uni. Hey, can someone throw this guy under a bus? Yeah, I get it! Yeah, okay. Listen, I do appreciate the positive words of affirmation, and I'm sorry I did threaten you by getting a mob to throw you under a bus. That was like a metaphor. But but I will. Again, I'm so happy to experience the bliss of not worrying about school and having hobbies again. Now, will those hobbies and that enthusiasm be there when I'm working for 8 to 5 for 12 hours? Maybe, I don't know. But I like to hope, so don't worry. Keep believing. It will happen. Too late, the bus is booked now! Julian says, whispers in the patient's ear. Here's a little something to improve your, very nice circulation. Say no. Anyway. Oh my goodness. But yeah. No indie rock. It's actually, what do you call it? Huh? What was I saying? Huh? What? Huh? What? Huh? What? Huh? What? Huh? I forgot. Oh! This is actually what I shared with Sugar Bears earlier, but I'll share with you Cubs too. If you really want to hear my singing, I will be singing on Friday! Around this time! So come back to hear the sound of my beautiful singing! I also posted this to Sugar Bears! Where, I put a list. I made like a list of songs that I actually know. So don't judge it, but you can look at it and you can make requests. Don't make a request now. If you do, I'm banning you. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna ban you. But you can look at it and you can make your request Friday. because I'm not taking requests, because what if you don't show up Friday? But now when cops are like, oh, Tippa, song request. If I don't, I probably won't know it if you recommend it. But I put, I think, like over 200 songs into this, so hopefully I know something that you know. But yeah, side question, is the model still being worked on? Which model? Which model are you thinking of? Thinking emoji. Saying Wonderwall? You know, surprisingly, I don't have Wonderwall on here, but maybe I should add it. Tuesday is gonna be the day that they threw back to you. Bye now. You should know how. Something do. Yeah, you know what? Wonderwall's added. You're welcome. Cause baby, you're gonna be the one that saves me. And after all, you're my wonder. Yeah, so prepare for Friday. Anyway. Thank you, sir. Banger. Thank you. Alright, guys, we have to get back to the special test, or I fail this or something, you know? Eh? My ears are blessed? Oh, thank God, because I just saw B-E-L, wait, B-L-E, I can't read. And I was like, oh no, their ears are bleeding. So blessed, I was very, what do you call it? Flattered. Thank you. The only model I know is the one on screen. Objects permanence is hard. No, you're good. I don't have any models in the works that I know of. Wink wonk. But I don't have any models. The models that you see on screen, that's all you're getting right now. This is my newest one, which isn't really new. It's just me in a different outfit. Office lady, let's go. Just go a little high pitch and you be Toad. Brother, I could start releasing Toad covers. That could be my gimmick. Today! It's gonna be the day that we do that after you! Somehow! Baby! Wait, baby! Gonna be the one that saves me! Yeah, I see the vision. I hear the vision too. Anyway, before I actually like blow my voice into singing like Toad, I really have to get through these special tests. Well, only 7? I know, I should have probably added a few others. Brother, you're gonna be so happy when you look through the stroke section. I think you're gonna be stoked. Can no longer hear evil. Thanks for that. You're welcome. Voice of an angel? You know, they do say Tipanya's real government name means messenger of God or something, so basically an angel. Anyway, Valgus test. So Valgus test is, so you're offering, so again, I like to memorize it because there's an L in Valgus, so you're actually applying like a lateral or an outer force onto the elbow to kind of test that ligament right here called the MCL, or the medial collateral ligament. And that's going to be how do you call it, stressing that out. And what happens is, if that they said there's pain or there's some increased laxity, there's more movement that you would normally feel there, then you could be like, the integrity of the MCL is kind of wacky, so that would be a positive valgus test. Someone's walking by 20 feet away, didn't seem to hear that. You know, sometimes I actually speak so high, or my tone could be so high, only dogs can hear it, so it's fine. And cubs, I guess. Wouldn't be the first? Oh, brother. Yeah, I wouldn't be. Technically, I sung Chug Jug with you. I don't know if I ever released it as like a separate. I think I only released a clip. I don't think I ever released the full thing, which is a shame. I actually don't keep my karaoke pods. I think there might be one that I kept. I will have to dig, cubs. I'm sorry. I typically don't keep them. Sorry. Sometimes I get scared about copyright, and sometimes I just don't want to hear it. Anyway, so in addition to the valgus test, we actually have a moving valgus test. Around 70 to 120 degrees of flexion, basically at the elbow, they should be feeling pain while you're applying that valgus force as well. Varus force is the same thing as valgus, except you're applying a medial force rather than a lateral force. Cosen's test, sorry, now I'm like running through these. Can you diagnose knee pain? I could. Am I good at it? No. But I could. But I'm only a student. So you should not take my medical advice. And I will be like, owie. Anyway, we'll get to knee stuff and you could try it out yourself. And then you let me know and report back. I'll be like, okay, report back to your PCP that you're under the impression that you might have this. maybe. But yeah, so Cosen's test, it's getting really cozy and it's trying to assess for lateral epicondyle tendinopathy. So this is again that kind of like achy sensation that you have on the outside of your elbow. So what you're gonna go ahead and do is the examiner is going to go ahead and extend your elbow. Oh, actually, I feel like sorry. Cosen. So you're gonna go ahead and have the patient extend their extend their wrist. Da-dang. And then you're gonna apply a force basically. So this is just resisted wrist extension as a test. And basically if they're like, hey, this replicates the same pain that I have on my knee, then I'm like, or oh my gosh, on my elbow, then that's a positive Cosen's test. Mills? It's kind of stretching all the extensors that might be connected to that lateral side. So we're going to go ahead and extend the elbow, pronate, so the arm or the palm down. We're going to go ahead and flex the wrist and extend the elbow, and that might reproduce pain. And this is like a passive stretch, so we're doing all the opposite motions, getting everything kind of flexed. And if they're like, hey, this is creating the same pain on the lateral end, then the Cosen's and Mills test is a really good indicator that, hey, you might have some kind of lateral tendinopathy. Third finger resistance test is very funny because you just have the patient lift up their middle finger. And if they're like, owie, pain at the lateral epicondyle, you're going to be like, oh, okay, maybe lateral tendinopathy. Diagnosing stuff is really weird depending on your job. Yeah, I was telling Cubs earlier, I can't provide a medical diagnosis. Smiley face emoji. I am not a medical doctor. I am getting my doctorates. I am not a medical doctor. I can't say like, oh, it sounds like you have a meniscus tear. The most silliest thing I could say is that you have signs and symptoms consistent with a meniscus tear, or I could say you're having knee pain with movement or mobility or movement coordination, or sorry, mobility deficits or coordination movement disorder or something like that. So yeah, language is so weird in the medical field. It is. Oh, sorry. So that's, what do you call it? That is lateral tendinopathy, where you can go ahead and basically ask the patient to do a resisted wrist exercise, and that's your Cosen's, or the Mills, where it's that passive stretching. The medial tendinopathy, they have something similar, and it's called a passive positioning test. So it's actually very similar to the Mills test, except you're doing the opposite direction. So remember how he was flexed in, like the hands were flexed and they're pronated? Well, this is just the opposite motion, and you stretch, and this is the only special test that we have for medial tendinopathy. So going back. Okay, so now going over here, let's talk about some other tests that we're gonna speed through, okay? Okay. PLRI test. So this is a posterior lateral rotator instability test. So this is actually kind of like a progression from, I believe, valgus? Yes, a valgus condition. And so you can have them do this where you're applying an axial compression while also stressing out their wrist laterally, providing a valgus force and supination. Basically, you're moving their arm in all wacky ways. And if they're like, hey, this is reducing some of my pain, and maybe there's an observable clunk, so you hear like a clunking sound, then ta-da! Positive PLR test! Chair tests and stand-up tests are basically the same. It just depends on whether you have armrest or not. But basically, you have the patient push off the chair or the armrest, and you tell them, okay, push off and stand up. And they're like, owie, my elbow hurts. And guess what? Positive test. And then the last one is tabletop relocation test, where basically you ask the patient to do a push off the table. And if they're like, owie, and then you try to reposition or you try to stabilize their radial head basically. So you would put your thumb like right here, right underneath the elbow onto the radial head and stabilize it, and they do it again. They're like, hey, that feels a little bit better. Then they have a positive tabletop relocation test. Yay! Cool ones about the bicep tendon tear. So this is different from a slap lesion, because the slap lesion we're talking more glenoid fossa, but this one's quirky. This is the bicep squeeze test. Basically, you squeeze the patient's muscles, you squeeze their biceps, and if their hand supinates, great, they have a tendon, a bicep tendon intact. But if it does not supinate, or the arm does not go into supination or palm up, then that means you might have a tear in the bicep. It is not working. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo. Positive bicep squeeze test. And Hook's test is actually a little gross because I hate feeling ligaments. But you basically hook your finger because your bicep tendon is located kind of in the, and I say this in the most degenerate way, armpit of your elbow basically. That is where the tendon of your bicep connects. So you can use your finger while having the patient flex, contracting their biceps, and you could try to hook under that ligament. And if you're not able to hook under that ligament, it's because that ligament's not there, because it's probably torn. But if you can, then great, good job, you know, yay. But otherwise, it's like, oh brother, I wish I was quirky. You know who's quirky? My tooth! I love you, tooth! Ah! He's so quirky! He's so quirky! Anyway. Raphael says, my favorite thing to feel out is when you experience someone with a really unstable joint. It's wild how much they give you. Yeah, we were literally talking about like the laxity of like glenoid humeral. Like there's a special test. I already forgot the name of it. Oh, sue me. But yeah, laxity and hypermobility, crazy. Your tooth? My tooth! My tooth! It's so quirky. But yeah, it's highly dependent on the musculature and build. Yeah, no, 100%. Da-dang. The types that don't have much space to work between the biceps and the elbows are not having that work. Brother, we'll do the bicep squeeze test. It's good. It's okay. I hope. Okay. So now we're going to move on to hand stuff. And I think after the hand stuff, we could vaguely talk about back stuff, and I think we're done with special tests. Smiley face emoji. Smiley face emoji. Alright. Laughs and bodybuilder. Looks away. Anyway, so wrist hand special test. We could do the Finkelstein's test. So there's this thing called the Quervain's disorder. So it's like an inflammation of the thumb tendon, specifically affecting abductor pollicis longus and extensor pollicis longus. So basically you have the thumb tucked into the fingers as so, and you have someone passively bring you into ulnar deviation or bringing the pinky down. And if that's like, ow, that creates pain right here where you're having that pain, then congratulations, it's a positive Finkelstein test. Yay! Yay! No knee tests? Yeah, you want to be able to do them yourself, but I'm sorry, there are knee tests, I guess. We're working our way we're working our way down. So after the lumbar, at the back, the knee should be there, and the hip. So teehee. Yeah. This one I'm going to ignore. Bonnell's Littler test, because I haven't done that in 5 years, actually. Tunnel at the wrist, Tunnel sign at the wrist. So we talked about it doing at the ulnar nerve at the elbow earlier. Now we could do at the wrist for carpal tunnel. Speaking of carpal tunnel, we could do phalanx or reverse phalanx. So you could go into a prayer position with the elbows kind of tucked out, and then also with the palms pressed. Hold for about 30 to 60 seconds. And if it's like, ow, or wowie, this is replicating my symptoms, then it's like, congratulations, you got some medial nerve involvement there, and we can help rule in some potential carpal tunnel. Smiley face emoji. Or you could do phalanx, which is also really awkward. Like, I'm trying to do it now. Yeah. Inverted prayer hand position. So cool, so quirky. Pinch grip test is also really quirky. I'm sorry I don't have a negative test with me right now, but basically the person wouldn't be able to do an okay hand sign because they have this one particular nerve that branches off the median nerve called the anterior interosseous nerve. affected or impacted. So what happens when you ask them to do an okay hand sign, like okay, it actually looks more like a teardrop because they're not able to get this little part of their finger to flex. So it's a little sad. The human body is so complex. It is. There's too much. We need to simplify the human body. When we have our next update, I'm asking for simpler stuff, okay? Okay. We have the Frohman sign. So basically you ask someone to hold a piece of paper and you try to steal it from them. And basically, if they start flexing their thumb or they're just simply unable to hold the paper, then that's a positive sign that there's something wrong with the ulnar nerve, because the ulnar nerve innervates the adductor or adductor pollicis longus muscle, which is keeping your fingers or your thumbs together. So if you don't have the strength for that, then maybe there's some nerve involvement there. You want this paper? Come and get it! Exactly! We have a Wartenberg sign, which is different than Wartenberg syndrome. Wartenberg sign. Wartenberg sign is ulnar nerve damage. So when you're like, I want to put all my fingies together, but you can't because your ulnar nerve is damaged. So how do you call it? Your pinky is unable to get over to the other side. So boo-hoo, boo-hoo. I'm skipping Alan's test. TFCC, I'm not going to get super into, but I'll say the supination lift test. You can compress it. You can push the stand. Okay. Lumbar test, this is really quirky. This is, let me scroll up. I shouldn't skip names. The prone instability test. So basically, this is not for identifying any particular thing. This is just saying, hey, would this patient be good if I put them on a lumbar stabilization program? So basically, you would have them hang off a table just like this. I kid you not. It's very weird and very awkward, but sure, why not? You have them hold on to your life, and you're pressing on their back, and you note a hypomobility. So you're gonna press on their back and basically say, hey, is there any pain? And they'll be like, yeah, when you press on my back when I'm in this position, there's pain. And then you'll be like, okay, patient, lift off your legs. And so once they lift off their legs, you press the pressure again. And if they're like, hey, there's no pain, then this is a positive sign and a positive indicator that, hey, this person would probably have less back pain if they were on a lumbar stabilization program. And Lowe's Mill sign, I feel like he's not going to get into this particularly, but basically you want to look for increased lordosis, so like the back kind of C-shaping out, and you're going to find like this capital L, and the skin might be like wrinkled, like you kind of see here, or thick. And what happens is that you're going to indicate it there. So that's just inspecting and be like, yep, it's there. But for the actual touching and palpating part, what happens is that you'll note that the top spinous process is more forward than the back. So you'll have this like little gap. So that's very quirky, and it actually goes hand in hand with the next process of the interspinous gap change, where basically you feel for that gap and you have the patient flex and extend their back. Very, very quirky. Sorry, now again, I'm sorry. I'm speedrunning through these because I need to get through these other stuff really quick. Ooh. Multifidus lift test. Now this is an interesting test because we're testing for one of like our more medial back muscles, the multifidus. And multifidus is probably one of my favorite muscles. Smiley face emoji. Multifidus. If you haven't seen it, people compare it to like a Christmas tree. Okay. Alright, don't need to be dramatic. But this is the multifidus. Isn't that cute and quirky? So cute and quirky. So cute and quirky. So it's like a little Christmas tree, but and so this is the muscle we're going to be testing here. And so what you're going to have them do basically is that you're going to have them in a prone position on their belly. The arms are going to basically be out into a Y, so about 120 degrees of flexion and 90 degrees of elbow flexion. And if you're touching, or sorry, palpating one side of the body, let's say the right side, you would ask the patient to lift up their left side. And what happens is that we're going to basically judge the contraction of said muscle because it does the opposite side. So If you feel like a very robust, obvious muscle contraction when the person lifts their arm during the arm lift, then congratulations! They have a good multifidus, yay! But if you don't, and you're not really feeling too much, maybe they need to get their multifidus strengthened. They might need to do a little bit of training for that to help reduce some of the back pain that they're having, because they're one of their primary lumbar stabilizations, because look how long this muscle is. It goes basically throughout the entire back, is weak, and we need this to be good, okay? Okay. Lumbar passive extension test. This is also fun and quirky. You lift up the patient's legs. Congratulations. So if you lift it up and they're like, yeah, there's no pain, then great. And if you do lift it up and they're like, wow, there's a strong pain. I have low back pain. It feels like my back was coming off. And the pain disappeared when the legs were back, then congratulations. You got a positive, what is this again? I'm so sorry. PLE. A passive lumbar extension test. Patients' legs are heavy. When I had to do this test, I'm very happy that my classmate is lanky. But anyone else, I would have died. Hip special tests, we kind of talked about some of these. We talked about the cluster of identifying pelvic versus low back pain. And again, they had to have 3+ out of the 6 tests. So we talked about Gainsland's, Faber, distraction of sacral and thigh. And also we talked about compression and distraction. These have some other ones. Unfortunately, these are not so specific. So smiley face emoji. We're just going to read them out again, just to say we said them. We talked about Faber already. So let's talk about quadrant scouring. So this is a provocation test. It's really non-specific. It's just like, do you feel pain when I do this? And if they say yes, then that's kind of weird. But basically, you bring their knee slightly adducted, like towards the midline, and you press down. And then you do this with abduction as well. So you bring their leg out and press down. Beta is similar to Faber, but instead of abduction and external rotation, we're going to do adduction and internal rotation. So you basically have them do this. And if they're like, hey, I'm feeling some pain, this can be, or clicking, this can be indicative of an anterior labrum or impingement tear, or a FAI, femoral acetabulum impingement. We can also have a posterior impingement by doing the same test, but basically out like this and not crossing the legs. We talked about distraction, compression, the thigh thrust, the sacral thrust. Active piriformis and seated piriformis are not tests that we did in class, but he did make a little stink about the piriformis, so sure, we'll talk about it. So the active piriformis test, we're gonna try to palpate the piriformis muscle, and if you're not familiar with the piriformis muscle, which I don't imagine many of you to be, that's not me like hecking on you. I'm just saying, like, it's a weird muscle, okay? But it gets brought up pretty frequently because what happens is the sciatic nerve. The sciatic nerve, I don't know how in depth we're gonna get into it. I feel like my classmate might have better notes on this, so I'll go ahead and look that up in just a moment. But the sciatic nerve can get impinged into some of the muscles, which is like the worst one. Normally it should look like something like this, without the compression, of course. But sometimes they could get pinched. There's like different ways depending on like the genetics and how you were born. But if it's impinged like in between the two muscles, it sucks because every time you contract or every time you sit on those muscles, then you're causing that sciatic pain, and that's a no bueno kind of thing, you know? But this is the piriformis muscle. This is the back of your hips. This is the sacrum. So when we talked about the sacral thrust test, we're pushing on here. Here are your hips. Here's your lower back. Quada equina, the rest of your spinal cord poking out. And piriformis sits pretty much, or should, on top of the sciatic nerve. So for the active piriformis test, we're gonna palpate for that muscle, and the examiner is gonna provide resistance on the flexed knee, and the patient's asked to drive their heel into the examination table. So we're basically gonna provide some resistance of active hip abduction and external rotation, which is what the piriformis does. So if they complain of gluteal pain or paresthesia, that tingling and numbness, then bam. As for the seated piriformis test, the patient's in sitting with the hips at 90. We're going to palpate the sciatic notch, which is somewhere back there. And then we're going to adduct and internally rotate. So we're going to go ahead and stretch the piriformis. And if they're like, owie, this reproduces symptoms, then hee. So now we'll go ahead and get to the knee in just a moment. But Dr. Justice says, did you hear that ligma might actually become the name of a recognized illness? I did hear that, but I'm very curious of what ligma is. Like, what condition does this person actually have? And of course it's like, well, it's new. No one knows. And the guy gets, you know, dibs on naming it, so... But yeah. Let's talk about knee special tests. So for knee special tests, as mentioned, these are tests that need to be done by a professional. These aren't tests that you're able to do for the most part, but you might be able to get away with one. But only one. So, we have this test called the stable Lockman's test. So you basically put your knee underneath the patient's knee, and you pull the knee, you pull the bottom leg, you pull the shin up, and you're applying this upward force or this anterior translation. And if you notice that it's a little bit more translation that you're normally used to seeing, then this might indicate an ACL tear. So I feel like that's a very common thing we hear. All of these are going to be directional cruciate ligaments. So we have your ACL, anterior cruciate ligament, MCL, medial cruciate ligament, lateral cruciate ligament, and posterior cruciate ligament. So these are all directional changes, and these are very common ligaments for the knee. Let me see if I can pull up a picture. So here's a vague idea and a description or image of what the knee ligaments look like. So again, we have your ACL coming anteriorly, the posterior one is in the back, which makes sense. LCL is lateral, and then MCL is more medial, or like inner thigh. So you hear this very common about like maybe sports people getting ACL tears, because what happens is that there's some kind of weird, wacky posterior force, like maybe someone knees them from behind at such a speed and force that basically their knee goes forward and stretches the ACL too much, and then it gets torn. So it's a very common sports injury. Same with MCL. Basically there's too much of a lateral force or outer force that hits the knee, stretches this ligament too much, and bam, broke. We're going over the knee now? Yeah. We talked about the stable Lockman's test, but a lot of these tests are going to be assessing for ligaments. But again, these are like a two-person kind of test. There's only probably one that you could do by yourself, but maybe three, but the other two probably won't benefit you. Anyway. So the stable Lockman's test. Okay, so the anterior drawers test. So this is really wonky. You like sit on the person's foot to stabilize, and you cup their knee similar to this, and you provide again that anterior translation. You're bringing the knee forward, and if you see that there's more translation in this way, then okay, maybe their ACL isn't working, you know. If I'm looking at it from my viewpoint, front left is what? This is the outer side. So this is someone, I know this is gonna sound really hacking weird. This is someone's right knee. We have to think anatomical position. I know this is our left and our right, but to a person, their lateral is on the outer side, so this would make this their right knee. But lateral is just the outside. And then medial is the inside, like the medial thigh, basically. And then it's on the left between my knees. Oh, brother, you might have a meniscus tear. It might be meniscus. What have you been doing? Do you do a lot of running? Do you do a lot of like weight bearing or squatting to do that? Did you fall? Sitting? Well, actually, do I have that information? Let's use my head. No, I don't think this would count for you. I don't think you have osteoarthritis. I was just like, it's so funny because there's this thing I just learned called the moviegoer sign, right? And the moviegoer sign is like if the person sits in a flexed position so long, it becomes achy and sore and stiff. I might? Oh, never mind. But yeah. Moviegoer sign. So basically they sit in a flex position for so long that it becomes achy and sore and stiff, and that there might be other degenerative signs and changes there. But for osteoarthritis, mind you, this has to be like the typical thing is that there's increased pain with weight bearing. And it's typically in arthritis, like the key thing with arthritis is that it's very stiff and the symptoms are worse in the morning. But as you warm up throughout the day and you're actually moving around, then it goes away. Oh, and you know, there might be swelling and crepitus, which is kind of like this grinding noise, and decreased knee range of motion. So that might not be it. But I don't think it's a meniscus tear either. I don't know. I was just happy to share the moviegoer sign. I didn't really refine my notes down here, which is why I didn't want to I didn't talk about them. But you know what? Hold on. Don't look. Okay, that. It's only when I sit up for 10-15 minutes bend and straight up, and it's just the pain in the middle area. And this is a recent thing? Sinister's my future doctor's VTuber. We love to see. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a doctor. Anyway, quick speed run. All right, lateral pivot shift. You just start happening. Business gamer, that's me. That's me. Oh my goodness, you had an insidious or idiopathic onset. That's crazy. Come back to me after my exam. I will look up something because my only guess at this point is like meniscus. But that's probably a poor guess at this point. But I will humor you, and then maybe when I get more experience in the field, I'll be like, "Hey, there's a guy just like you. This is what they had." But we'll see. But obviously, if it really bothers you and you're like, "Hey, look, listen, this sucks," but I would definitely go see a PCP. What can I do for a tear? So a tear should. Just knowing the medical history for an entire child, I'm about to. All right, this cub has this. This cub has that. Throwback to the cub who had the Charlotte-Murray 2 syndrome or disease, which is very quirky. So tears, they can, to my understanding, and as long as you don't hit the what do you call it? Ottawa knee rolls, like you don't feel like your kneecap or the tip of the head of the fibula has tenderness, and if you're over the age of 55 and you don't feel like you can flex your hey, actually anyway, hear me out. Tears can heal by themselves. Obviously, depending on the. I don't think you have a tear because I think you are able to weight bear and walk, and it's fine. Tears can heal by themselves. Obviously, go see a primary care physician. Possibly get more imaging. But if you don't feel good after a couple of weeks, then this might have to be a surgical procedure. To my understanding. Yeah, if I ever extend my knee, it really hurts. Like, lean forward on it. Oh no, it's right. Hey, actually, cuz it's time for trying to see if we can use our clinical prediction rules. Yay! I have a suspicion that one of our cubs. Oh, this is not the right thing. One of our cubs might have a menisco issue. Let's use our Ottawa knee rules again. And also our clinical prediction. Woo! Alright, B, it's time to dox yourself. Are you over the age of 55 with isolated patellar tenderness? Or feel like... No, but you said it was more medial. Never mind! Ignore it! Alright, Okay, let's get to the thing. So meniscus. All right, brother. Do you feel like you're having a history of locking and catching? Do you feel like if you touch that area, it's tender and it's causing some pain? It looks like you said you were having some pain with hyperextension. Do you feel like you also have pain with full knee flexion? And then you can't do a positive McMurray's. But hoping that you have one of these 4 above, if you have 3 or more, we could possibly rule in there is some meniscus involvement! Yay! Go to a doctor, 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 go to a doctor. Yay! Alright. Anyway. Yo, I have one of those things in my legs? Yeah, you got a kneecap. It's crazy. Anyway, where were we? Alright, ACL tear, lateral pivot shift. Godfrey's test. Oh, sorry. Pivot shift, basically, you're literally pivoting like the knee. It's like really wonky. It's literally, imagine, then he presses down a little bit more on the leg and he brings the leg out. So quirky. This one is my favorite test, where you bring the legs up and you're looking for leg sagging. Crazy. Posterior drawer test is similar to anterior, except you're pushing posterior. Lockman's, it's the same thing, except you're doing posterior. Apley's compression distraction. So if you distract and pull up on the leg like this, you're testing more ligaments. But if you grind down and compress down and you start doing a little twisting motion, basically you're testing more meniscus. And if you feel excessive rotation or pain, you got a positive Apley's compression or distraction. McMurray was the one that I said, hey, you can't really do, unfortunately. So I will just smile and nod. But McMurray's is definitely known to determine if you actually have a meniscal tear or not. And this is not 100%. Even if you get a positive sign, it's likely that you have it, but we can't say anything. Desalese is something you could probably do. You could bend on your knee, or yeah, you could bend the knee, and you do a little flamingo dance. Basically, you twist your body in a single leg stance with the knee bent, and if you're like, owie, there's pain, that could be determining that you have a meniscus tear, but it's not 100% again. It's just that. Patellar tap and brush test is just to determine if you have swelling, and that's it. And then with the stress test, we basically talked about that with the elbow. So the foot, let's talk about the foot. Okay, so the interior drawer test, you can do it on the ankle. The Taylor test is to assess the medial ligaments. Yay, the medial ligaments. So like if you sprain your foot and your foot goes outwards, you're really stressing out the medial side. And this is basically us simulating that in a nice, safe environment. And if you're like, whoa, I feel increased laxity, I'll be like, whoa, your ligaments are not doing what they're supposed to do. The Holman sign, we get checked for DVT. So basically you have the patient put the heel off the table and basically you push them into, what do you call it, dorsiflexion, or bring their toes up. And if they're like, owie, the back of my calf hurts, DVT. Tennelle sign, you can do it on the ankle too. So you just tap, 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 tap. Thomas test, it's like the bicep squeeze test, except you're squeezing the calves. And if you don't see plantar flexion, if you're squeezing that back of the foot and you don't see your toes going down like a cutesy ballerina, oh brother, do I got news for you. You got an Achilles tendon rupture. Yay! Arc sign and Royal London Hospital test. This is both for Achilles tendinopathy, or these are, yeah, both tendinopathies. So basically, I'm gonna read it out to you. Ankles off. We're going to palpate the Achilles tendon and we're going to feel for the thickness. And basically, you should notice that the thickness and swelling should move with active range of motion. So basically, a giant lump moves when you bring your toesies up and your toesies down. Royal London Hospital test. Ankles off the table. Palpate for tenderness. Move them to max dorsiflexion and palpate the prominent area. And if they're like, wow, I have pain, that's crazy. And if you move them to plantar flexion, they're like, yeah, the pain's not as bad, then congratulations, positive Royal Hospital test, yay! Keegler's test is for high sprain. Foot hangs. Externally rotate the foot. Yeah, if you externally rotate the foot and they said there's pain, Congratulations, high ankle sprain! And the squeeze test when you press both of the bones together. And they're like, owie, that hurts! Pain! And plantar fasciitis, our favorite, when our feetsies hurt. When last test, so you raise the thumb up. The thumb? Well, the thumb of your foot. The big toe! And they're like, owie! Pain! Like, congratulations, you got plantar fasciitis! Yay! Yay! And we're done! Now we could get into the interventions with the small time we have remaining before our next ad break. So, let's go ahead and do it. Arc sign, we're doing trig now? Rather, I actually like trig, I think. I don't know, my memory is so foggy. I think I like trig. I don't have bad associations with it. Trig and geometry. Yay! Everything else can go heck it. Algebra was not my strongest for some reason. I look back and I'm like, Tippa, what do you mean you couldn't get algebra? But I like look at it and I'm like, oh, algebra. Maybe because it was taught by a football coach and I had like half his team in my class. So there was maybe a little bit of bias. Math! Yay, math! Okay. So interventions. So we have phases of tissue healing. We have the inflammation phase, we have the proliferation phase, and we have the remodeling phase. So we're going to just talk about what happens when you get injured, basically. So for the first minute to 3 days, so 0 to 3 days, most within 48 hours, we go through this thing called the inflammation phase. This is where the body sends out white blood cells, neutrophils, and macrophages to help the area clean out any dead tissue or debris in that area. So the white blood cells, you know, are part of our immune system, and they're first to arrive, and they're going to bind to the microorganisms and basically kill them so we can help clean that wound. The monocytes, again, part of the white blood cells, we have macrophages M1 and M2. For M1, it's going to, what do you call it? These M1 macrophages are going to arrive after the neutrophils, the phagocytosis, and release pro-inflammatory markers to stimulate wound healing. So basically, M1 macrophages are actually responsible for like the redness and warmth you experience once you get a boo-boo or owie. It's like, oh no, but they need this because inflammation is important to know, hey, I'm hurting here. And it's like, oh, okay. M2 macrophages, so this is going to be after M1 because we have order in this life, and 1 comes after 2 for now. And this is going to release anti-inflammatory molecules. So they're going to come in and arrest the inflammatory phase, and then this is going to help transition us to the second phase, or the proliferation phase. So some 5 clinical signs of inflammation when we're in the acute stage. We have redness, we have swelling, we have pain with rest and movement and passive stretch. We have warmth, and oh my goodness, we have warmth, and we have loss of function. The inflammatory phase is known as the max protection phase of healing. The goals of PT are going to include minimizing that pain and edema, so that kind of swelling. We're going to help control inflammation. We're going to restore passive range of motion as tolerated, because it's crazy when we're not actively moving something and we're passively moving and someone complains of pain. It's like, oh, that's not normal. Let's try to see if we can restore that first, because I know active or that musculature might take a little bit longer. We want to go ahead and still kind of keep the body moving because we want to prevent atrophy surrounding non-injured muscles. I don't know if he's going to have the example here. It doesn't look like it, but let's say your elbow gets affected. You're like, owie, my elbow hurts. It's red. It's swollen. I don't like it. I don't like it either. But we can't really do too much because it's very acute. We still want to get it moving, but you're saying that moving hurts? Alright, why don't we try moving the shoulder? Or more specifically, used in the example, he's like, why don't we work on hand and wrist stuff? So we work on hand and wrist stuff like squeezing the ball, and that's going to get some of our hand intrinsic muscles. It's going to get some of our forearm, which may impact the elbow still slightly, but it's mostly working on the hand. It's like this kind of indirect motion is going to help keep you active to avoid that, atrophy. And also, in addition, it's going to help maintain the mobility of surrounding non-injured soft tissues. And overall, we want to go ahead and enhance function while maximally protecting this, okay? Sometimes in this phase, we'll use braces or orthosis to help load off that limb segment if warranted. and it may be used to prevent excessive loading to injured tissues, especially on tensile loading such as the tendons and ligaments. So sometimes we'll have to bring in, like, again, like a brace to be like, okay, we are not moving this right now. This is not safe to move. Let's just go ahead and do this in the meanwhile, okay? Okay. So our second phase of healing is going to be called the migratory or the proliferative phase. So both of these is basically at the end of the inflammation phase to about a month later. So if we said our inflammation phase was 0 to 3, this is about, and it depends. This could be 4 to 28 days, and this is more involving the cartilage, the tendon, which remember tendon is muscle to bone, or our ligaments, which are going to be bone to bone, and day 4 to 40, which is just bone alone. During this phase, we're going to see neovascularization of injured tissue. So we're going to have capillary, like the blood vessels, growth, and granulation tissues form. I don't know if you've ever been hurt before, Cups. I'm sorry if you have. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you, but if you ever been hurt, like you got a scab or something, the granulation tissue, you ever notice that it's like dotty? Like, is it gross if I find this? Let me see if I can find a non-gross way, but I feel like would you, like, when it's dotty, I feel weird showing you Cubs a wound, even if it doesn't look like a bad wound. What if I just show this? Will you Cubs kick my butt if it's like Tippa? Why are you showing me? Or I hope this doesn't come off as gore. But it's like this, like your tissue gets spotty and like maybe there's some like white dots. This is what we call like a granulation phase. And so during this granulation phase, a new network of blood vessels must be contracted so that the granulation tissue, which you see here, can be healthy and receive oxygen or sufficient oxygen and nutrients. Here you investigate, yeah. It looks like a default wall used in indie horror games. Okay, good, because I'm like, hey, look, not for anything. I want to show you the bumpiness of it, but I don't want to scare anyone because I know how sensitive some people can be to like blood or wounds, and I don't blame you. I personally don't like seeing it. So when I was taking my like wound class, I was like, guys, are we just casually showing each other gore right now? Like, what's happening? No one's warning me. But it's okay. Again, the only thing that gets me like is what is it? I think it's like grade 5 pressure sores. That's the thing that gets me, because it's literally like a hole in the person's body that's a wound, and I'm like Ah, yes, the meat room textures. Yes, granulated tissue. The walls are healing. Nature is healing. Lively class, honestly. Like, what? Anyway, so, fibroblast proliferations. So fibroblasts are going to be the cells that are going to be responsible for creating new collagen, and they're primarily going to create type 3 collagen. So we don't typically have type 3 in our body. We have type 1 or type 2. So type 1 collagen tends to be like our muscles, our tendons, our ligaments, and our cartilage and meniscus. And we just talked about meniscus, that jelly-filled donut, that jelly structure in between our thighs. I'm sorry, hello, our knees. They're type 2 collagen. So when we're producing type 3 is only really exclusive for healing. Type 3 is going to be more pliable and malleable than type 1 and type 2, because type 1, it's like, oh, you know, you squish muscles, but they're not pliable. They're not like dough, basically. It's like type 2 is a little too squishy. So, but it's fine. Type 3 is more pliable and malleable than type 1 and type 2. And so while these fibroblasts are creating this new type 3 collagen, these fibers are going to be thrown out and kind of arranged in any order. And they're pretty much going to be following the path of least resistance. So basically, let's say you put, I don't know what's the best way. You just throw spaghetti noodles out there, basically. Sure, let's just say that. And the spaghetti noodles, what do you call it, represent our fibers. And if you kind of just throw them, they kind of lay wherever. But eventually, these spaghetti noodles have like a brain and a mind of its own, and they're going to start organizing and arranging themselves. But they're going to arrange themselves in an order of least resistance, which you wouldn't necessarily want for a muscle that you want to put specific resistance to. It depends on what got damaged, you know? So at this phase, though, however, The second stage, it doesn't matter at the stage of what directions the fiber settles in, but it's more the idea that we got to that process. At least you threw the spaghetti in there, basically, in those fibers. And they're there. We have our framework. We have our foundation. We have our basics. So where do we go from there? So we actually go into stage 3. But before stage 3, let's talk about some more information about phase 2 of the migratory and the proliferation phase. So this phase is actually going to be known as a controlled motion phase. So phase 1 was our protective phase. Our second one is controlled motion phase. So this phase, as we know, collagen type 3, as already mentioned, is being formed and is more malleable. And we want to start orientating the fibers to run parallel to the collagen fibers of the remaining healthy tissues. So all the fibers are going to be running parallel, so we wanted to join. We want to be like, okay, let's get you as back to normal as we can. We need these fibers to run parallel. And so the best way to get them to do this is to start loading the tissue into a capacity where the collagens want to rearrange and reorganize themselves, so they're all running in that same direction. During this phase, though, yes, we want to load and start weight bearing and start doing XYZ, but I think it's also really important to note that that this is still pretty fragile. We have to be really careful to not re-injure it or cause more harm, because we don't want to really overprescribe or overdose the load on these said tissues, because we want to do more good than harm. Smiley face emoji. So when we're doing this and they're in this phase, again, day 4 to 28 or day 28 to 40, or sorry, is it day 8? No, day 4 to 40, depending on whether it's bone or, again, the muscles, ligaments, tendons, etc. We want to protect the healing tissue and forming collagen from excessive forces, so we don't want to re-injure it, and we want to provide controlled motion, hence the name of why this is a controlled motion phase. Providing controlled motion that directs newly laid collagen fibers to be parallel with the lines of force it must withstand after the healing process is complete. Bam. And so we'll get into a little bit of remodeling. So remodeling can actually take a long while. Remodeling is the end of the proliferation phase, and this could take up to a year or two. And it doesn't matter whether it's bone, ligament, tendon, it could take up to a year or two. And so what's going to be going on in this phase is that there's a conversion of the initial healing tissue. So again, our type 3 collagen, trying to get into where it needs, and we're going to try to get into scar tissue. Remember that granulation? And you know how you have that bumpy or wall RPG texture, and then, you know, obviously you eventually get a scab, typically with wounds. So fibroblasts are going to release enzymes that are going to remodel from type 3 collagen into type 1. Once this collagen has been changed from type 3 to type 1, it's significantly more rigid, which means that it's stronger and more fibrous and can take on stronger tensile loads. So now we can start putting a little bit more weight. The cells that have been used to repair this wound but are no longer needed are removed, and the collagen is going to be remodeled along the line of stress, increasing tensile strength. The line of stress means that where the tension is put on the structure. For a tendon, that's when it's pulled or shortened. So when we kind of activate it, we're doing that concentric motion. So we're going to try to put that tension there. Like, okay, it's our bicep tendon that got ruptured. Okay, we're going to keep doing more contraction then. We're going to contract and do more bicep flexing, because that's going to be that line of stress. And we want to increase that and improve that. So yes, the easiest way to put tension on a tendon is to contract the muscle. And for ligaments, we want to move the segment in a way that helps the ligament stretch. So when we're trying to find an exercise to heal a ligament, think, what motion is that ligament designed to stop or restrict? And then we want to provide loading in a controlled manner that does not provide any further harm or injury, but instead builds up to it and makes it stronger. So like when people roll on their ankle, they typically roll their ankle. I don't think I want to show you a rolled ankle, but typically your foot goes in, the bottom of your foot goes in, and your ankle goes out to the floor. That's a typical how ankles are typically sprained. So when we're doing this sort of motion of, hey, we're trying to fix this person who has an ankle sprain, unfortunately, we want to try to go ahead and do more of that supination or the inward motion to strengthen that and to strengthen the ligaments, so we could provide that kind of load onto them, even though it's not ideal, like in a like paper. It's like, wait, that's how they got hurt. Why would we want to do that? Well, the ligaments were trying to protect it, and there was just too much of an excessive force. We want to get them back at their job, so we need to kind of train them to see what they're adjusted or used to, basically. But yeah, let's talk about, or let's finish up remodeling, and we're gonna get into some sensory nerve stuff, which will be pretty quirky. That's a little bit more of my stronger suit. Smiley face emoji. So let's go ahead and take a 3-minute ad break. So use this time to stand up and stretch, hydrate, and eat and drink something super duper duper yummy. We will politely BRB, which means be right back, and we'll finish up, and hopefully within the next hour or two we'll switch over the pomodoro. Okay, but enjoy break. Thank you. I will. Thank you. Oh, hi, Rika. Thank you so much for your patience and welcome. Welcome. All right, so we are finishing up the phases of healing. So we talked about the first one, about the inflammation phase. Second, migratory and proliferation phase, and now we're on the remodeling phase. And so hopefully, again, we wrap up literally with just a few more lines, and then we'll talk about sensory stuff, which will be super duper fun. And then we talk about surgeries, I think, which is not in my scope whatsoever. And we go from there. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for the welcome back. Thank you. Thank you, Rebel. Thank you. Okay, I can do this. I think once we switch over the Pomodoro, I'm gonna make myself a nice tweet. Yippee! Tip is gonna perform surgery to fix all the things wrong with me! Brother, I can't do lobotomy. I can't do it. Ah! Sorry, in another life, and maybe if I'm more ambitious, I don't know. Okay, hear me out. This is my like crack theory, not really. I feel like you had to have like some kind of experience to want to become a surgeon. Like you're just like, oh, you know, my family member really needed the surgery and it changed their life and it really inspired me, and that's why I want to become a surgeon, you know? I don't feel like you like become like a surgeon without like some kind of like tragic backstory, you know? Or you're like, oh, I really like human anatomy and I like dissecting and it's just up my alley. I mean, yeah, sure, then, sure, okay, fine. I don't know, surgery or like super duper medical stuff just never really got to me. It's never a path I want to cross. I got very like what is skittish, maybe is the right word. I got very skittish when it came to like any like blood or bodily fluids or whatever. I'm like, no, I can't do it. It's not in my field. So sorry. Yeah, just a little lobotomy. So easy. You'll be a changed cub. It's so easy because I'll hit something by accident and the brain is very sensitive, and I hope that actually never happens. So stay healthy and safe, gamer, okay? Okay! Yay! Nothing wrong with you! Everyone has their quirks anyway! I have my quirks, you have your quirks, and as long as it's not harming you or anyone else, it's fine! No lobotomy. But if you need, I know a guy, I guess. Once you get into the medical field, I hope to like, what do you call it? Just know a guy who knows a guy, sort of thing. It'll be so fun. A lobotomino, if you will. Exactly, a little tiny one. So tiny. Un poquito. I know a man with a drill. I think we all know a man with a drill. I'm still digesting clinical trial art like no tomorrow. It just pops up in my feed, and I liked one thing, and then I unfortunately only digest for you stuff sometimes. Un poquito de lobotomía. Un poquito. Anyway, sorry. Anyway, I need a lobotomy right now. Hold on. Oh yeah. So anyway, so remodeling. Anyway, so Cubs. So basically, if we do a good job in the previous phases, then the end result of the phase should be collagen fibers running in the same direction. So remodeling phase is also known as a return to function phase. And so by the end of this, we're going to be promoting full pain-free range of active range and passive range of motion. We want to progress muscle performance qualities such as strength, power, speed, and endurance. And then we want to initiate and progress activity and participation-specific interventions. So you can think more sports, or just, again, this person does a lot of, let's say they do a lot of squatting for their job for whatever reason. We want to work and focus on that, because I know this sounds silly, but to get better at something, you have to do it. I know, so quirky. So we want to progress to that, because now it wouldn't do more harm. It would do more good, basically, if we started working on these. So yay! So now let's talk about some entrapment neuropathies. I think I have... Sorry, just ignore my... Just look away. So there's some things that I would love to talk about. I just need to figure out what's appropriate. Yeah, I think that's good. No! 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 Okay. Alright, so now we're gonna move away from the healing phases. I think we're gonna talk about sensory distributions, one quirky disorder, and then we're gonna go ahead and talk about surgeries, PTA utilization, and we'll talk up some numbers about stuff, and then we'll go ahead and politely switch over to Pomodoro. So, professional squatters say winning? Brother, me when I was like, hey, I have squatters right in my house. Oh, you want me to sign the lease now again? Oh, gosh darn it. Ramos says I have no idea what my For You feed is at this point anymore. It's nothing but politics and Turkish feed, no matter how many times I click not interested in a post. Huh? That's kind of quirky. I'm not gonna lie to you. My alt account is something like that. So I know this sounds crazy, smiley face emoji, because I was getting really into it. But I made like a separate alt account just to write in Spanish. Now, have I wrote in Spanish for the past month? No, because I'm behind. But I was like, I really want to surround myself, because apparently if you make an alt account, that alt account can also be set into the Spanish language or like whatever language you set. And I started just following a bunch of accounts. But my For You page was very political. So I'm like, oh, listen, I would love to understand this, but it's in Spanish. And this is during a time where things were happening. I mean, things are still happening, but like, I was like, oh, buddy. I don't know, my For You page is like, literally, I like one thing and then it gets filled with it. Like the clinical trial art, like my like is just filled with that now on my main, or I guess my VTuber. So I'm like, I don't mind this. And then occasionally I get maybe people that I follow. And then sometimes I have to be better about just going through the pages that I'm following, because there's people I want to support that I just don't get to see, which is so sad, you know? Immersion's good? Yeah? And I really do try to type in Spanish, and I literally write in bio, literally learning, please, sorry. Politica, lo siento por ti. No, es bien. Yo quiero saber un político news or news political. Es bien, pero es muy what is the word for sad? The only word that's coming into my brain is triste, but that's like tears, isn't it? Anyway. Tippa with a sombrero? Nobody will ever know. No one will know. I'll look like, oh my gosh, I'll look like Raiden from oh my goodness, Metal Gear. When he gets dressed up, I want to look exactly like that. That's who I am on my alt account. Anyway. Sensory distribution of the hand! Oh god, how do you say arm in Spanish? Dies. Did he say works? IDK? Oh, IDK either. I feel like there's another word for sad, but maybe it is that. Oh, it means sad directly? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Look, listen, there used to be a Spanish song that we played here. Like, arm is... Oh, brazo, sí! Yeah! Gracias, mi amigo. Sorry, permiso, mi osito. Gracias. Anyway, yeah, there's a song about like el muchacho da 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 da. I'll find it. Now I'm gonna find it because I'm dedicated for this. As I look into my granulated wound. Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah. And it was a meme because there were sad cats. But let me pull out the lyric video. The boy with the sad eyes. There you go. So easy. Intensia is a reasonable conjugate, usually relevant when the news is newsing. Yeah, news do be newsing, unfortunately. But it's fine, it's okay because embarazo! Anyway, so sensory distribution. So thankfully it's a little bit straightforward, and I know the colors say otherwise, but we're gonna work on the anterior and the posterior a little bit. I'm not gonna go over all of them. We're gonna go over the main idea. So axillary is actually gonna be right here in blue. So axillary is more like the armpit region, and so it's innervated by your axillary nerve. Yay! The medial brachiocutaneous is the nerve that is right here in yellow, in this mustard color, and this is going to again be the medial upper arm nerve. And cutaneous means sensory, so it's very easy to, memorize. The medial antebrachiocutaneous is this thing in the green, and this is innervating the majority of our, our forearm right here in the medial side. We also have our lateral side here in brown. Teehee. So, musculocutaneous nerve, which is very quirky, is a musculocutaneous nerve actually innervates the biceps. So, motorly, like in a motor and sensory aspect. But the musculocutaneous is in its name, musculo being muscle, and the muscle being the biceps, and cutaneous means sensory. The musculocutaneous is eventually going to become the lateral antebrachiocutaneous. So, very cool, very quirky. I feel like there was something I needed to know more about this, but maybe I'll find it during the pomodoro. That the median nerve is not sensory, that's motor only. So, if there's any loss, there wouldn't be any sensory loss. But I'll have to double check that together. Now if we look at the back, the majority of it is going to be this pink. So it's actually just our radial nerve. Our radial nerve, it has several branches though. The radial nerve is also going to provide motor innervation to all our back arm muscles, such as our triceps. So it helps us with like shoulder and elbow extension. But there's going to be 3 cutaneous branches that can supply the lower posterior lateral arm and posterior forearm. And that is going to be the posterior cutaneous arm and forearm nerve and the lower lateral cutaneous nerve. And all these 3 branches are going to originate prior to entering the radial tunnel, which is somewhere in the elbow. And so that means basically if there's any issues with the radial tunnel, that the brachioradialis, external carpi radialis longus, and extensor carpi radialis brevis would be saved. Basically, they wouldn't be affected. Also, it's important to note the sensory, distribution of the hand. So the median nerve is going to be, and let's say this is palm up, the thumb, the pointer, and the index with half of the fourth finger. The median nerve is also going to innervate the tips of said fingers on the back side of the hand. The ulnar nerve is going to innervate the other fourth, or the medial fourth of the medial half of the fourth finger, also the pinky, and it does the same thing on the back side. And then the radial nerve pretty much innervates the whole entire backside motorly. But on the hand specifically, it gets wherever the median nerve doesn't get. So teehee, haha, ho ho. So that's the same thing over here. Let me see. Let me read this. The axial nerve is the upper arm, so we talked about that being like the armpit, and it's going towards the deltoid and teres minor because that's what it innervates. So the deltoid is going to help us with that abduction, and the teres minor is a part of the rotator cuff. And apparently it's going to have a branch off itself called the superior, so upper, lateral, off to the side, sensory, cutaneous nerve that's going to go up to the upper anterior lateral humeral area. Loss of the specific area region with axillary nerve neuropathies. Anyway. Now let's talk about disorder. Sorry, that was wacky. But anyway, axillary nerve disorder. So basically, this is the one where we had just talked about with it affecting the deltoid and the teres minor. But this is going to most likely happen because of an injury during an anterior shoulder dislocation, or proximal, so a little bit higher up, humeral or humerus fracture, or maybe there's just prolonged pressure on that nerve, the axillary in general. So what happens with this is that this is going to affect, or it's going to present with symptoms such as numbness and paresthesia in the upper arm, so that numbness and tingling, and you're going to have weakness with shoulder abduction. So you might be able to bring your arm slightly up, maybe about 15 degrees, because the supraspinatus, which is another muscle in the rotator cuff, that's going to go ahead and help you with the abduction. But deltoid basically takes over the rest, so you're going to have weakness of shoulder abduction because of this impact on the axillary nerve. For potential sensory deficits, we're going to go ahead and basically assume that the area of the axillary, so like right about here, is going to be affected. You're not going to be able to feel, and if it's one-sided, they're not going to feel as much as they would feel on like the other side, basically. The axillary nerve does get compressed, and it actually gets compressed in this place called the quadrilateral space. So the quadrilateral space is made out of the teres major and minor. The tricep also gets in here with the humerus, so then it ends up with this four-sided space, which can be seen here. And what happens is that two things go through here. It goes through the axillary nerve, or what goes through this quadrilateral space is the axillary nerve and the posterior circumflex artery. Circumflex is really cool in its name because it means it goes around, and it does wrap around. It goes through the or wraps around the humerus to go through the quadrilateral space. But sometimes if there's muscle hypertrophy or whatnot, it might be pinching and closing on that axillary nerve, which is why you end up with these symptoms above. This slide brought to you by Nice Pecs. Nice Pecs! It's supposed to indicate that there's some atrophy here, and I don't recall if it's this right here because of this weird like gapping or like space, or here because the shoulder is slightly lower. I don't recall. Whoopsies. Anyway. Let me see. Anything that we didn't talk about? Oh, okay. So then do I have notes on this, or did I just take from my classmate? Okay, no wait. Yes? No? Yes? No? Okay. We'll talk a little bit more about some more compressions. Let's go ahead and do that. Let me just back up a little bit. So he wants us to know about more median nerve stuff. So for the median nerve specifically, it can go ahead and get entrapped into several places. This is one of them, the supracondylar compression. It could also get entrapped at the pronator teres, which I don't know if we'll get to talk about. He didn't really focus on that, but just know it could get stuck at the pronator teres. And it can also get stuck at the carpal tunnel. We talked about carpal tunnel syndrome. And we also talked, or we didn't really talk about this one, but we did, but we didn't. The AIN, or the anterior interosseous nerve. This was the okay hand sign one. And because the AIN, anterior interosseous nerve, is a branch off the median nerve. So technically it's a part of the median nerve, so it gets kind of grouped in all together. But that's what he wants us to know. But the supracondylar compression, he did take a focus on it, and I do want to emphasize it, so let's go ahead and talk about it, okay? Okay. So the supracondylar compression is proximal compression of the condyles, or condyles, oh my gosh. So these like bumpy ends of the bones, particularly this is your humerus or your upper arm, and then this area or region is your elbow. About 1% of the people of the population start to have a humeral or supracondylar spur. So they'll have this tiny bump that comes off the humerus, and what happens is that the often ligaments grow attaching to the spur, and this is going to cause some kind of compression, and the ligament is known as the Strutter's ligament. So the Strutter's ligament, or the ligament of Strutters, is not a thing we typically have. Not everyone has this. Again, this is only 1%. These are for the quirky people quirkier than my tooth. Anyway. But quirkier than the tooth, and basically this ligament that's not even supposed to be here attaches onto that, oop, you can't see my mouse, attaches to that spur or to that bump. So what happens is that this median nerve may pass through it, and unfortunately it does get compressed because of this ligament, for goodness knows whatever reason. So if that were to happen, we would have symptoms such as vague deep pain over the anterior elbow of the forearm, so that armpit elbow area. It could be worse with repetitive pronation supination. So if I told you to do a lot of, okay, palm up, palm down, palm up, palm down, it's going to end up getting stuck there because the movements of the pronator teres, that ligament will push onto that. And basically, if we do a strength test of the pronator teres and flexor carpi radialis, it should show as weak. Or maybe it's strong. No, I actually think it would be weak, because if another place that the median nerve gets stuck at, as we mentioned earlier, was the pronator teres, and with the pronator teres, that is your pronation supination. So you'd notice that would get affected. because, or no, it wouldn't get affected with the pronator, but everything below the pronator teres, those musculatures would get affected. And so that's all kind of the symptoms. So for sensory, it would be the median distribution of the hands and fingers, because as we kind of noted earlier, oh, that's what I wanted to know. So as we noted earlier for the forearm, it's actually like the medial cord or off the medial cord that the medial arm gets affected. So you wouldn't have any forearm issues. And then the lateral side of the forearm is actually just a musculocutaneous nerve, and we didn't really mention that anywhere here. This is only talking about median nerve. So at this point, it's the median nerve doesn't do forearm sensory, but it does do sensory to the hand. Hence, median nerve distribution in the hands and fingers. So remember, that's the first, second, and third finger. So the thumb, the pointer, and the index, and then half of that for that ring finger. This is actually going to include that thenar distribution, so kind of like that thumb pad area is also going to go ahead and be affected. This is going to be important because we'll note that for carpal tunnel, that area is actually spared just because of how the compression occurs, and that there's another nerve that branches off, and for motor deficits, you'll note that any median nerve innervated muscle gets affected. So basically the entire front forearm gets impacted and it feels weak. Let's go ahead and we'll scoot over. My classmate provided basically a cute little picture of the median nerve, how it comes off, and basically what muscles gets impacted. So again, pronator teres, we have this thing called PFPF, which is a really cool mnemonic to see what muscles that originate from the medial epicondyle and how they lay out. But these muscles, PFPF, pronator teres, flexor carpi radialis, palmaris longus, and flexor digitorum superficialis, are all innervated by the median nerve, and then we could work our way down. There's also a mnemonic called LOF, lumbricals, opponents pollicis, abductor pollicis, and flexor carpi profundus, I think, are also innervated by a median nerve. So, oh, he does really just want us to go over all the median nerve entrapments. That's fun. That's cute. That's quirky. Okay. One moment. So for the anterior interosseous nerve syndrome, we talked about that being the OK hand sign. So what happens is that the AIN, anterior interosseous nerve, is a motor nerve only, so this is going to be potentially impacted because there's some kind of compression of the AIN at the site of branching at the pronator teres, which we just looked at this there, but this is kind of like a cutoff version, or the flexor digitorum superficialis arc. So it would kind of be like this white structure right here. This is folded over, or what they say reflected, and it would be compressed at either one of these, pronator teres or flexor digitorum superficialis. There's going to be a deep, vague proximal forearm pain. So basically down their forearm, they're going to be like, kind of just like it hurts here. The sensory defects are none because the AIN is a motor nerve only. But for the motor deficit, it's going to affect several muscles. It's going to affect the flexor digitorum profundus, digits 2 and 3 specifically. It does not affect the thumb, just the pointer and index. For pronator quadratus, that's going to be a really cool muscle that's actually above our wrist, which is just a square muscle, hence the name quadratus. And that's the muscle that's going to help us pronate, or bring our palm down. And then the flexor pollicis longus, that's going to be again a telltale sign of when we ask the patient, hey, can you do an OK hand sign? And then they get more of a teardrop than like a circle or the O of the OK, then that is indicated that they're unable to flex the pollicis longus. Same with digits 2 and 3 right here. They're going to lose some motor dexterity, so if they're going to have some motor loss with pinch gripping or holding a coffee mug. So imagine how you hold a coffee mug and like that little handle and that little pinching motion that we do. You're not going to be able to do that as much. So boo-hoo, boo-hoo. Oh, here's oh, you can't see it, but here it is. You see this? Okay, so this is the OK hand sign. What is the test of it, though? Hold on. 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 Okay, it's called the pinch grip test. I was like, what is the actual name though? So this is normal, so the full okay, and then this is abnormal. You see, they're not able to flex that little tip of their finger to make that like roundedness as you see here. They're not able to flex their DIP. Okay versus not okay, basically. Okay, not okay. Okay, not okay. Oh, the name was like right here. Oh my gosh, I feel so silly. Alright, okay, so now we get into new material, which is very quirky, very haha, very ho-ho, and we'll try to see if we can finish up within the next 30 minutes, and then we'll move over to pomodoro, and then I need to get something to eat because I feel my energy waning. I'm dying, Cubs, send me your energy, or aka, send me, I don't know, it's good food. There's a meme going around on my feed. I don't know if you've seen it for DoorDash. I'm very anti DoorDash. I'm like, I'll starve or I'll go out. It's not that I hate it or anything. I'm just like, oh, I personally couldn't fit that in the budget right now. But there's a DoorDash meme going around of like a restaurant that's serving like rice and meat, or meat and rice. Those are the only two options that really just one that they offer at that store, and I'm like, meat and rice. That's all you need. I need chicken and rice, or if I get very fancy with it, we do like a little taco bowl. I don't know. Anyway, what I do know, very vaguely, there is this new thing that has not been introduced to us in quite some time, and this might be interesting to you Cubs as well, called neuralgia parasitica. So this is just a very fancy word to say this is lateral femoral cutaneous neuropathy. And I don't know if I have his notes. Cool. Okay. So this is just a lateral femoral cutaneous nerve. Did they say neuropathy? Hold on. Yeah, neuropathy. So what happens with this is that this person basically has a history of wearing really tight belts, or had a compression injury or a direct blow onto the nerve itself. And so this person's going to be complaining of lateral thigh tingling or numbness, or really an achiness. So like right off to the side where you can see this radiating red side. And this nerve, this lateral, oh my goodness, lateral femoral cutaneous nerve, again, has the word cutaneous, so it's a sensory only nerve. But you have to be careful because we need to make sure we can distinguish it between like an L1 or L2 radiculopathy. Recall in other study streams we talked about mild terms and dermatones, and in this particular case we'd be talking about dermatones, and L1, L2 actually affects that kind of like upper thigh region as well. So we need to be able to differentiate, hey, is it this or is it this, you know? How we could determine this as well is that we could do femoral nerve tension testing, or prone knee, which will probably aggravate some of the symptoms up to the front of the thigh. And yeah, we should be good. But basically, I forget what it is. But people basically wear a really tight belt, or they have like a wallet, like a chunky wallet in their pocket, and that compression can be causing compression onto that lateral femoral cutaneous nerve, which is causing that numbness or that like loss of sensation off to the side of the thigh. This again is sensory only. The L1, 2, 3 nerve roots, it's commonly going to emerge beneath the lateral aspect of the psoas muscle, and it's going to descend obliquely along the anterior surface of the iliac. So basically here's the nerve right here, and what they're trying to say is that this is the psoas muscle. I know it's a little bit weird to see, but this is like one of our hip muscles. This is like one of our primary hip flexion muscles, so that's going to help us bring our hip up when we're like, okay, can you bring your knee to your chest? And that's going to be your hip and your knee, of course, flexing to bring that option. So that psoas muscle does that, and what happens is that the nerve runs behind that. So the nerve may run over, under, or through the inguinal nerve, which is also somewhere here, the inguinal nerve, which is going to be medial to the ASIS, so like right around this region right here. This nerve is going to further divide into an anterior and posterior branch. So the anterior is going to be, well, innervating the anterior or the front lateral side as far as the knee, and the posterior is going to be the back lateral side. So mechanical irritations basically is, we're going to note that maybe it might be some irritation with the inguinal ligament, Maybe some adduction, so if you cross your legs or bring your leg a little bit past or in towards midline, you could feel some pain because you're stretching that nerve at that point. Maybe there's a leg length discrepancy, or maybe there's something wrong with the IT band, or that, yeah, IT band off to the side. But typically it is due to iliacus fascia, so iliacus, again, that around that hip area. Could be direct trauma, it could be a spasm, it could be obesity, and it could be constricting clothing, tool belts, or seat belts that are like hitting that area and just compressing it there. And it's like, I can't feel my lateral thigh or my outer thigh anymore. It can also happen due to fracture or surgeries, of course, as well. For your examination, you could do palpation for tenderness. You could assess the mobility of that area. You could assess the length of the IT band. Abdominal contractions, again, because that iliacus and where that area is, contracting the abdominals can create that pressure and maybe reproduce some of that pain that they're having. As for burning or the paresthesia, numbness in the later stages, and basically make sure to differentiate this between other diagnoses, okay? Okay, so the surgeries is something that I copied and pasted from my friend. So we have, let's see, 45. We have 5 more pages! Yeah! Let's do this. Okay? So, the last bit is, or the second to last bit, really the third to last bit, is surgeries. So this is really interesting. I'm just gonna read off the slide here, and I'll read a little bit more as I can, or try to recall, because I'm actually getting really hungry. My sugar's getting low, so I'm like, ooh, I need something in my system, and I got milk for a reason, so I'm gonna make myself a little protein shake. But so for surgeries, again, really outside my realm, so I'm gonna just read the slide and recall information. So anterior lumbar interbody fusion. Oh no, but I have to talk about the other thing. Sorry, before we get into the surgeries, we want to talk about ACDF, anterior cervical disc fusions, and cervical disc replacements post-op. Wasn't there something else though? No? Okay. We want to talk about some of the short-term complications and the mid to long-term complications. So for the long-term complications, they're going to be similar between groups. There might be dysphagia, dysphonia, bleeding, recurrent laryngeal nerve injury, esophageal or tracheal injuries, or hematoma. But the mid to long-term complications really vary, and they're more significant in between groups. We can have adjacent segment degeneration, or ASD, implant-related failures, heterotrophic ossificans, so like that random bone growth, HO, or pseudoarthrosis, or the ACDF group. So we're really focused more on the mid to long term. ASD, or again that anterior spine or adjacent segment degeneration, ASD, is most likely going to happen with individuals who get disc fusion. And in this situation, he talks more about like lumbar fusions rather than cervical, but we'll compare and contrast in just a moment. But and adjacent segmental degeneration happens with people who get disc fusions, because as you would imagine, I think it might be better to draw it out. So let's say this is your spine. Yep. Hopefully your spine actually doesn't look like this, but for goodness sake, because I've now magically become Santa Claus, we'll just say it how it is. Okay. Oops. I want to make sure we distinguish between spine and our little jelly segments. So what happens is that when someone gets a let me see if I can say the information. Oh my goodness. A disc fusion, what happens is that area becomes fixated, that they're stuck and they don't move together. So let's say there's been a disc fusion. Oh, maybe do I have to add another one then? No! What if I do this? Wait, but I need one from the top. So I'll just do this one. Alright. Beautiful, perfect, flawless. So let's say there's a fusion, right? And we decide that this is gonna be, and I should write this a little bit bigger. Fused right here and right here. So here and here. So if there's a disc fusion that forms between these two discs, what happens is that this stays relatively fixated. This does not move. So what happens to compensate is that now, the top and bottom segments of the spine now have to become a little bit more extra mobile, or they become what we call hypermobile to compensate for this lost motion in between of these like two disc fusions. So what happens with this is that the segments that are above, which is here above and below, are going to become more prone to hypermobility because they have to compensate again for the lost motion of these two segments that these got fused. And so what happens with this is that you end up again with that ASD, or that adjacent segment degeneration, because of this hypermobility that kind of just speeds up that process. So whamp 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 whamp. But for whatever reason, individuals with cervical disc replacements tend to have more normal motion, because what happens is that I guess it's just the surgery that they use for cervical spine rather than lumbar spine, but they still have some kind of motion. They're not like super duper heavily fused like a lumbar disc fusion. So what happens is that the discs don't have to nearly compensate as much, so you don't get that ASD as much. Again, short-term complications, we already talked about it, but they're very similar between disc replacements and fusions, that they have a similar short-term and long-term complication. Adjacent segment degeneration results from mechanical changes including hypermobility, which we just talked about, and increased strain to the adjacent segments after ACDF, which I don't know what that is. That's not even one of the surgeries we have, so let's see. Anterior cervical discectomy and fusion. So it's a procedure to relieve neck pain caused by damaged disc in the cervical spine. Okay. And so hypermobility, increased strain because of these, and when these changes result in a clinical presentation of pain and dysfunction with radiographic evidence of progressive degenerative changes, the patients consider to have ASD, adjacent segment degeneration. Cervical disc replacements have demonstrated a reduction in ASD due to the range of motion remaining relatively the same from pre to post-op. So we'll go ahead and we'll move on to our actual surgeries now. And so there's 3 types, but I think I will go ahead and take a little quick pause. You'll have to forgive me. Ooh. But I will politely BRB. Let's use this time to stand up and stretch, hydrate, and eat and drink something super duper yummy. I gotta get something in my system or I'll perish, and I don't want to perish today. I need to keep it up. Ooh. So let's politely BRB. I'll be right back. Use this time to also take care of yourself, stand up and stretch and hydrate, okay? Okay. Whoa.
「
No! I'm alive again! I'm alive! I'm alive! This is great! Great news! Great news! Great news all around. Anyway, thank you so much for the welcome back. Thank you! Thank you! Thank you, Ripple! Thank you, Trick! Thank you! Hey, hi, Trick! Oh my goodness, I was like, I'm losing it. I'm losing it. Congrats on living. Thank you. I'll keep at it for as long as I can until life says otherwise. But I forgot I had like a little fruit cup in the fridge, so I'm like, ah, and then I made my little protein shake, so I'm like, I'm good. Yeah, we'll go ahead and continue. Surgeries. So we talked about one with the adjacent segment degeneration. Now we're going to talk about the different surgeries that people get for the lumbar back, or like the fusions. And talk about assistant utilization. Talk about other quirky things that my classmate wrote, which I appreciate, and then we'll switch over to Pomodoro. So hopefully all within the next hour. Oh, I never played an ad when I BRB'd. Oh, I'm an individual with choice words for myself. Oh, I never played an ad. Ah! And you know, what if I just worked through the ad? What if I say, "Cub, sorry, you're not missing anything." Heck. Is it play Hi Gamer? Hi Tippa. Hi Gamer. Oh, my hungry brain didn't press play ad button. That's crazy. Throughout the 10 minutes I was gone. Ah, choice words indeed. Okay. I'm just gonna work through it. It's fine. I'm sorry, Cubs. Alright, so but maybe I could just get set up with water though, but I can't get set up on it. Doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Existential crisis. Alright, I just worked through it. So anyway, so anterior lumbar interbody fusion. Again, fusions and surgeries really not on my list, so I will be unfortunately reading from the PowerPoint. So to complete a lumbar fusion, there's 3 different approaches. One of them is through the front, basically. So we can approach the spine through the abdomen, or your belly, which is actually very quirky. And so this could be combined with a posterior fusion to create some more stability. And we'll talk about the posterior version a little bit. You may need a vascular surgeon to mobilize larger blood vessels, because as you see, right here, we have our abdominal aorta, and our aorta goes to our heart. So kind of important to move those out of the way if we're trying to, surgery? Smiley face emoji. But what's really cool about this basically is that the advantages for this is that the back can be undisturbed, which is very important because imagine cutting through muscles. That is typically what we call traumatic. And not traumatic because you were cutting through your body like nothing, but it's traumatic because it's going to take a long while for those muscles to heal. Another thing that's an advantage is that larger implants can be inserted, so more stability, more of a surface area to do what you need to do. For the posterior, this is going to be doing the surgery of lumbar fusion through the back. And so we're going to cut the erector spinae, which is composed of several muscles that is escaping me right now. So I'm going to look them up because I'm like, huh? Yeah, so your erector spinae muscles are like your iliocostalis, longissimus, and spinalis muscles. So they look something like... Oh... And I'm getting all the really big images today. I'm not mad. I'm just like, huh? So, you know how we talked about the multifidus being that Christmas tree that was really close to like the spinal process? Basically, we have not the equivalent, but these are more of just our back muscles. So spinalis, longissimus, iliocostalis. So more of our deeper muscles. These are the muscles that are going to get affected and cut with the posterior excuse me, the posterior approach. So a laminectomy may be performed, the facet joints might be trimmed, and basically they put in a cage, as you can kind of see here, with a bone graft inserted into the disc space. So unfortunately with this kind of maneuver and technique, you cannot remove all of the disc. Like, you need to still keep the disc there even if it's like degenerating. With the posterior approach, I'm sorry, you just can't do that. And then only a smaller implant can be put in comparison to the bigger implant that you could put in the front, just because, again, how do you say it? You can't take out the complete disc because of this approach. So something has to be there, so it has to be a smaller implant so you're not messing it up too much. They have to cut through the lumbar aponeurosis, so that's kind of like that fascia we were talking about earlier with the orange example, the multifidus, which is the muscle we had talked about earlier, and the erector spinae muscles we just talked about with that recent image. Those muscles may have a severe traumatic injury that they have to recover from, and they may actually never fully recover from it, and these individuals may have long-term muscle coordination problems. So, yikes. And then our last one is going to be extreme lateral. Why is it oh God, I've never read that before. Why is it extreme? Anyway, extreme lateral interbody fusion. Also, as a heads up, cuz I'm so sorry about the 3-minute ad. Let's play now. At least I got my sorry out of the way. Anyway. So for the extreme lateral interbody fusion, the incisions are going to be made, well, laterally or out to the side. We forgive you. Dogless. But we're gonna probe through that psoas muscle, which we also talked about earlier. That's your hip flexor muscle. We were talking about that during the lateral. What is it called again? Ooh. Hold on. Not that. What is it called? I wanna know the condition again. If I look up tight belt, yeah. Merlantia peristaltica lateral femoral cutaneous nerve. So, that's the one we're talking about. Lateral femoral cutaneous. Okay, so it's a very self-explanatory name with a weirder sub-name. Okay. And so from these are coming from the side with minimal tissue damage. So the posterior muscles are spared, so that's cool. That's really, really cool. So remember, if we're kind of doing a lumbar surgery and we cut up our back muscles, I feel like it's really counterproductive. But what do I know? I'm not a surgeon. But so the psoas muscle is going to be implicated, but the back muscles are spared. This cannot be done if you need to do a fusion from L5 to S1. but the advantages is that there's minimum tissue damage, minimum blood loss, and small incision and scars. So teehee, this is pretty much probably the way to go. Anterior or lateral, the way to go. Posterior, I guess if you need an L5S1, you might want to do anterior or posterior. But come on, I know you got the thank you gamer. I'm getting it. Okay. Last thing. Okay. So hold on one moment. Does he have it? Oh shoot, it's right there. So actually, I'll probably no. Let me just do this. So I'm really cool because I get a little assistant, which is great. So it's the idea of, hey, what can your assistants do and what can your assistants not do? So assistants can pretty much help therapists carry out established plan of care. So if I say, hey, please help do these things that I believe will help fix this person's shoulder problem, then they're gonna go ahead and do it. Teehee. But they can also administer tests and measures, including outcome measures, but there's like a little asterisk I had to tell you cubs about. It's actually very quirky of what they can't do. PTA, Pro Tippa Association, that's me, that's my team. Thank you, Zeph. And they can provide skilled interventions within the scope of practice. They can't perform specific joint mobilizations or manipulations, or they can't do dry needling. They're not licensed and they're not able to do that. But they can do skilled interventions like soft tissue massage and maybe some mobilizations. Oh, sorry, not mobilizations. I lied. Aha. Anyway, so PTAs cannot alter the plan of care. If they disagree with me, they unfortunately have to say that to my face, and then I have to like have an existential crisis of like my career. But even though they're allowed to do tests, like, hey, can you do this outcome measure or perform this test with this individual? They can state, yeah, this person got 180 degrees of shoulder abduction, but they can't interpret that. They can't say, yep, they're normal, they hit 180 degrees. Even though 180 degrees abduction is normal, that is the range that you should get at for shoulder abduction, they can't say if it's normal or abnormal or if it's bad or it's good. Why? I don't know. I can't tell you. Other than that, they can't alter, change, or cease established plan of care. If they're like, wow, this patient is doing so good, let's go ahead and discharge them, they can't make that call. I have to make that call. Smiley face. So, yay. So the last thing, last but not least, boohoo, is that we have to go ahead and, what do you call it? He says something really ominous at the end. Can I be honest, Cubs? He says something super duper ominous where it's like, if you made it this far, here's like basically these 2 questions that I need you to know. Then know everything because it's a cumulative exam. And I'm like, oh gosh darn it. So hold on one moment. One moment. Hold on. Okay. So, basically he asked, how much range of motion is required for a normal regular gait at the hip, knee, and ankle? So this is pure memorization, baby! But if you're not familiar with the word gait, gait is just a really fancy way to say walk. So we have a walk cycle. I don't know how more in depth I want to get into this because my knowledge is pretty rusty. But like, there are several phases and steps and movements that we do to, well, walk normal. I don't know how artsy-fartsy you may be, but I'm sure for any artsy-fartsy cubs out there, they might have humored the idea of like, I want to get into animation! And I don't know if you ever heard of someone animating like a walk cycle. Very similar. Of course, when we walk, it's not like step, step. It's okay, we have to flex our hip to flex our knee, and our leggy has to straighten out and this and that. The walk cycle or the gait cycle is very annoying, but very peculiar. It's very cool. It's very interesting. And it's a very cool thing to note because sometimes people may be lacking a certain range of motion. and that changes your walk cycle completely. So when I was more fresh with the gait cycle, and I mean, not that I'm not as fresh with the gait cycle, but it's not like I couldn't determine, hey, this person has this thing wrong. But you can see like a complete change of gait with someone who may have like some kind of like impairment, basically. So like if someone is not able to lift up, like they don't have the ankle dorsiflexion, they're not able to bring their toes up, they end up with this toe drag movement. And I don't know how, again, specific I want to get into like a YouTube video or whatnot, but basically to compensate most of the time for people who can't bring their toes up, they'll excessively like hike their hip. Maybe I will show it just for funsies. Let's see. La 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 la. Oh, this guy's circumducting. I mean, I'll show that too. That's fine. So this is apparently the hip hike. So the what do you call it? They're like putting all their body weight to one side, and their leg is coming up. So I'm just gonna replay that again. It's kind of like a jutting up of it, and you see his toes are not coming up. His toes are not up, brother. So he has to do this hip hike motion to make up for it. Okay. And to also make up for it, he has a circumduction gait. So basically his leg is kind of going around in a circle. Hence the word circumduction. But it's just going out, kind of circles, and back in along with that hip hike. So it's very quirky. See? Out, in, back, side, front. Back, side, front. Yeah, gait cycle, quirky. Oh, where am I? So it's really important to know what is the appropriate ranges. Again, pure memorization, unfortunately, so we'll talk it through. Let's actually work our way from the bottom to top, because I feel like we have to just really focus on the ankle. So that guy, not raising his toes, but what you need or what kind of motion you need to be able to walk normally is 5 degrees of dorsiflexion, so bringing the toes up. When you bring the toes up, that's all you need, just 5 degrees. It's not a lot. I don't even remember the max of dorsiflexion. You have to forgive me, MSK professors. I'm sorry. But it isn't like a lot, you know? But plantar flexion, you need that for like that toe off. Maybe I'll grab a picture of the walk cycle, or at least, so we'll talk about that. Hi Vio, hi, welcome. Let's see, cave cycle. There you go. It makes it feel a little bit better. Sorry for trauma dumping. Oh, it's okay. It could be mutual. Let me start trauma dumping back right at you. Hold on. So okay, gamer. Welcome on in. Sorry. I would love to humor it if I didn't have an exam in like 3 hours. Sorry. Anyway. So you see right here with the heel strike? So the toes are really pointed up, hence we need that 20 degrees of plantar flexion. And we don't really need a lot of toe down movement, you know? I should have paid bits. For the bit, that would have been funny. Unfortunately, it wouldn't have changed. Sorry, gamer. But, so we go, that doesn't change that I have an exam in 3 hours. Anyway. So we don't have a lot of toe down motion when we're walking. That's why you only need 5 degrees. It's literally nothing. I think at most, look, mid stance right here. So then, and so we need that 20 degrees of plantar flexion. That's going to be our normal. For our knee, we need 0 degrees of complete extension. It could, if you prep the professor, it could. For the knee, you need 0. So we could see it right here with the heel strike, the pre-swing, and then the heel strike again. And then we need 60 degrees of flexion. And I'm trying to remember. Yeah, right here. The mid-swing right here is going to be, how do you call it? Where you need the most knee flexion. So we need that 60 degrees right there to clear off the toes as well. and to make sure we get that swinging during the acceleration and deceleration phase. But really, again, most of the knee flexion is going to be in the swing phase, while the stance phase is more kind of the extension, or at least at the initial start for the heel strike. And then for the hip, it's 2020, so it should be easy to remember. It should be 20 degrees of extension and 20 degrees of, flexion. So, ta-da! That should be easy. So if I close my eyes... okay, the ankle, 5 degrees of dorsiflexion. It's 20 degrees of plantar flexion. The knee is 0 degrees extension and 40 degrees flexion. And then the hip is 20 degrees hip extension and flexion. Wait, did I say 40 for the knee? I meant 60. No! But that's the highest one. And if I want to be really mathy with it, for God knows whatever reason, I highly doubt it. I don't want to do that. We could do 20 plus 20 plus 20 equals 60. Oh, you didn't see my mouse cursor. 20 plus 20 plus 20 equals 60. And that is my extreme cope. Let's go! Let's go! All right. So our last thing. Okay. Our last thing, in addition to the gait cycle, is that he really wanted us to know about ankle pronation and supination. And I don't know how worth it is to show you Cubs the video to understand what this is. I know we talk about what do you call it? Pronation and supination a lot of the hand, but I guess the foot is a little bit weird, right? I wanna see if I can explain it. Let's see. Maybe we could watch a little video together.
During pronation.
Sorry, music.
And supination movements. Subtalar joint is composed of talus articulating with calcaneus.
So maybe I should like preface this really quick. So pronation and supination for the ankle and the foot still work about the same, right? And so supination is that kind of cupping in, or like with the hand we say palm up. For supination of the ankle, it's the foot, or is the, oh my gosh, the bottom of the foot turning in medial or midline to your body, kind of making that cupping. If you could like cup with your feet, like if you're very like if you have that dexterity, yeah, that's supination. And then bringing the bottom of your foot away or out to the side, that is a pronation. So I wonder if they're gonna explain it here. I actually like this lady's videos because we do need to understand the biomechanics too. So let's go ahead.
The joint possesses.
So let's go ahead and back.
Subtalar joint is composed of talus articulating with calcaneus.
So as she just highlighted, so we're talking about the bones right now because that's really important for biomechanics. So we have the talus, which is like this muscle that sits here, and the calcaneus. This is our heel bone. This is when we, like, again, make those, like, when we walk and do that heel strike, heel bone. We're always kind of tapping on that calcaneus.
The joint possesses 3 degrees of freedom in the 3 cardinal planes. In the sagittal plane, we observe dorsiflexion.
So dorsiflexion, again, is that toes up movement, and the plantar flexion is going to be the toes down.
Plantar flexion. In the frontal plane, we observe eversion.
So eversion, this is really mimicking that, oh my goodness. Pronation.
And inversion.
Inversion is mimicking that supination, that like that coming in, but it's more focused on like the heel.
In the transverse plane, we observe abduction and adduction.
Abduction again away.
The combination of
adduction moving towards the midline.
Plane movements will produce the triplanar movements of pronation and supination. Pronation is associated with lowering of the medial longitudinal arch and a pliable foot. In extreme cases, pronation is associated with pes planus, or abnormally low medial longitudinal arch. Supination is associated with elevation of the medial longitudinal arch and a rigid foot. In extreme cases, supination is associated with pes cavus, or abnormally raised medial longitudinal arch. There are two possible ways to achieve pronation and supination. First is non-weight bearing, when the joint is off the ground, and second is weight bearing, when the joint is stabilized by the ground.
So unfortunately with biomechanics, we have to determine if it's open kinetic or closed kinetic. So non-weight bearing is open kinetic while weight bearing is closed kinetic because it depends on what joint is moving. But I don't know how detailed she's going to get into that. So let's see.
Let's examine non-weight bearing first. In this case, all movements described below will be performed by calcaneus. Pronation is created as a combination of dorsiflexion, eversion, and abduction.
All right, let me put this in my mind palace. So it's saying pronation in an open kinetic chain because the calcaneus, the most distal segment of the bone, is not fixated on anything. We are pronating, so we have to go ahead and is it dorsif? Yeah, I guess. Dorsiflex, evert, and abduction. Okay, so up, toesies up, and away. Up and away. Easy, okay.
Thus, an up and out movement of the foot.
And this is what you call it, someone's right foot, and they're bringing the foot out.
Supination is created as a combination of plantar flexion, inversion, and adduction.
Yes.
Thus, a down and in movement of the foot.
Up and away, down and in. And what do you call it? This is all, what was it again? Non-weight bearing.
Now, let's examine weight-bearing elements.
So then the talus should be moving.
Will still move, but only in the frontal plane, through inversion and eversion. Other movements are not possible due to ground mechanically blocking the bone. Thus, the movement will be performed by talus, which will create the same relative movement at the joint. Let's take a look. Pronation is created by calcaneal eversion and taloplantar flexion.
Okay. So even with that information, it looks like the information is, how do you call it? The calcaneus is doing the motion you would typically expect. Pronation is going out and away, so it makes sense that the calcaneus is everting, but the talus is doing the opposite. It's doing the same motions as it would do if it was non-weight bearing. Oh my goodness. If it was non-weight bearing, basically. But it wouldn't even matter because the talus doesn't even do anything when it's non-weight bearing. So, anyway, the talus here, when it is weight bearing, apparently is doing the opposite motions. That's my observation so far. We got like 30 seconds to the video. Let's see if I find peace of mind here.
And adduction.
So it looks like it just does a counterproduction for, or like a counter force.
Supination is created by calcaneal inversion,
and
talar
dorsiflexion and abduction. Yeah.
Note that the movements created by talus and calcaneus are the same for weight-bearing and non-weight-bearing. The only element that changes is the segment that performs the motion. I hope this video was helpful.
You know, that was helpful because I actually did not know that. So thank you. Thank you. Hi, Otis. Hi, welcome, gamer. Lovely business outfit. Thank you, gamer. Appreciate it. Thank you. Alright. Alright, so now that we have that information in mind, big smiley face emoji, let's go ahead and read what my classmate had for these notes because this is completely out of my element, unfortunately. The lower extremity for me, or like the ankle foot, for some reason, I have no idea what I'm doing with the foot. I'm like, towel scrunches. Your toesies hurt. I don't walk ever again. But yeah, thank you, gamer. But anyway, so ankle pronation, supination. So in non-weight bearing, we could say that again, it's dorsiflexion, so toes up for pronation, eversion, and forefoot abduction. While it's going to be the opposite for supination. The toes are going to go down. We're going to have subtalar inversion, so the heel goes in, and the forefoot or the toesies also go in. So this is for the elbow. So this is for the foot. Okay. So our professor specifically wanted us to know manual therapy techniques for the ankle and foot supination pronation. So we're going to go ahead to improve supination, or that foot kind of caving in or curling in. He wants us to do an anterior or medial glide. Yeah, that's it. And an anterior glide at the talocrural joint. Posterior glide. Lateral glide. See, I think my issue right now is that I don't know the foot biomechanics. I can't imagine the shapes that I would like, how I would like to. And I know my classmate just explained it, so maybe we'll dissect his message. I'll copy and paste and be like, what was he trying to really say? I'll try to read it through, just to say, hey, I read it, and we'll call it a day. But improving supination, anterior glide at the talocrural joint. Maybe I have to look up what the talocrural joint is, because maybe I'm just not imagining it the way I want to. Posterior glide, the calcaneus stabilize, lateral glide at the talocrural joint, medial arc glide at subtalar joint. Improve pronation, posterior glide at talocrural joint, lateral arc glide of subtalar joint. To improve both posterior movement of the distal tibiofibular syndesmosis. Distraction, yeah, okay, distraction and rocking. Okay, that makes sense. This I'm not so sure about, but we'll figure it out together. Let me see what I have. Otis says, wait, non-bearing, non-weight bearing. Does that mean that the foot engages entirely different with weight bearing versus when it's not? The whole body engages differently. Hold on, let me try to see if I can find something. The whole body actually interacts differently, like completely, depending if it's weight bearing or non-weight bearing. And it's just really what bone is moving, because the bones in our body, we want to focus on the biomechanics, because when we focus on moving any sort of thing in our body, we focus on whether it is how do you call it, the arthrokinematics and the osteokinematics. So the osteokinematics is just the bone moving, like, oh, okay, cool. Arthrokinematics is like the joints, and they use this thing called concave convex, and that's when it gets really in depth to the biomechanics stuff. So it basically is just like what's fixated and what's not fixated. And that's why if it's fixated, or the distal part is fixated, that means the more proximal part is moving, because the other part is fixated because it's weight bearing. So it's really cool and quirky. Really nothing too much to do with us, like normally human wise. Like it doesn't affect our day to day to like know this knowledge or not. But in like a rehab or therapeutic setting, it's important to know, because we can perform these joint mobilizations to help improve range of motion in a certain direction, to help improve a person's, let's say, like shoulder flexion, or or in this case, like a person's ankle dorsiflexion, which is the toes up or the toes down, basically. I'm trying to figure out something really quick. I don't know why I'm struggling, because to my understanding, I thought the I thought the talus, which sits on top of it. Now I'm talking in like a non-perspective. I'm so sorry. Normally I'd be like, let's look at this together, but I'm like, wait. Let me see if I could get it. Oh, we'll see. But what does attraction mean in this context? So, when we do manipulations, there's oh my gosh, there's another word for it. There's something, and then there's joint play. So there's like the regular manipulations we could do, and joint play. A distraction is basically where we move the joint in a way that it wouldn't naturally move, which sounds very like weird and abnormal. Most of the time, distraction is some kind of like pulling, like actual pulling from the joint. And distraction, as a manual therapy technique, can actually help improve all ranges of motion, which sounds very quirky, but that's truly how it is. So I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So I think my issue right now, so I'm gonna be speaking a little bit, so I apologize. Maybe speaking will help me organize my thoughts, but I don't know. So, to improve supination, we know it is the talus, which is sitting right here, and the calcaneus, which is at the bottom, yeah? Yeah. So, speak and organize thy thoughts, Queen. Yeah. And my first word of order is that I must pass this exam in the next few hours, or I will perish as your queen. Anyway, so we know that, and so let's assume that this is a non-weight bearing. So calcaneus is doing all the actions, right? So if the calcaneus is doing all the actions, and let's say it's doing, gosh, what is it doing? Supination. So it would plantar flex. I just want to know why an anterior glide improves supination, and maybe that's something I have to actually harass my classmate about. But you're gonna absorb this TED Talk, brother. You know, I tried to do that the other day with my practical. I'm like, if I have this lecture on playing on loop, will I memorize it? The answer was, I still don't know. But hey, I passed it, so it's fine, right? Yeah. Let's see, maybe I can find the information. And also interpret my classmates' words. But let's see. Maybe a quick Google search too. But also, let's see. He said, yeah, it's a bit tricky. Here's what I'm under the impression of. You have, hold on. Will this copy and paste weird? Let's see. Huh? Oh, brother. Why did it copy and paste in white? Okay. So, yeah, it's a little tricky. You have abnormally supinated and pronated positions of the foot. To treat them, you have to promote the opposite motion. Abnormally supinated foot, you need to promote and improve pronation. Okay. Yeah, because if it's abnormally supinated, you would want to do the opposite motion to counteract. So abnormal pronation, you do an anterior. I just want to know why it's anterior. But maybe because abnormally pronated is a flat foot, so you try to do like an arc? Oh my goodness. This is me learning it in real time. I'm sorry, Cubs. For supination, you're promoting pronation. So you do a posterior glided and navicular. Because I understand... Wait, but I don't think that's what he said. To improve pronation, you would do a lateral glide. Yeah. Huh. I get the glides, I just don't get the... Or sorry, I get the arc glides. Don't bring in trig or geometry or whatever in here, but I don't understand the anterior and posterior. So, what did my Google search say? Let's see. It's because how the talus moves. Thank you, Google. Hold on. Let's see. What does this article say? Okay. During supination, the ankle goes into plantar flexion, inversion, and adduction. Okay, we knew that. In plantar flexion, the talus glides anteriorly relative to the tibia and fibula. So during supination, it plantar flex inversions and adduction. But for plantar flexion, the talus, which is sitting on top of the calcaneus, which we have right here. So this, sitting on top of this, apparently when you... God, what do you do? When you point your toes down and you plantar flex, this moves anteriorly. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. And to facilitate more plantar flexion, you would need to do the glide. Okay. So basically, sure. Okay, Cubs, I understood in real time. we're doing it. I'm gonna pass the exam, I think. I don't know. Oh, welcome back, FTW. Hi, gamer. Alright, so here's my understanding. Okay? Feet content for free is crazy, brothers. I know. We don't have to spend another 1 million channel points to get free feet content. This is it. Her brain is expanding so much, bros. Brother, it's been literally, I feel like I've been literally hitting my head against the wall. I'm like, please let me understand this. But, okay, I'm gonna explain it. And if I can explain it in layman's terms, then that means I understand the content and I can move on with my life. Yeah? Yeah, I hope. Okay, but you know what I need, unfortunately, or fortunately? I need to show you cuz what anatomical position is. But if I get one, count it, one, oh, is that a... I just need one that doesn't have like a phallic object on the guy. You know what? I need to find one more more safe. I'm like, oh, this looks good. They don't look like they have anything. I'm like, I have to play it safer somehow. Okay, alright. Okay, and alright. I think I found one. Cool. Alright, Cubs, let's explain this concept. So then I can have peace in my heart and we can move on. So this is anatomical position. That's me, actually. That's me staring you down. So real. So anatomical position is, let me make the image smaller so I don't have to keep scrolling like a weenie. So anatomical position is palms up, feet flat, booty out, like it's fine. So what happens with anatomical position for the ankle is that when we want to do something like supination we talked about being the toes down, but the talus moves oh goodness, no, hold on. No, I'm losing it. I'm losing the juice. No! Okay. So when we supinate, we plantar flex, which is bring your toes down. Normally when I bring your toes down, it's assumed that we're bringing it back, right? So wait, okay, maybe I'll do another one. Let's do pronation. Pronation, you do dorsiflexion, so the toes go up. But we're not doing, oh god, we're doing front and back glides, not like up and down, not superior, inferior. It's just, is it going to the front or the back? So to my understanding, okay, maybe I don't follow the toesies because we're not focusing on the toesies. We're focusing on here, the talus, which is right here to right here, here, and the calcaneus. So when, let's go back to, where are we going? Supination, and we need that plantar flexion. So when we bring our toes down, the ankle, right, or sorry, well, this is our ankle, but the talus right underneath our ankle is gonna move forward. And because this is a concave structure moving on convex, so this is what Otis was trying to ask, but I didn't want to get into the nitty gritty with biomechanics. The concave structure moves on top of a convex, it moves in the same direction. So as talus is moving forward, and it's a concave structure, that means to facilitate supination, we would have to do an anterior glide, an anterior roll, anterior glide. Yes. Unless this says otherwise. Hold on. Let's see. Okay. It is. Okay, okay. We're on the right track. We're on the right track. Okay. Okay, so that's why. So it's the anterior roll, anterior glide, because this is going to move forward. Anteriorly means front. So for pronation, we talked about pronation being toes up. And so as the toes go up, imagine the foot going up or you moving your own foot and using your imagination. The talus, it's going to go back. Yeah? Yeah. And so if it's moving back and it's a concave structure, it's going to have a posterior roll and a posterior glide. So this is why these motions of anterior roll and posterior glide are going to improve each respective order because of ba 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 ba. It's going to be the... Okay, and then hear me out. So I could at least say that I said this and hopefully it sticks with me as I feel like... that one guy with the strings. I never know the meme and I never know the series. Is it like Sunny in Philadelphia? Or is it Community? It's one of those, which I will eventually watch now that I'm gonna have hobbies again. But but this is all because it's open chain, so it's not weight bearing, it's not locked down. But once you have it locked down with the calcaneus stabilized, that's why it's opposite. That's why it would be a posterior glide. And if I really want to get funky with it, P and P. Pronation posterior, pronation posterior, pronation posterior. Lateral glide, I'm not gonna even look that up. I'm just gonna memorize it, okay? And then the medial and lateral arc glides make sense because you move the foot medial or in to do supination. You move the foot out for lateral glides. As for improving both, memorization, baby. I'm just gonna memorize that, and distraction and rocking improves all motion. So, mic drop. Thank you, cuz, for joining. I am done with this study guide that took me almost 5 hours to go through. It's crazy. I feel like the lower I have the pages, somehow the slower I go, which is actually insane. So, what we're gonna go ahead and do now, because yeah. We're gonna go ahead and move on over to what do you call it? We're gonna go ahead and move on over to our beautiful, wonderful wonderful co-working Pomodoro. Okay, so let's go ahead and politely BRB. We'll have our usual Pomodoro list. Let me go ahead and also unpin this. Let me go ahead and do this. What was I doing to focus? We'll do that, and we'll pin that, and we'll do that. We'll do that. And what my game plan is 4, 5, 6. We have 3 hours. Smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji. I'm gonna try to read whatever of the lower extremities. When I get closer, I'll read through this guide again, backwards, because I feel like the earlier knowledge stayed with me. Remember, we were talking about systems of review and review of systems. I say systems review is straight to the point, and review of systems, it's longer, less formal, casual. I hope that's how I'm memorizing it. Let's go back up just in case. Oh, this is not my study guide. Yeah, review system is more casual and you're asking the questions, so it's fine. It's okay. It's alright. It's okay. But yeah, that is the game plan. So I'll go ahead and switch this over. I'll open Water Dough, but I'm probably gonna take a small little baby break, so I'm gonna play an ad yet again. I know I am an absolute menace to society. I do apologize. I'm also going to review some of the notes that my classmates gave me. And we'll probably keep it to different music, because I don't know. Actually, I never got to ask you, Cubs, if you heard the music in the first place. But I've been listening to this jazz music, and I hope that you've been also listening to some jazz music in the background. I know I'm 5 hours too late to ask, like, hey, Cubs, have you been hearing the music okay? It's hearing well, thank goodness. Well, we'll probably change up the music. And then I will politely switch over. So I will see you gamers in a little bit. Let's BRB! Use this time to stand up and stretch, hydrate, and eat and drink something super duper yummy. Let me go ahead and bring out the Pomodoro timer, and we will be back. Okay. Hi, Rika. I forgot I had the scene set up, and I was like, oh, I'm not gonna set up the scene because I don't have the outfit, and then I got the outfit. So I guess I'm in the scene. It's a cool callback to the collab with Big Ham. I'm in the office. I just walked to the next thing over. I'm sorry, I was in a green screen and now I'm actually in the office. So professional I am! The casual Mondays get cancelled. I didn't get the memo. No, that's casual Fridays. That's where we get to wear jeans. But I told the Cubs earlier I don't wear pants, so it doesn't matter. Thank you so much for the welcome back. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Rivel. Thank you, user. Thank you. Alright, I think I'm really ambitious. Let me use my thought process. He's grown so much. Thank you. Thank you guys for watching me grow as an individual. I finally got my degree and I work at an office. Wow. Wow, Sugoi. Alright, I think I'm getting ambitious. So it's 4 o'clock right now, Cubs. Or 16:19. Now 16:20, blaze it. Okay, anyway. But what was I saying? But our exam, or are we all taking the exam? Hello? My exam is at 7:30, so I have literally 3 hours. I don't know if I should put the pomodoro for 2 or 3 hours. Probably should eat some. Look, let's just do it at a cozy 2 and then psych you all out when I say, hey, I don't feel mentally prepared. So I'm gonna type that up all in caps to show how enthusiastic I am too. But yeah, an amazing scene. Yeah, actually, I think the scene is so cool. Like, if I save it, hold on. Let me save it. Like, if you didn't get, oops. Damn. What is this called? Paywall? Paywall. Anyway, whoa, what is, do we have bathrooms here? What? Whoa! They got bathrooms here! Oh, nice installation. Thank you. I need to go back. Where am I? Brother, how is that at the wall? Oh, I picked obviously a very different desk than what Big Ham picked. But this is the office room in like Waterdale, and I think it's very, very cool. They even have like a little oh my gosh, we have like a little food area. I didn't even know that. What the heck? But yeah, oh my goodness. Top floor corner office by end of Q3. This is basically it. I have it. This is Q3, Vault. This is Q3. HR is running over once they see you no clipping the cam in the bathroom. Brother. Look, there's even elevators. Ugh, I wish I could zoom faster. What? Are these actual elevators? What's top floor if there's no roof? Look, listen. Well, these elevators work, Sugoi. Oh, Sugoi. Oh my goodness. Yeah, there's no roof. I'm sorry, but here's the office tour. This is the room that me and Big Ham were in. And, oops, sorry. I thought we were going to play Stanley Parable tomorrow. You're so right. And you know, wait, I could keep the office outfit. The outfit office stays on. That's great. I forgot what room me and Big Ham were in. I think we're in this one. No. Yes? No? Yeah, no, we're in the same room. I just picked the solo computer because I don't know. Second elevator stream in the near future. I already experienced that. Technically, I think I did that once. Can I be honest? let me restart the scene. Hold on. Do I need an appointment to watch you? No, brother. It's all free, baby. Free and happening right now. I'm back here! No, I didn't want that! Okay, it's not... What did I say? I want to reload the scene. Or is it restart the scene? No, I think it's restart. Ooh, I clicked the same thing twice because my memory is so short. Ooh. Oh, we're gonna see the same POV in just a moment. Oh, no! I was smart! And I'm in the desk! Wait, that's not desk. Yay! I'm fixed! Wow, the water dispenser's in hand reach. It is! It's so cool! Wow. Sugoi. Wow. Looking good. Anyway. Hopefully this still works out the way I need it to. I'm too lazy to fix anything right now. I don't have the mental capacity. Yeah. They'll be okay. Everyone will be okay. See? Look, the mute icon still fits right here, baby. But yeah. What was I gonna say? Or do? Oh, yeah, Pomodoro? The water cooler is a window into the void. Yeah, like the eyes are the window to my soul. This is the void, baby. Ooh, so beautiful. Anyway. Wow, I could have a buddy next to me. This is so crazy. I love the office work life, I think. I don't know. I haven't fully decided. Anyway, gamers, guess what? I have to study. I have my last exam today, which is still like a really surreal thing to like talk about, but I'm like so yeah. Hi Dip, hi, welcome. But yeah, I think we should go ahead and politely, you know, get started and da. You make it? You have done so much up here? Yeah, that's why I got the corner spot by the bathrooms. No, but thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you. But this is my game plan. My game plan is simple, and you guys can also join me in the game plan. Today is our potentially last Pomodoro in a very long while. So you have to make it super duper special, okay? So feel free to add the task or your task with the super sweet bot. My game plan, my task, review classmate notes. And then later it's going to be, ooh, what am I gonna do? I don't remember. I guess I'm gonna review lower extremity, and like cross my fingers that that's on there, because I'm not gonna lie to you, cubs, I have reviewed multiple times his study reviewer guide, so I feel pretty okay with that. I think I'm gonna be literally hecked up if he's like, lower extremity. I'm gonna be like, okay, good, I studied for it. And if he doesn't put it, I'm gonna be so mad. I'm gonna be like, what? You what? Well, Miss Pomodoro, I'm sure. Actually, I'm gonna miss it too. Like, but not right now. I'll miss it later. You know. I hope a long while means after graduation, summer holidays. Yeah. I think the next time I'm realistically doing Pomodoro is one of two things. One, I'm really desperate to catch up in Spanish for some reason, and so I feel like I need to stream that. Because I'm not gonna lie to you, cause for the Spanish club, which if you're not familiar, I'm like 5 chapters behind. It's been like the past month, and there's an opportunity I can use to catch up, but I want to try to see if I could squeeze in like 2 chapters a week, smiley face emoji, which I think is doable, and it's doable, but it might take me like 3-4 hours, you know, and that could be like a Pomodoro, you know. But it just really depends. Smiley face emoji. So that's an option. Monty says, I hope we can come back to Pomodoro for something else, say a certain language learning. Yeah, you know, they started losing me a little bit. I started getting stressed with direct and indirect objects, so I'm kind of like, I think I have to go back on that. But you know what? I say lol, never mind. I'll never know what lol means. No, I'm just kidding. And I'll keep moving on and try to build up, and then it's because I want to do more. I really want to do more, and it's not like trying to push myself, but it's just the idea of like I want to follow through with the program and make sure like it ends when it ends, you know. And if I'm a week behind, that kind of sucks, but like I wouldn't be mad either, because then I'm like, at least I followed it through. My own self-proclaimed language learning curriculum, I followed it through. I just think it'd be really cool. It's very cool to already be able to pick up so many words already and be able to speak poorly, and I would like to be more comfortable in practicing that. Tengo necesitar. Sorry, I feel like I said that weird. Tengo necesitar más practice. Is there practical? Anyway, see, as you see, it's like the idea, like the gears are forming, but the output is not there. And then I'm so sorry, just to finish my sentence from like 5 minutes ago. Yeah, so Spanish learning and or my boards that happen in December. So tihi, haha, ho ho. Necesitas más práctica. Sí, muy práctica. I am behind. In 5 capítulos. Estoy very I don't know why the word peticios. But I feel lazy. Anyway, enough stalling. Anyway, Pomodoro. So yeah, I'm gonna use this next upcoming 2 Pomodoros to basically focus on whatever I couldn't do, and it's just quicker. I'm not gonna lie. Cause will I retain as much? No, but will I like at least look at it? Yeah, I guess. But that's my goal, just to at least be able to read through, because if I read through, I feel okay. Whoa, the headpad's aligned too! Let's go! Let's go! Thank you, Lucker. Appreciate it, and stuff. Good luck with the bank. Okay, we have new music today. I think this is perfect office music. Smiley face emoji. Thank you, brother. Thank you. So, we'll go ahead and get started. So as always, we'll be doing 45 minutes of focus with a 15-minute break. During the 45 minutes, I'll be muted, but that's okay because I'll still type and say hi to like Moose. Hi, Moose. Office lady Tippa. It's me. It's me. Don't I look so cute? So fancy. So fancy. I am. Hi. I'm waving with my head. Wait. No, I had, oh my gosh. No, I'm too lazy. I don't think I have it set up here. I try to have webcam tracking for my hands and whatnot during Big Cam stream, but then I realized I'm going to be looking down at a tablet and like messing around with my tablet, so I'm like, actually, never mind. How does HR feel about the attached petting heads? They don't? No, I'm just kidding. Obviously it's an incentive for me to do better. So, like, they don't mind, but like, I think the other coworkers might be getting jealous. And Douglas is so pretty. Thank you! Thank you! Mandatory headpad break. Yeah. But gamers, I have to go. I have an exam in 3 hours exactly. I'm panicking. Don't you hear it in my voice? I'm panicking. It's my last exam ever. We can literally play games tomorrow and talk and okay? Yeah? My exam! So, yeah, you guys would forgive me if I start Pomodoro now, right? Yeah, you'll be like, oh, Tippa, I understand. Whoa, what was you? What was you? Last exam and you're nervous. Yeah, okay. But at least I got a little yap session in, so I got it out of my system. We'll yap after these 2 Pomodoros, okay? Okay. I'll see you gamers later. I'll study. I'm studying. But look at my big 2 cursor. Whoa! My motivation that I need. Okay. So yeah, 45 minutes. Yeah, I think I said what I need to say. Okay, bye guys. See you in 45. Okay, I got my mute icon to show that I'm so focused, and I'm blasting the music. Whoa! So go away. Okay, I leave. I'm banning myself. Goodbye, Cubs. I'm sorry. Good luck. Thank you. I'll take all the good luck. Thank you. Bye. Alright, Cubs, you're at the timer and you hear the sound of my voice. We are done! Done with our first Pomodoro! I know it's very awkward 6 hours in, like what do you mean first Pomodoro? But I mean exactly what I mean. But huge patty to those who got some really good work done. Welcome, thank you, and good job, and all that good stuff. Hi to any cub that also came on in during the 45 minutes I didn't get to say hi to. I'm saying hi to now. Legalo, hi, welcome. Double, I send my well wishes. FTW, welcome back. No, I do, I guess welcome back. And I think I said hi to everyone else, yeah. Thank you for the beep and the cheers. Thank you. We have just one more Pomodoro, and then I take my exam in about 2 hours. I'm still so nervous. I'm really trying my best to like read through the notes, and I think if I don't get finished, I'll get pretty close to it, thankfully. Like if I lock it in. I gotta lock it in real hard, but I have some faith, I think. I don't know. It's getting a little nerve-wracking because one of my what do you call it? My classmates were yapping a little bit, and they were like, do you think the cases or the exam is gonna be like straightforward? And I said, yeah, I hope. I mean, the first and second one were straightforward, and then they're like, but do you think it's gonna be case-based? And I'm like, oh my gosh, if it's case-based, I don't think I'm gonna make it, guys. I'm gonna be so hecked. So case-based questions are not like awful. They gave you like a scenario basically about a patient and you go through with it, but we basically had like a 180 like flip for a geriatric course, where the first exam was like pretty straightforward, but then the final was a case-based, and I did poorly because I was like, hey, I'm not familiar with this case like at all, and then you know you have like 3 or 5 questions like associated with it, and it's kind of like like I passed, don't get me wrong, but it was like a fighting for my life sort of thing with the final. So I think if they magically change it up last minute, I might be a little boned, but that's okay, because again, I have to flat out fail this upcoming exam to like actually fail, so there's really nothing to worry about. I just have to learn how to read and do my best clinical judgment, and that's all they want from me. Smiley face emoji. Hi Bullish, hi, welcome. Your exams are in a month, brother. Best of luck to ya. I'm basically done with my exams today after 7:30, which by the way, Cubs, heads up if I don't say this later, but anime night might be stalled, maybe, I don't know. Anime night might be slightly postponed by like, I don't know, a few moments. So anime night's typically at 8:30, but my exam's at 7:30, but I'm giving an hour, so just gonna politely put that out there. Anime night might be slightly postponed by a few minutes because it might overlap with my exam. I don't think I'm gonna take the full hour for the exam, but just in case. But have a good luck, gamer. You'll lurk a little bit more? Yeah, gamer, if you have to go study or do whatever, do what you need to make your Monday and rest of the week easier. Easy. But yeah, for anime night, we're probably going to continue the same thing, and I'll try to start early if I can. We'll try to do Gundam, 2 episodes of Boron, and then we'll watch the latest episodes of Apothecary Diaries, okay? Okay. Feel free to join us at on the Discord. Ta-da! I actually got a few new people today. I was very surprised. I was like, let's go! Anyway, what else is new and cool with the world though? So right now I'm on the hip. I just need to read more about the knee and the foot, and then I should be good. And then I'll re-go through some of the stuff for like the cervical neck, and well, I don't know if I'll do that. Maybe I'll just look at the review at that point. And just hope. I'm crossing my paws, I'm pressing my thumbs, I'm doing whatever I can to hope that basically whatever is on his final review is what he actually said it's gonna be on there. So, even if the test is quote unquote cumulative. Anyway. Anyway, Cubs, let's go ahead and enjoy our 10-minute break together. I do have to play an ad in just a short moment. Just the next minute or two. But I can either sneeze in or gap a little bit more. I'm trying to think of what to get, but I think it's just the idea of like I can't shut up about this being my last exam because it feels a little surreal. So I'm like, ooh. But I'm already excited that tomorrow we could game, and actually tomorrow's Stanley Parable, so that brings up the idea of like, wait, I can keep using this outfit. Let's go! Let's go! New outfit! Let's go! It'll be very funny, I guess. Very on theme, on brand. And I hope I can finish it tomorrow. I think we had said, I thought, or I was under the impression, smiley face emoji, that Stanley Parable can be a long game, but I thought it was like a 6-hour game. Let's see, how long to beat Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Oh, go go! Go go! Nice! Ark, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome! Thank you so very much for subscribing and becoming a sugar bear. I appreciate it very, very, very much. Thank you! Thank you! Enjoy the emotes! Thank you! Now you could do a Tippa, and I will replicate my favorite emote. All of them are my favorite, but this is my favorite one. The Tippa. So that one has a little bit more rasp to it than usual. Catch me when I'm fresh, not 6 hours streaming old. Okay. They're matching now. Let's go. And then this is my favorite matching one. Hold on. Tip. Da-da, da-da. No, surreal, it's real. I know, it's just crazy. 6 hours streaming old. I'm just a baby. Whoa, tip a fancy suit. Oh my gosh, is that spaghetti? You look so formal. Brother, I've always been formal, I think. I don't know. Welcome, hi gamer. Welcome. Gamers, if you're not following Spiral Pioneer, aka Spaghetti, he's a hoot. And he does art streams too, which is crazy. If you like 3D modeling and you're like, whoa, that's so cool. And Metal Gear, and the game with the guy who's in the dark, Adam Wake, John Wake, what's his name? Alan Wake. Spiral or Spaghetti is up your alley. Yeah, sorry, please forgive me. No, since I was here at the beginning, yeah, I saw you. But I appreciate you hanging out. Hi, Owen, it's all hi. Wait, Luna also said Stanley Parable you play until you're satisfied with? Okay, so I get so satisfied tomorrow that I squeeze in, what do you call it? Enna? John Wick. Well, Alan Wake is the game. John Wick is the guy who's basically there, right? It's the same guy. It's what is his name? The guy from who makes the movies that everyone likes, and he is also in Cyberpunk. No, not Johnny Depp. No. I know that for sure. No, what is his name? They made a meme about him. He was on the bench. No, you guys hate me. Keanu Reeves, yeah! Who are you talking about? Brother, I feel like I'm playing like Pictionary or something. Is this the right game too? My guesses are so approximate right now. I'm like, the guy on the bench! The meme! I'm gonna put meme bench and you guys are all gonna feel dumb about it. You're gonna be like, oh yeah, Tippa's so right. It is just like the meme. Or is this meme like so old? Like what? Oh, hold on. I'm pulling up the image. This! The guy on the bench! Keanu Reeves! With the bird? Yeah, John Wick! Yeah! He makes the movies, the John Wick. I think there's like a fourth one coming out or something. I never watched the first one. And he's like the guy in Alan Wake, right? Is that not the same guy? If I look up Alan Wake, am I gonna feel dummy? Hold on. Oh, Alan Wake is not... What is his name? Keanu Reeves. I thought they were the same guy. I thought Alan Wake was based off... Oh, I was just... Oh, it's a misunderstanding. Sorry. Oh, I thought this was the same. Ooh. Maybe it's because they have the same last name. Oh no, Wake. Oh, I get it. Oh, is that the ad coming on? Let me. What's wrong? I'm really bad with like names. I've never been one with like celebrity names, unfortunately. So you have to forgive me. I'm just like, oh yeah, this guy or that girl. There's nothing similar, brother. It's like the same dark story, is it not? Alan Wake. What? Hold on. What is it about? Best-selling. What? Gosh, I missed it. I'm on the Winky. Best-selling crime fiction. 2-year stretch writer blog. Him and his wife move. Short vacation. Shadowy figures try to kill him. 8-year-old figure in diving suit intervenes in dreams and teaches how to utilize how to fend off shadows. That's like the same game. What do you think Alan Wake's about? I think something about his dog, right? His dog and his wife? No, or is that John Wick? Oh, God. Anyway. Wait, what is the game where they say the guy's name in the rain? I don't know. I'm gonna get confused about this forever. Heavy Rain? Oh yeah, Sean! Or something like that. Yeah, Heavy Rain. Yeah. So like all those games combined in my head, they're like the same game. I hope you know. Okay, I have to run off, Cubs. I can't snooze anymore. Let's politely BRB, stand up and stretch, hydrate, eat and drink something super duper. I gotta go. We need that fanfic, brother. It's time to make it. wake up. Okay, I am back, and I am filled with knowledge of who Keanu Reeves is. And, hold on. Who Keanu Reeves is, Alan Wake, 2 different people apparently. What is the other one? Wick? John Wick? Yeah? Yeah. So we're so good. Keanu Reeves is most famous for being in The Matrix? Yeah. I just didn't remember his name for some reason, but now it's gonna be like embedded. You know, like those opportunities? No, not opportunities. Those experiences you get sometimes when, when you feel shame. So the experience sticks with you longer. Now I'm never gonna forget Keanu Reeves, I think. Anyway, but it's fine. John Wick, Alan Wake. See? Easy. Anyway. Alright gamers, let's go ahead and get set up for our second pomodoro. Yay? Yay! So we're gonna go ahead and I'll be quizzing you on this later. Okay, if my knowledge is still there by the time I'm literally using all my brain power for this exam, okay? Okay. But yeah. Keanu Reeves is most famous for playing Theodore Logan? Who the heck is Theodore Logan? Oh! Yes! I never watched this though. Sorry. That's so funny! Oh my goodness! Wow! Okay. Okay. I have to lock it in, unfortunately, cause you hear my lock-in sound? That's my lock-in sound, so unfortunately, I'm gonna do my spiel and then we're gonna get back into it because now is 2 hours! T-minus 2 hours! And I gotta eat something more than a protein shake, apparently. But let's feel free to add your task with the super sweet bot. The super sweet bot is super sweet because you can add your task onto the list. Remember, this is potentially the last pomodoro ever. No, I'm just kidding. It's not, but it's one of the last for a hot minute. So let's use this time to make sure that our Monday and the rest of the week is good. I'm gonna continue skimming through my notes for the next 45 minutes so I can better prepare for my exam in T-minus 2 hours, which is so scary. So as always, for our pomodoro, we'll do 45 minutes of focus with a 15-minute break. During the 45 minutes, still I will be muted. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo, woe is me, woe is us. Ooh. We'll use this time wisely, okay? Okay, you're back from lunch. Welcome back, gamer. I hope you had a super duper tasty lunch. I was gonna steal Ryan's gimmick. I'm gonna be like, what do you have for lunch? Oh, I think Ryan's streaming later today, is she not? Or she should be streaming in like... Oh, she should be streaming... Yeah, it's 6. She's gonna... She's really... Wait, is that old? Never mind. I was like, she's playing Wobble Dogs again? That's so funny. No, she's playing Bugaboo. Bugaboo Pocket. Bugaboo... You know, she sent me the thumbnail, but I didn't even bother looking at the game. I was just like, oh, okay. What? Bugaboo Pocket. A relaxing semi-idle pet game. Huh? Huh? Spoil them with pets minigames? Wait, play as a research scientist living in a cabin with just your bugs and a pen pal for company. Spoil them with pets, minigames, food, and furniture. Raise and release bugs to help Beetleback Ridge recover from a devastating fire. Huh, interesting. I've never heard of it before, but you know, I think the art is really cool. That looks really nice, so best of luck to her. It was pasta and sausages with garlic and butter sauce. Let's go! I love garlic! Let's go! Let's go! I hope you had a good time, Gamo. That's your lunch then. Welcome back then. We're gonna go ahead and get started. I can't believe Ryan is becoming a local virtual pet streamer. It just feels like it, but I don't know. Anyway, so let me go ahead and get my... Ooh. When did this game come out? I'm so nosy. This is so funny. Bugaboo? When did this game come out? Sorry, I'm gonna start it, I promise. April! This game came out this month! April 2nd, 2025! Oh my gosh. She's so funny. Okay, I'm sorry. Anyway. I like that most of the VTubers you befriend are so wholesome. Yeah! No, I think you are what you attract. And I'm wholesome. And then you split a part of me and then I'm like, what is it? I was gonna make a joke. I lost the punchline. Okay. I'm not wholesome because there's a part of me that's gone, but I don't remember the word. Impartial? But now it sounds like I'm impartial, like I don't care. I'm gonna start the timer. Alright, so please use this time. Last Pomodoro, 45 minutes of focus with a 15-minute break. I wish you all the best of luck in whatever the heck you need to do for these last 45. And yeah, very wholesome to Overwatch comp. You make it sound like I'm toxic. I'm not toxic. First of all, I'm not toxic. I get very concerned about what people do and what's the reason behind it. And I think those are valid questions to ask. Okay, wow, timer! I see you clips later. Goodbye. Have a good 45. Cubs, you heard the timer and you hear the sound of my voice. We are done with our second Pomodoro and our final Pomodoro for a very long time. I know it's one of those wacky things, but it's so surreal to be like, oh no, our last Pomodoro in a while. Ah! But that's okay. I hope you guys had a super duper duper productive Pomodoro. Yay! Yay! So, I'm so nervous about this exam, but I think it's gonna be fine. But you know, it's just gotta get it out of the way. This exam is pretty nice, quotation marks, where they give you the grade at the end, so there's not much to wonder if like did I pass or not. The only like difference might be if you curve something, you know, like, oh, I did an item analysis and it turns out a lot of people got this question wrong. So yeah, last Pomodoro! Yeah, hi welcome! And hi any cut that came on in, by the way, welcome! I am so excited. I'm so nervous, but I'm so excited! Ah! So I'll keep you guys updated, especially what do you call it? We have anime night later, so I'm gonna be hanging around the Discord anyway, so I'll give the update of like, I pass! And if I'm not on the Discord, that means I'm coping. Mr. Pomodoro, is their life changing? No! I might still keep them for like Spanish club, but that's about it. Sorry. But I appreciate that they're super duper helpful to you. I always recommend, what do you call it? I mean, you can always use the Pomodoro bot offline. You just gotta keep yourself with a timer. I like using this website, and I was using this before the Super Sweet bot. Like, I literally had this cropped at one point for my older Pomodoro streams. So, if you're ever looking to do Pomodoro yourself, we also have a role in the Discord where there is a bot called Leo, which is a Pomodoro bot. So, teehee, haha, and ho-ho. Yeah, actually, speaking of Discord as well, feel free to grab a role for that. We have Study Cubbies as the role to get the access to the, how do you call it? The Pomodoro channel and the Leo bot. There's instructions of how to use it once you get access to the role. And feel free to grab an anime night role because on Mondays we have anime night starting at 8:30. Like I mentioned earlier, I might be a little late. My exam is at 7:30 and it lasts an hour. So if I don't make it, I do apologize. But feel free to go ahead and check that out. Feel free to check out the Twitter. This week is filled with gaming. I kid you not. It's filled with gaming. Tomorrow's Stanley Parable. Wednesday is Peppered, and also look outside with Ryan. Thursday is Yakuza, and Friday's karaoke, so feel free to join. Again, I'm so excited. I have a streamer bot list, so now again, Cubs can give suggestions and whatnot. And Chewy! Gamer! Hi, Chewy. Hi, Gamer. Hi. I hope you're well. Welcome on in. Welcome. Oh my goodness. Good luck on your last exam. Yeah, thank you. But I'm just gonna put this here again. If you have any suggestions, don't make it now because I'm ending stream. But have it for Friday because Fridays are karaoke. So this week is gonna be filled with fun, and this weekend I'm very ambitious. I don't know actually, but we'll figure it out together. But Penguin Girl, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome. Jay says I've been chilling. I hope you've been well. I have been. Like oh my goodness. One of my cousins mentioned basically I had my last exam today, so I'm nervous, but it's okay. Because I just had to do that, and then tomorrow's the presentation at 7 and 9 p.m. 2 hours of my life of just staring onto a screen. Nothing new. And we're good! World, thank you, I appreciate it. I'm only this cute because it's Terry, but I did grab this outfit off booth. I'm gonna put the credits in my card, so tee, haha, ho ho. But thank you, gamer. Sending you my brain cells? Yes, I'm keeping those brain cells until 8:35 p.m. So, sorry. Brain cell transfer? Beep, boop, boop, boop. Thank you! You're gonna do so, I believe. Thank you. I should know Narol was in your Discord. He's my co-tank for Final Fantasy. That's so... What? You know him from Final Fantasy? That's hilarious. Narol's my mod. What the heck? But I'm glad it's a small world out there. What the heck? Locking Elmer? I will! But yeah, if I get... All I have to do is get through today. All I have to do is get through today. And then I'm free. So I'm gonna go ahead and try to grab something to eat. I'm gonna be staring at my, what do you call it? My study guide again. I say good luck, but you don't need that, Caleb. I need it. Please, so don't cheat me out of what I need. Say it! But yeah, thank you. I really do appreciate the well wishes and good lucks. Honestly, I'm always nervous, so that doesn't help. But okay, good luck. Thank you. But yeah, eat some chocolate to stimulate your brain. Thank you. Yeah, good hi. Good luck on your exam. Thank you. Oh my goodness, you got to take every lesson. Thank you. I will. I have to. I'm so sorry. This is the one time I'm allowed to be greedy. But thank you for the good luck and the good vibes. Thank you. Alright, gamers, feel free to check out the social. I have the Discord, the Twitter, and all the other social medias. I want to talk about teehee, ha 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 ha. Let me know when you receive the vibes, brother. The vibes have been received. I'm chill. I'm trying to be chill. But they're good. They're excited vibes. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and find someone to raid. I hope this person is not ending. And if they are, I guess it's not my problem. No, I'm just kidding. But feel free to grab a raid message. If you're not subscribed, absolutely no worries. Feel free to use the berry emojis with the Gao Gao rod. And if you are subscribed, thank you so very much for your support. Feel free to use the Tipanya, the Gao Gao raid. We're gonna be raiding into Hachiko. They recently followed me, and I'm like, oh my gosh, they're so cute. And it turns out they're in the same group that Chio's in. So I'm like, hello? Making my networking connection? Smiley face emoji. So I'm gonna network. No, Machiko's a super duper cutie. I really adore her energy, and she recently had a model debut, and I think normally she streams on YouTube, but she's dual streaming because she's really powerful. So that's really cool. But yeah, we're gonna go right into them unless they're ending. I feel bad because I feel like they're talking about a serious conversation. I'm like, do I burst? Do I bump into that? I feel so bad too because they're also on a pause menu. Oh, they just unpaused. Oh, but they paused again. I'm getting mixed signals here. You know, because part of me is like, oh, I'll raid into them while they're paused. So easy. But knowing me, by the time I hit raid, they're gonna hold on. Okay, no, actually, I think she's stuck in conversation. Let's go! I'm not gonna feel like inconvenient. Let's go! Anyway, guys, I will keep you updated for what do you call it? Tonight's exam. I'll keep you updated with anime night as well. We're still gonna have it, even if I'm a few moments. So I do apologize. But please, what do you call it? Please have a good rest of your morning, afternoon, and evening. Please give my regards to Hachiko. Again, they're only actually a few subs away from their 120 follower goal. So if you want to give them a follow, wink, wonk, wink, wonk, wink, wonk, that'd be greatly appreciated. Oh, she's hitting the close. Oh God. Oh God. Wait, do I have to finish? Wait. I mean, she could just hit pause next time. Oh, it's fine. It's whatever. She can hit pause. It's fine. Let's go. Good luck. Thank you. Best of luck in your exam. Thank you. Thank you for all these pomodoro streams. Good luck on your test. You got it. Thank you. I appreciate it. But yeah, hopefully I get to see you guys tomorrow. We're gonna be gaming all week. So hopefully I get to see you during my gamer arc. I'm always a gamer, but like this week I'm a gamer. I get to study and play games and get to hang out with the cubs. Let's go. Let's go. So here's all hoping for the best, but I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your Monday. If I don't get to see you this week, I hope you have a wonderful week, a better weekend, and up to next time!